Morning, I would like to call the regularly scheduled Planning Commission for December 11, 2005 to order. Please rise and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Down.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, there are changes to today's agenda. There is additional public comment for items 1, 4, and 5 being entered into the record, and I'll pass those out now.
Thank you. Ms. Shank, is there anything from the county attorney's office?
No changes, Mr. Chair.
At this time, are there any requests from the commissioners? Seeing none, we have swearing in for two new planning commission members, Mr. Robert Brown and Mr. Bruce Stam.
Sir, if Mr. Brown and Mr. Stam could please stand and raise your right hand. I'm Vicki Tesmer with the clerk's office. I'm a deputy clerk. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the state of Florida, that you are qualified to hold office under the Constitution of the state, and that you will well and faithfully perform at all times the duties of the board committee on which you are about to enter? Thank you, and congratulations on behalf of the clerk's office. And Chairman, if I could let you know, we are having some on-base issues today.
No problem there.
Would you like?
That's congratulations, not on the on base.
Would you like for me to swear everyone in now?
Yes, ma'am, please do.
Okay. At this time, if you plan on speaking today before the board, if you could please stand and raise your right hand.
This is for most items, so if you plan on speaking.
Even if you think you might speak, we recommend that you go ahead and get sworn in at this time. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Planning Commission are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
Thank you. We have approval for November 13th, 2025 minutes. Any discussion?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Mr. Bauer,
I'll second that.
a second by Mr. Ziegler. Please show hands of approval. Motion passes 6-0. Let's move on to citizen comments. This is for consideration for future agenda items that are not on today's agenda. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Please step forward.
Hi, my name is Julie Madison. I'm a county, I'm a resident. Huh?
Is the microphone on?
I don't think so. Thank you.
And what was your name?
I'll repeat it all for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Julie Madison. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I have been sworn in. Good morning, and thank you for your time. I would like to be considered for any resources regarding the Manatee County Shelter. Recently, we put in some new kennels, and there are a lot of issues with the design, including safety and efficiency. I would like to submit a plan that I drew up of something that would have been more efficient, so when we're looking at things in the future, we can.
Mr.
And then
Chair,
I would like to...
If I could state one comment for the
Yes,
record,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair. Yes, ma'am, while your comments are very much appreciated, on the Planning Commission, they don't have jurisdiction over
Building.
those types of items. You'd be better suited to talk to the board. We'll let you speak, but I'm just
Okay,
giving you that
yeah,
heads
if
up.
I can just get this in for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
record, that'd be fantastic. So anyways, as a passionate advocate and professional in the dog community, I was hopeful for this new facility. Upon seeing the layout, I have some severe concerns about what went into the layout design and how to move forward. It was not designed with efficiency or safety in mind. With 120 to 160 dogs, it's best to minimize drop-off areas and to reduce blind corners and to streamline every single process. With 8 to 10 separate buildings, the volunteers are constantly going to have to alert to when they're entering the new buildings and as they're walking around the buildings. As for food distribution, that's going to have to be looked at as far as the planning goes, because you're going to have to drop off food at every single kennel building. There's going to be some severe safety risks, so potentially implementing stoplights. I'm sorry. And then as well as far as cleaning goes, when I looked at the kennels, they don't have the appropriate facilities for keeping everything clean. So I do have recommendations as far as adding in retractable hoses, electric cords to each building to make sure that it's easy for the staff to clean and to allow the dogs to get seen by adopters. I am proposing that there are some digital copies so that adopters can see the dogs easily, and so that and to assign staff so that those dogs can get seen, because adopters are going to have a really hard time seeing those dogs in the kennels the way that they're designed. I apologize for bringing this to the wrong meeting, and thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am, you might check with property management or project management. Those would probably be the people you need to speak to.
Cool, thank you so much. I
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
Yep. Next, please. And you do not have to be sworn in to do citizen comments either.
Oh, and ma'am, if you had something to submit, you need to submit it to the clerk.
Okay, cool, thank you.
You mentioned it, so anything that's being submitted during public comment will need to be submitted to the clerk, and it will not be returned.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, I have been sworn Manatee County. So what I want to talk about in my 3 minutes is a little education here. So it is your job to make sure that
Thank
the
you.
public is safe. First and foremost, regardless of the comp plan, regardless of zoning, your job is listen to the people and make decisions based on the safety of every project. And I have not seen that. So you need to start doing that. There are 3 organizations, the Florida Housing Coalition. They tell you what affordable is, unlike some that will be coming from you today. The Alice Report will tell you who can afford to live there. And of course, come up and see us at the Affordable Housing Board. We have a lot of people. And by the way, we are short one person from the Planning Board, so I'm hoping the newcomers will step up to the plate. The other thing I want to talk about is zoning property rights. That we have to, when these developers come to you, they have to give you added value. Every time you do a zoning change and you increase their value by millions of dollars, they have to bring some of that back and say, you know what? We're going to give you 5 acres for a fire station. We're going to give you 2 acres for the EMS. You have to bring that back. And we haven't been doing that. And you need to start doing that. Because it's unfortunate that we have not the value capture principle. And a lot of places are doing that. So I would suggest to this board that they move in that direction. And then we have inclusion, right? Where it forces the developer to say, look, you're going to do 10% of affordable housing. And we're going to gap find you the difference. So the developer is not out any money, right? So we start moving in that direction. And the last thing I want to bring up is this sucker punching of the public. How can you put all these revisions in on the night before, and you expect all these people to swear under oath that they have pertinent information on what's coming before them today? We deserve 7 days in advance, not this last-minute crap that they've been doing. And shame on staff for even allowing it to be put on the agenda, and we don't have time to look at it. Absolutely sucker punched. I don't appreciate it. And redressing our elected officials, I'm instructing you to do something about it, for the record.
Thank you.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County activist and advocate. And one of my purposes here is because clearly it is the will of the people of this county that we are overdeveloping this county. People are frustrated. They're frustrated of the rubber stamping. I see it here. I see it on the roads. I travel all over this country, so I'm used to, traffic jams, but I'm not used to traffic jams in our sleepy bedroom county. It's dangerous on our roads. I think we're all feeling it. We're all feeling it every aspect of this county, from out east to north to south to west. It doesn't matter. We're all congested. Something has got to give. We need to start paying attention to concurrency. We have major concurrency issues in this county that have to be addressed before we add more buildings and more roads on in our county. So what is overdevelopment causing? It's causing infrastructure overload, fiscal imbalance, and a tax burden that's shifting, environmental degradation. There's just a whole host, including declining quality of life, loss of community character. That's what we've done to this community. We've lost Bradenton. What is Bradenton? Is it Tampa? Because Bradenton used to be Bradenton. And now I'm starting to feel like we are building in the vision of downtown Tampa. That's not the vision that I want for Manatee County. It's not the vision that the people that live here want for Manatee County. So something has got to give. So we've got to start curbing this. How do we start curbing this? We start curbing it by our rezoning. Nobody is entitled to rezoning. We have an FDAB. Okay? Nobody's entitled to zoning after the FDAB. These developers buy agricultural. They can build one house every 5 acres, not 12 every acre. We need to start reclaiming our rights here. Concurrency and rezoning is how we do it. And I hope everybody up here starts coming to the table and quit rubber stamping this stuff. Our citizens here are angry. Okay? This doesn't affect me, but you see me here. This is affecting our residents, and we've got to do something about it. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Vandry, Manatee County. And I wanted to introduce myself. We have some new board members up there. Welcome to the board. Some of you may know me, some may not know me. I live out on Waterline Road. I frequently address the board speaking about issues affecting on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group. And we hope over the next year or two to try to work with the board and get you to make informed, good decisions and recommendations for the Board of County Commissioners instead of just being plain rubber stampers, to understand the issues. And to that end, many people and many on the board, even a lot of people in the county, don't understand, don't appreciate what we have out in East County and how quickly it's being lost. If you could give me that slideshow, please, I would appreciate it. I've got a lot of slides here. I won't get through them all, but throughout the course of the year, we'll revisit it and revise the slideshow. The idea is to get you to understand what we're dealing with out in East County, particularly around Waterline Road and the issues that affect us. Now, I grew up in Venice, Florida, Sarasota. Wife and I, 25 years ago, bought some land out in East County. Some acreage. Sarasota was getting too congested. I'm retired now, been retired about 10 years. I was an engineer. I'm still a professional, registered professional engineer in the state of Florida. Occasionally I will give expert testimony to the board. I'm not doing that today. But if you look at this slide, this first slide, there's an area out there, the red line left to right, that's Waterline Road. It curves around, hits Dam Road. State Road 64 is that big white line across the bottom. And then teeing off of 64 going up towards Waterline Road, that's Zippera Road. And that I've outlined the area in white all the way around there. That's about 4 square miles of ag land, conservation land. It's It's 5 to 35 acre lots or properties. We have over 100 properties like that out in that lined out area. And the point about this is that there's a compatibility issue that you need to keep in mind, and there's a transition that you need to keep in mind when you start approving a lot of these developments that are encroaching on the lifestyle and the type of land and the type of structures that are out there. We have small-scale ag, but it's important to have small-scale ag. Small-scale ag not only is good for the community, it provides a lot of habitat for endangered species. We've got family farms, ranches, stables for hire, and let me go through some of these slides here. There you go. We got pasture land, exotic animals. This is a sanctuary for exotic cows in Sand Branch. There's Sand Branch Creek. There's a base of a Sweet Bay magnolia. That tree's probably been there about 150 years. It's tall and it's fat. I'm running out of time. Like I said, I won't get through all these slides. There's a trail along Sand Branch Creek. There's a oak canopy over Zipper Road. That's a treasure to the East County. So please keep these things in mind when you go through and evaluate what you're rezoning out there in my area and our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chair. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. Welcome as well to the new members here. Exciting to see some new faces, and thank you all for your support over this past year. A lot of the folks that have been here have really been looking at these projects hard, and I thank you for that personally. So I'd just like to state this isn't necessarily for a future agenda item, but for the record, this process we are following now, to you new members, I'm sure you're familiar with it because you applied, but it's our effort to follow the governance that we all have to live under. So this is our residents, step one. This is the first time we can get up here and begin to explain to you maybe the challenges, maybe the support for a particular project. You see, landowners and developers, they've already had their steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, their environmental assessments. They've already paid their attorneys to put their presentations together. They've had all those opportunities early on, right? They're trying to move a project. This is our step 1. They've prepared, they've honed their proposals. This is our first shot in many ways to get on the record. What happens next in the process, it's important, but this is us getting on the record early and hopefully often throughout all of the steps in this process to make you aware that the plans that are coming before you, that you will either approve or reject or continue to the Board of County Commissioners. This is us now saying what challenges we all are going to have to face. Likely you, because you all live in this county too, so I don't want to leave you out just as residents. So just remember that this is a process. This is the start of the process, and this is our time to get on the record early and often. So I hope you listen to the comments you hear today, and thank you.
Anyone else? At this time, I'll close citizen comments. Can we read item number 1 into the record?
Yes, item number 1 is PDR 25-05 ZP Altman Rye Townhomes. This is Vicki L. Lawson and Gary A. Lawson, owners. This is quasi-judicial item. Your case planner today is Alicia Henry. This is a rezone of 17.87 acres, generally located approximately 0.74 miles northeast of the intersection of Waterline Road and Rye Road, and also known as 323, 319, and no number assigned Rye Road, Bradenton, from A, General Agriculture, to PDR, Plan Development Residential Zoning District, and approving a preliminary site plan for 100 single-family attached dwelling units with at least 25% of units designated as affordable housing, subject to a proposed land use restriction agreement.
Thank you. Could we have applicant's presentation, please?
Mr. Chair, if that's
Yes.
disclosure ex parte.
Oh, yes, has there been any ex parte communications? Okay, please go ahead with your presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for being here today. My name is Dominic Pardue, and I'm a planner with Kimley Horn Associates. Today, I'll be demonstrating how this project, Altman Ride Townhomes, is consistent with the county's vision, addresses housing needs, and enhances the local community. The applicant team consists of professionals from iCard Merrill attorneys and counselors, Kimley Horn and Associates, and the developer themselves, Altman Development Company. Several members of the team are here with us today. Altman Development Company is a leader in real estate, known for creating exceptional communities with modern design, luxury finishes, and enhancing residents' quality of life. The project site is located in the unincorporated areas of Manatee County, north of Rye Road, and just south of Gene Witt Elementary School. To summarize the application, we are requesting a comprehensive plan compliant rezone from general agriculture to planned development residential with a preliminary site plan. The property is approximately 17.87 acres, and we are proposing 100 single-family attached townhome-style units at a density of 5.6 dwelling units per acre, 25% of which will be provided as affordable housing. The future land use of the property is Urban Fringe 3. The UF3 future land use is suburban in nature and allows for a variety of commercial and residential land uses. No changes to the future land use are proposed within this application. As previously stated, the current zoning of the property is general agriculture, or A. And we seek to rezone the property from to planned development residential, consistent with the properties directly to the east and west. The proposed development is surrounded by established and new neighborhoods, shopping centers, and schools. Coddington, directly to the east, started construction in 2022, and Eastland to the west is currently under construction. Here we have a zoomed out version of this presentation, zoomed out version of this slide, just so you can see the larger context of the area and where the project is located. The proposed development is aligned with the local growth patterns and complements nearby projects, addressing the area's lack of single-family attached housing. The project is consistent with comp plan policy in the future land use element 2.6.2.6 by diversifying the available housing types in the area. Over the past 40 years, this area has evolved from rural farmland into a vibrant residential corridor. The proposal is truly infill in nature, not isolated sprawl, making use of land surrounded by existing infrastructure and community service uses. Key project attributes include 25% of the units designated as affordable housing made available to residents earning 120% of the area median income or less. 0 wetland impacts are proposed, and a 2.04 acre conservation area is proposed. Additionally, we're proposing 61.2% of the site provided as open space, far exceeding the requirement of 25% open space. We're also proposing a lower density than what would be permitted for affordable housing projects, with a maximum of 9 dwelling units per acre. Is there a way to make the presentation larger? No? Okay. A recent study by HUD discusses the drastic decline in homebuyer affordability since 2020 and how single-family built-for-rent units only accounted for 8% of the rental construction in Northport, Bradenton, Sarasota housing market area. Rental affordability in our housing market has also declined drastically since 2018, with rent growth outpacing income growth. Our project aims to balance compatibility and still providing affordable housing and remaining consistent with the zoning code. While we acknowledge that the affordable units provided for those making 120% AMI or less are near market rate, the land use restriction agreement that would be required as part of this application and would essentially create rent-controlled units for a period of 30 years. Here I have a slide showing some of the site attributes. I believe the buildings will be made up of a maximum of 8 units per building, and that ranges down to 6 units per building. Now I'll pass it off to our stormwater engineer, Trenton Strackbine.
Hello, Trenton Strackbine, civil engineer with Kimley Horn. I have been sworn. Overall, it's the intent of the project to meet both the Manatee County and SwiftMud regulations related to stormwater management. Manatee County does have the ability to request an additional 50% reduction in post-development discharge rate compared to what's currently coming from the site today. So it's our intent to provide that, and the reason the county has that in their code is to help improve the existing drainage systems with new developments. Also wanted to mention that all of our floodplain impacts will be mitigated equivalently with cup-for-cup compensation. In addition, the applicant had requested us at this early stage, which is a little atypical of a development that's at the rezone, to prepare stormwater management calculations to understand that the site is viable and can actually meet all of these requirements. And then finally, I just wanted to note that the project is surrounded, as Dominic had noted, by the Coddington and Eastland developments immediately adjacent to our northern, southern, eastern boundaries. Those developments were designed to current criteria, so that kind of minimizes the risk. We're not building a new development right next to a 1950s home that wasn't elevated to current codes. These developments were built to modern regulations and should be elevated accordingly. Thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Becca Bond. I'm a transportation engineer on this project, and I have been sworn. There's one proposed access connection along Rye Road for this project. There is a right turn lane required at the proposed site access. This project is anticipated to generate 56 p.m. peak hour trips. I do want to note that the county provides traffic study waivers for anything 50 p.m. peak hour trips. So this is only 6 trips above that triggered this traffic study that we conducted. The roadway capacity analysis did indicate that based on the previously approved developments in this area, Rye Road is anticipated to need to be widened from 2 to 4 lanes to accommodate the previously approved developments. The addition of a project traffic associated with this development is not anticipated to create any additional deficient roadway segments or intersections. And I'll pass it back to Dom to finish up the presentation.
Thank you, Becca. Thank you, Trenton. In conclusion, this proposal aligns with Manatee County's comprehensive plan and meets development regulations, ensuring responsible growth. This is development that aims to address affordability while prioritizing compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods and existing community character. Altman Rye Townhomes is a true infill development, making efficient use of available land and existing infrastructure, and the stormwater management design complies with all SwiftMud and Manatee County requirements. The project does not propose any wetland impacts and creates a 2.04 acre conservation area and exceeds the requirements for open space in Manatee County. Thank you.
You had a neighborhood workshop?
Yes, we had a
Any
neighborhood.
attended and what was discussed?
Nobody attended the neighborhood workshop. We did notice accordingly. And the workshop was held in, I believe it was
Says April in our thing.
April, yep, in April. But nobody attended. We presented essentially what you're seeing here today. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe at the time of our neighborhood workshop, there was originally 116 units.
And that was virtual, I guess?
Correct.
How far is it away from 64?
It's about a mile.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Several questions. It was mentioned that there was flood mitigation credits. Is that correct?
Not flood mitigation credits. To clarify, if there are floodplain impacts associated with the project, we would mitigate for that on site with our development. So
Mitigate
with our on-site stormwater ponds that you can see on the PSP.
okay, because the site does lie partially in a flood zone A.
That is correct. And if you look at the site plan, a big portion of that is within the wetlands that we're preserving. And then also, commensurate it with other developments of similar scale, like you can look at Eastland and the Coddington developments. We have a fairly large percentage of stormwater management, but like site area dedicated to stormwater management relative to those adjacent projects.
And has there been flooding in the adjacent projects or on the project?
I'm not aware. That would probably be a question for county staff to address.
Okay. I had some other traffic questions. So you had talked about future widening of the road, of Rye Road?
I said that, yes, it would be necessary to accommodate the previously approved projects that have come before this planning commission and the board. So those are all vested. They're already approved. The trips that are anticipated from those projects, not the one that we're talking about today, would require that widening from 2 to 4 lanes of Rye Road, correct?
And is it in the capital improvement
This section of Rye Road is not. There's a section to the north that's currently a capital improvement project that's proposed to be widening to 4, but not along this specific segment.
And if it was to be included, what's the time frame? How many years in advance would it be?
That would need to be a staff question. I can't answer that.
Okay, but you're asking us to approve a development on a road that is too narrow to accommodate it at this point, right? Is that correct?
No, so that's future background. So those trips aren't on the roadway today. If all of the approved development that has already been approved by staff and by the boards, if those were to be constructed and built and fully occupied, then we're anticipating that the road would be over capacity. It's with all of the vested trips.
Yeah, right, because right now, Rye Road is a D road. And if adopted, future lots on the project, it becomes an F road. It's only a D road if, in fact, the roads are widened. Is that right?
Correct, in the future condition, but it doesn't become an F because of this project. It becomes an F because of the previously approved projects, and those trips aren't on the roadway yet today. If all of them do get constructed and built and fully occupied, then it would be an F, correct, unless it is widened. It is not due to this project.
Right, F as in failure, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Those are my questions for right this second.
Thank you. Ms. Prosser?
Not for transportation, just a quick question about the affordable housing at 80 to 120, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said you're entering into a LURA. Now, staff report states that the time It's going to be designated by the BOCC, but you stated it was going to be 30 years. Are you going to tell the BOCC that you agree to a 30-year LURA?
It's typical in Manatee County for land use restriction agreements to be 30 years.
And if the property sells, that will transfer?
It would transfer, yeah, it's attached to the land.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, sir.
Yes, stormwater environmental. Okay, I don't know if you have the stormwater plan that was produced by GTA, but I'm concerned about the wetland to the west, south. If you look at the existing land use in GTA's report, you got a freshwater wetland that butts next to the adjacent development. Is there any interconnection between this wetland and the other development? Because obviously this wetland's already been impacted from the other development. And it looked like your stormwater design was actually filtering through this existing wetland.
Yes, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're speaking to the wetland that is on our site and then partially extends off-site on the property. I guess it's to the east.
Correct.
It's my understanding that wetland basically today kind of drains toward the northwest, kind of toward the property line, and makes its way toward Rye Road. That's my understanding currently, and with any development application, we would have to maintain existing drainage patterns of those wetlands. Specifically, the Water Management District requires you to evaluate how your development impacts what they call the hydro period, and that's basically maintaining the existing water elevations and characteristics of that wetland so that you're not negatively impacting the habitat aspect of it.
Right, and what I'm seeing in a lot of the developments, like I said, especially when you're bordering another one, there seems to be a trend of putting berms all the way around the developments, which again bisects some of these natural flows in these wetlands. Again, it appears from the aerials that there should be a connection between the other development, which would help stabilize these wetlands that are being impacted.
Yes, and I will say, because this kind of gets into the weeds, but because we're providing floodplain compensation in a cup-for-cup manner, the ponds that are adjacent to the wetland, we're actually currently intending to make those won't be bermed up. Those will basically be dug down and excavated to basically at grade adjacent to that wetland, which will allow that wetland to kind of pop off into the flood mitigation area and then continue where it did historically. But to your point, a typical development would have like a bermed up stormwater management system. So this is a little bit different.
Okay. It says you're in the Mill Creek watershed. I'll make this point now because it applies to a lot of these applications we'll see today. Mill Creek, I know it's not an outstanding Florida water, but it's an impaired water body. And most recently, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has listed the entire Manatee River watershed for Basin Management Action Plan, the BMAP, which means the local governments need to start looking at projects to improve water quality in the river. Back in 2014, we only had like 5 segments of Manatee River impaired. Now it's the entire watershed. So we need to start looking at projects that does improvement. There was no discussion about wildlife. Anybody doing wildlife? Because basically, the assessment says that there were some direct and indirect observations of tracks, burrows, and so forth. And my question is, okay, the one day that you were out there, you didn't see anything. You're going to go look, hopefully, before construction starts, if it's approved. You can relocate, go for tourists and so forth. What about the transient species like a caracara, it's the habitat for caracara? What does it mean that after it's approved, you'll consult with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. What's the outcome from that? Is there a management plan? Once it's approved, what is the recourse if you find out that that's actually an area that's being utilized by these listed species?
Is there an environmental consultant here? Okay, yeah. So I'm not an environmental consultant, I'm a civil engineer, but from my understanding of your question, generally, yes, there are surveys required within like 90 days of construction, at which point they would address any of those, you're saying you were out there one day, what if that changes kind of thing. I would also say there's consultation with Fish and Wildlife, and if anything comes out of that during our environmental resource permit, we would have to address that with appropriate, either mitigation measures, action plans, things like you were mentioning to make sure that we're not disrupting any of the, whatever nesting seasons or migration patterns, et cetera. So sorry, that's my answer as a civil engineer.
Again, there's very few post-approval assessments that I've seen, developed into management plans. So, I think we need to look at that a little bit more closely as far as these habitats. And we're forever saying that, oh yeah, this species, this is not the ideal habitat, but the wildlife out there is starting to adjust. They are seeking out less ideal habitat. In fact, by driving this morning, I saw a wood stork in the ditch next to the 64 development feeding. I mean, that's not his normal habitat, but we need to be cognizant of these going forward and making sure that we do the best we can. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I want to draw your attention to page 10 of the environmental narrative that, and you'll excuse me if I pronounce it wrong, but, pardon me, Audubon's crested caracara, pardon me if it's not listed pronounced correctly. Point being that in the second paragraph summation, last sentence, consequently, development of the subject area may affect and is likely to adversely affect crested caracos. The U.S. FWS likely will require formal consultation and a survey of the site. So we do have an adverse effect on wildlife as per this environmental report. So combined with the flooding and combined with the traffic, now we have an environmental concern. So how are we going to positively affect, address that?
Thank you very much. Patrick Seidensticker for the record. I have been sworn. Appreciate the concerns, obviously. Environmental concerns are always an issue when we go through these rezone processes. At this stage, though, we have not done the full consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Having done a few of those in the past, they will require the full consultation. Any mitigation that is required would have to be accomplished through the ERP process and that consultation process with FWS. I would point out this is an infill project, which when looking at the sort of scale of the community and the surrounding area, I think obviously we are trying to limit sprawl and impacts in areas that have not yet been impacted, appreciating that any environmental impact is a negative for these projects. In this instance, we are looking to fill an area that's already been significantly impacted as opposed to impacting new areas in such ways that U.S. Fish and Wildlife really don't like. So here at least we are utilizing some land that's already surrounded by properties that have had significant impacts on environmental species Here, we think the impact would be relatively minimal. We have had Geotech go out and do a survey, and while they had listed the possibility of the Caracara being adversely affected, they didn't actually, at the time of the survey, find any Caracara nests or anything like that out there. And again, I would like to stress that at this point in the rezone, we have not had to go through that process with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, though that process will be required to happen before any development can break ground.
Concern, it says, is likely to adversely affect, not maybe, not potentially, but likely.
Understood. And we don't have, an answer to what that adverse effect looks like right now. But again, we're looking to fill in an area that's already been impacted. So we're not necessarily creating new impacts. We believe that this sort of infill development minimizes overall impacts in the county as opposed to sort of the, new areas that have not been so impacted.
Okay.
These will be rentals? or-
They are, it is a built-to-rent product, that's
Okay.
correct.
Where's
Which
the
again,
closest
is rare
rental?
out here in this area.
What would be the closest rental to this?
Yeah, I think 64, there's a few built-to-rent products.
Yeah.
So in the area, the attached single-family built-to-rent is relatively unique. We see a lot of single-family homes out there for
Yeah.
sale.
Okay. Any additional questions for the applicant? Mr. Ziegler?
I've heard the term so far twice now, an infill project. How do you define, call me old school Bradenton?
Sure.
But how
I
are you
appreciate that.
defining an infill?
So for us, infill
Off of Rye
is,
Road.
There are existing facilities out there to service the project, so we don't need extensions for water, sewer, transportation. Obviously, also there are significant developments in the area. You can see from the overhead that we're really, though it is a large infill, 17 acres, we are filling in a piece of property that is otherwise surrounded by development. So again, we're not breaking new ground. We're not going out into areas that have otherwise not been developed that would need additional infrastructure and utilities to be extended there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ziegler?
Yeah, I think we've talked about traffic and a few other ones. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the actual preliminary site plan. So 25% for affordable housing, and you've made the statement that you're using that to increase the density.
Correct, yeah. In Manatee County, when you're providing affordable housing for a minimum of 25% of the site, it allows you to go up to a maximum of 9 dwelling units per acre.
So why do you want 9 dwelling units per acre? Why not? Why are you even adding the affordable housing? Are you just trying to get more in there?
We're actually not proposing 9 dwelling units per acre, we're proposing 5.6 dwelling units per acre.
Right, but this allows you to go up to 9.
Correct. But we're not choosing to go up to the maximum that's permitted.
So, again, I'm just trying to connect some dots here. 120% AMU for affordable housing.
Correct. That's 25 units, yeah.
Right. I'm missing the disconnect here. Why even have the affordable housing component?
Why have the affordable housing component?
Yes. 120 AMU.
Currently, you're UF3, so you'd
How you doing? Jeff Wyckoff.
3 units per.
Altman Development.
Yeah.
I was sworn in.
Okay, I didn't get your,
Jeff Wyckoff.
thank you.
Altman Development wanted to proffer the 25%, even though it would give us the additional density. We're choosing not to build that. And we feel that would be a benefit to the community to have 25% of the units be affordable.
At 120 AMU.
Up to 120% AMI. So if we receive applicants that are lower and they're viable applicants, then we certainly have the option to rent them.
And also to get the 30-year rent control as well.
Yes, so we'd enter into a land use.
That's the other reason for the affordable housing.
We would sign a covenant for 30 years that lock in those 25 units at that 80 to 120, up to 120 AMI.
At current market rate.
It'll move with HUD. HUD sets those rents. So whatever the HUD rent is for the 80 to 120, it'll move with that up or down over the 30-year period. And that covenant will stay with the land for the 30 years.
Okay, I'm still struggling to connect the two, but that's.
We think it's important to have the affordable housing.
Make it 50%. Make it 75%.
Quite a bit.
I'm asking, that's what, I'm just trying to understand the,
25% is where we feel at this point is economically viable, where we can provide these townhomes and provide the housing.
got it. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. This is a staff presentation, please.
Alicia Henry here for staff, and I have been sworn. Welcome, new members. Okay, I'm here to present for Altman Rye Townhomes. The request is to rezone 17.87 acres from general agriculture to planned development residential with a preliminary site plan. If approved, it will permit 100 single-family attached dwelling units of 2 stories with a 2-story amenity center. Applicant will dedicate 25% of residential units to affordable housing within the 81 to 120 AMI. Just a bit of history here. So since the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the future land use category has been UF3, and since the adoption of the land development code, the zoning district has been general agriculture. So this is the location of the site. It's generally located 0.74 miles northeast of the Waterline and Rye Road intersection in Bradenton. Here are some features of the preliminary site plan. The site, again, is 17.87 acres, 100 single-family attached dwelling units of 2 stories, amenity center of 2 stories, 1 access onto Rye Road, and they will be providing open space of 61.2%. Again, here's the future land use category, which is urban fringe 3. For the zoning districts surrounding the site, so to the north, we have general agriculture, planned development residential. To the west, we have planned development residential, and also to the east. And for the south, we have general agriculture. The uses surrounding the site for the north is single-family detached dwelling, which is the same for the west. For the east, we have single-family detached again, along with semi-detached dwellings. For the south, we have agricultural land with single-family detached dwellings. For our stormwater, we have a drainage modeling that shall be submitted to demonstrate utilizing of the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data and the Mills Creek Watershed Management Plan. This is an ongoing discussion with the applicant in regards to this model. We are imposing that they use the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall. They have rejected this model. So right now we're looking at it as a negative aspect. This project is within the Mill Creek watershed and shall be required to reduce the calculated pre-development flow rate by a full 50%. The comparison of existing pre-development conditions versus the proposed post-development conditions shall include result in terms of runoff and staging. For the floodplain, any fill within the 100-year floodplain shall be compensated by the creation of an equal or generated storage volume above seasonal high water table. The 100-year floodplain compensation shall be compensated in sole use compensation areas, not dual use facilities. All right, and here we have some maps to demonstrate what I just mentioned. Okay, and here is the Mill Creek watershed. Okay, and we'll move on to transportation. So for the transportation link capacity analysis, the below chart shows the adopted level of service and the future level of service for the nearest thoroughfare. So as we can see, the adopted level of service is D, the existing level of service is C, and the future level of service with project will be F. For the positive aspects, the proposed development is surrounded by similar residential land uses. This project is dedicating a minimum of 25% of the units as affordable housing. 61.2 open space for the site. No wetland impacts are being proposed. The 30-foot variable width wetland buffer provided exceeds the state required 25-foot average and 15-foot minimum. For our negative aspects, the environmental found no key negative aspects. Project is located in the 1% annual chance flood hazard per FEMA firm floodway. Rye Road, as an existing 2-lane thoroughfare, will exceed the level of service capacity due to background and additional number of trips generated by this project. Adding 56 p.m. peak hour trips will impact Link 2922 that is projected to be deficient in terms of level of service due to the vested trips. The proposed project is located in a auto-dependent area community. For mitigating measures, there were none provided by the applicant. In conclusion, the request can be found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and in compliance with the applicable provisions of the Land Development Code. I would also like to mention we have invited the individual that handles all affordable housing applications to the meeting. So if you have any additional questions for affordable housing, she's here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. The NOAA Atlas 14, when does that go into effect for us? Or I know we're proposing it to different. There's nothing legally that makes them go to that.
Right now, it is not a stipulation since they have rejected it. We are trying to continue having conversations with the applicant to have this as a stipulation since it is in the Mill Creek Basin. And right now, we don't have a projected time. Maybe I will have our stormwater engineer specialist come up and speak to that if he has that information.
Also that, then traffic too along Rye Road too, we're interested in.
Yes, my name's Darren Rice, and I've been sworn in. Then give you a little bit of history about the Mill Creek Water Management Plan that was adopted in Southwest Florida Water Management District Governing Board on April 27th, 2021. The Mill Creek Water Management Plan should be utilized as best available information for drainage modeling to demonstrate no adverse impacts, drainage impacts are created to surrounding properties. Mill Creek Water Management Plan utilized NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall estimate data for modeling various storm frequency events. In particular, does that answer your question or?
No, I think my question is why aren't they, we can't force them to use the NOAA 14 on any current or future projects? That's not in permitting? Yes, ma'am.
Rachel Layton for staff. Darren, is the NOAA Atlas 14 in the Stormwater Standards Manual? I think that's the question that the commissioners are looking for. Is it a standard in any of our regulations today?
Well, it is in the LOMAR, letter of map or, revision to FEMA as of April 12th of 2022. And so I'm not sure if it's, in our stormwater manual at this time.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't believe the new standards in the manual, I think were evolved after the flooding incident a year or so ago, was that the applicants are voluntarily proffering
Right.
the standard above what the code requires, but had to be a voluntary proffer.
Yes, sir. Yeah. But there's no time frame on when that will go into effect where they don't have to prosper it?
We don't have a timeline today.
Fair enough then.
Considering the stormwater management, the Mill Creek watershed, where are we at as a county I know we've had quite a few deficiencies around the county that the hurricanes have identified for us. Can you talk about the level of the stormwater management in this area? And if it is deficient, do you know what plans we have and the timeline to correct those deficiencies?
No, I don't have any information on the timeline of, for the deficiencies.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of deficiencies?
Yes, we do, and I've got the maps that show, from FEMA, that was part of the presentation, that shows the, 100-year floodplain impacts as they are, or have been, and then also the future, if you'd like for me to show that.
That's not necessary, but from what I'm hearing, and you correct me if I'm wrong, from a stormwater management perspective, would you agree or disagree that we are behind the 8 ball in terms of that infrastructure in that area? Meaning we have work to do to bring it up to speed. Would you agree or disagree?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay, all right.
And would this project compound the issue?
Yes, the 50% flood reduction will help the area with it being in the Mill Creek watershed.
So it would improve the issue?
Say that again?
I said, so you're saying it would improve the issue?
Yes, it should improve the situation that's out there.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with it was around 2019, 2020, the county with water management district consultants and so forth developed a kind of a watershed management plan for Mill Creek, doing hydrologic studies and water quality studies. And there was a whole list of, and this was before the storms, a whole list of mitigation measures there. Are you familiar with that at all?
I believe Tom Gerstenberger has presented about the Mill Creek watershed study, and I would have to defer to him for his expertise in that area, which he's not available today.
Okay. Yeah, it was a grant from Water Management District created, and again, this was when, again, we identified that Mill Creek was impaired. There's a whole list of strategies. Like to, kind of get it off the shelf and kind of look at it with the rest of the new information that we have to see what some corrective actions could be. And a question for staff, the pros and cons, I see environmental. Are most of the pros and cons for the project done by just the internal planning staff, or are these projects, sent to other entities within the county and public health and so forth? Are they reviewing that, or is it mainly all the review is done in-house in planning?
For that question, I'll have to defer to Kara. She's the person that is manager of the environmental section. So I'll call her up so she can go ahead and answer those questions in regards to any environmental concerns.
Well, it's just not just environmental, it's, like I said, of all the projects, I recall, there used to be a distribution list to fire districts, to health departments, to all the entities, and they would provide their comments to planning for the
Right.
projects.
So when we initially route this project, there are different divisions, departments that are involved with our review of the site plan and everything pertaining to it. So we do have it routed to the that region's fire department. We also have environmental on the list. We have stormwater engineering, as you can see, transportation. So with my negative aspect where it says no key negative aspects, we did want to point out that only that particular aspect where it's saying that there's no key negative aspect was only from environmental. I hope that answers your question.
It's a collective group that reviews the.
That's correct, yes. So there is a collective group that is routed for these projects that share their opinion on if there will be any aspects, and that is noted within the staff report if there are.
Okay, thank you.
Likewise.
Yes, sir.
In your report, this is directed to the planner.
Oh, sorry. A lot of exercise today.
In one of your initial slides, it referenced all the surrounding development.
Yes.
And they all are single-family detached dwellings, if I recall correctly.
So, yes, we have, let me just go back to the slide that shows the surrounding area. Okay. So, to the north, we do have the Country Creek subdivision. To the west, we have the Eastland subdivision. To the west, we have Eastland, and to the east, we have Connington subdivision. All areas around the proposed site is single-family detached dwelling units. The only one that's not fully single detached is the Connington subdivision that you see there in blue to the east of the site. They also have duplexes for their subdivision.
How is a townhome development compatible with single-family detached houses that are on 1/2 acre to full acre? And how is that not disruptive to the surrounding areas in terms of the fit into the area, into the compatibility, when you're putting two-story townhomes in with surrounded by, in the middle of single-family, for the most part, single-family detached dwelling on 1/2 acre to 1 acre lots?
Mm-hmm. So they are within the parameter of what is allowed per the code and the comprehensive plan for the lots that are being proposed there. They are not exceeding the amount that they are allowed. They are actually allowed 160 units per site, but it was reduced to 100. All the surrounding area has residential development, so it is compatible in terms of use.
What the law requires is one thing, what the impact is on the community, surrounding community is another. The question is essentially, from a practical standpoint, with the people that already live in the development, in the surrounding neighborhood, how is the townhomes of 120 townhomes going to be compatible with the existing residential neighborhood, the three surrounding neighborhoods? That's my concern, as well as all the others I've raised here this morning.
As stated, from the review and analysis that we've done of the site and the surrounding area, it shows to be compatible with smaller lots that are going to be utilized for the single-family attached development that they're proposing. They're within the allowed minimum. We didn't find any real impacts to the area in terms of what is being proposed.
Would you preferred it to be, would your analysis be preferable if it was, the development was to be single-family detached homes as opposed to townhomes?
We typically do not analyze it in terms of single-family or attached, single-family attached, detached. It more is, we're more focused on the density that is being proposed for the site, and if it fits that area, which it is within its right of what they're allowed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes.
One last question. on the stormwater. Forgive me because I was reading something else at the time. I thought you said during your presentation, something was rejected related to stormwater, and now it's a
Right.
negative aspect. Can you
Mhm.
repeat that for me, please?
All right, so let me go back to.
I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so for the first paragraph that's there where it says drainage modeling shall be submitted to demonstrate utilizing of NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data and the Mill Creek Watershed Management Plan. So we have had discussions with the applicant, letting them know that because of this sensitive area that's within the Mill Creek watershed, this is the model that should be used. They have rejected this model, and they said that they will analyze it further between now and board to see if they can use this model.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You did say that the Coddington to the east has rentals, or did you say they were attached?
Oh, so Coddington to the east, they have a single-family detached, and they have a single-family semi-attached, which is the duplexes that I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Mhm.
Traffic-wise, or any additional questions? Yeah, traffic, please. Kind of the status of the roads around this area, and when will Rye Road be worked on?
Good morning, Pony Bonifields for staff. I've been sworn.
Yes, sir. In reference to Rye Road?
Yeah, Rye Road is two-lane road. It's level of service C now, but it's projected to be deficient based on the vested trip, based on project already approved, not built yet. And there's no CIP to widen the road from 2 to 4 lane now.
So it's a level C right now, but vested trips, it's a level D, and
No, vested trip is going to make it level of service F. When all the projects already approved, when they are built, we don't know exactly when. It's a timing issue.
yes, sir. And there's no plans in the works for widening the road?
No, there is no CIP. There is currently no CIP to widen the road from 2 to 4 lane. But at the same time, we don't know exactly when all these approved projects will be built as well, either.
Relating to the level service C, how dated is that level of service identification?
Or dated?
How dated? Like, when was it considered? Like, how often are we updating the level of service? Because the reason I'm asking, especially for the public, I hear level C and I hear average. If I'm a high school student, C is called, that's just an average.
Okay, C is the most feasible level of service you can have in the road. That means the way we understand it, if you take A to F, if you take a segment of the road, okay, the best way to understand it, level of service A is, for instance, if you drive on this road 1 a.m. on the morning on Saturday morning, 1 a.m., it's level of service A. That means you have the freedom of movement, okay? That means if you go, when times goes in the middle of the day, you may have more traffic. That means the A can become B or C or D. The D is what the county standard for the county. Level of service F, the way to understand it, if you, for instance, drive on the bridge by the hospital, on the morning, going southbound, 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning will be close to F. The same thing, if you drive in northbound by the hospital, it will be level service F. That means the D is the level service standard by the county. But if you take Rye Road now, the level service is C, which means acceptable. It's not congested.
So how often are we identifying the different level of services? So for instance, did we identify that it was a level C 2 years ago and we're still stuck on C because it hasn't been reviewed?
Or that means we have the link sheet. I don't know if you can see that. The link sheet is updated every month.
Every month?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Any additional questions for traffic or for staff? Okay, thank you, sir. We've had some new people walk in. Anyone, please, let's do another swearing in.
If you plan on speaking and you have not been sworn in, please stand and raise your right hand, even if you think you may speak. Anybody else? Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Planning Commission are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, county of residence, and if you've been sworn in.
At this time, let's open it up for public comment. Please step forward, state your name, that you've been sworn in, and county of residence, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I have been sworn, and I'm here representing Waterline Road Preservation Group. And you've brought up some three major questions that we have on this particular project. One is traffic safety, one is compatibility, one has to do with stormwater problems that we have out in that area. And a fourth actually is the habitat, wildlife habitat of endangered and threatened species. Now, let me show the overhead here. You'd bring that up for me, please. On the overhead. Yeah, I'm going to need my PowerPoint slide a bit later as well. Okay. So this is the area we're talking about here. This is north is up. This is Lake Manatee. This is State Road 64. This is Waterline Road right there. Thanks for bringing it, zooming it in there. And the property in question is right here up in this corner. It's actually up north off of Waterline Road, but it does connect to Rye Road. And right here, where Waterline Road meets Rye Road, this morning it took me 10 minutes to get onto Rye Road. If you're saying that is presently a level C, that is certainly not at 8 o'clock in the morning, I guarantee you that. Now what's happening there, and let me show you this zoom in of that corner right there, where Rye Road meets Waterline Road. That visibility triangle is non-compliant with any traffic safety standards whatsoever. AASHTO, FHWA, FDOT, none of them. You can't see properly. And what's happening here is people are having to pull out almost into traffic just to see traffic coming from the south on Rye Road. It's become a kamikaze intersection there. People are having to jut out and rush into traffic, there were probably 3 or 4 near misses this morning. Eventually, what's going to happen, if you can't signalize that or put a roundabout there, there's going to be a fatality there. I'm telling you, because people don't do the speed limit on there. They're doing 60 miles an hour in the morning. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous intersection. You should not put one more automobile. You should not approve one more car on that road until you can get that fixed. I don't know if you have right of way to fix this corner to improve the visibility there on that visibility triangle. I don't think you do. I think you have to wait for the 4-lane widening, and that's going to be a problem. That's indefinitely in the future. The problem of traffic safety exists today, now, not in the future. It's there right now with what we have on there, traffic-wise. Okay? You're talking about the flooding out there. You all probably seen some photographs that the citizens have sent in about flooding on Waterline Road in the West End. What you have out there is you've got Mill Creek. I'm sorry, go back to the overhead, please. Thanks. Okay, thanks, here we go. This is Mill Creek Basin here. This is Sand Branch Basin here. These are all wetlands. These are partially getting filled in by development. Out here, when they built in the east expansion of Mill Creek subdivision, they started impacting these wetlands here. Well, you've got two tributaries of Mill Creek that cross over Waterline Road, and the water flows right in that direction there. Okay, Coddington subdivision should never have been built. And I guarantee you right now, its water management is not even anything close to NOAA Atlas 14. And the same thing with this other one to the south or to the east, to the southwest. I guarantee you their drainage is not up to standards that it needs to be. Now, Mr. Gerstenberger, your stormwater engineer, is imploring how important it is that not only do you meet the NOAA Atlas 14, but specifically the 12 inches in 24-hour period. Now, flooding out here on Waterline Road, especially the west end, is nothing new. It happens almost every rainy season. What's different is that it's getting worse and it's lasting longer. Even this year, in a severe drought that we've had, that end was flooded. So please, stop approving this stuff.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County advocate and activist. I'm just here. I don't like this project. I think this project is dangerous. I know that there's a long line of people behind me that are probably going to speak about the same. I'm not going to waste too much time here, but I'm definitely against this. Anything out east, I'm going to probably be speaking about. So thank you.
For the record, Glenn Giblina, and I have been sworn. I also have an affidavit here, signed by the Manatee Patriots on Tuesday night, witnessed by Tal Sadiq and his wife, that I am allowed to speak for 10 minutes. I will not do that because we have a lot of people speaking, but I am entitled to it.
Sorry, are we doing the 10 minutes or no?
No, I don't need
Okay.
it. So let's just talk about, I'm going to talk about the affordable housing end of it. So now we have 17 acres that they have not proffered any added value back to the community, right? None of that. None. And by the way, excellent questions today. Thank you so much for the new members. I have not heard that in decades. So it's good to get a refreshing spin on it. So I don't see any added value there that they were going to do. So, you know, when they talk about 120, they don't put it in writing, right? They say, oh, 120. Well, guess what? It could be 119 to 120. And the old one, and by the way, I want to say on the record that this, I believe, this is an illegal meeting, quasi-judicial meeting, and I wish Mrs. Schenk would weigh in on this, but you can't add all those documents the night before and expect us to review them. 7-day notice minimum. So I think this is an illegal meeting. And I will tell you this, if this meeting goes on and they get away with it, they're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep adding all these documents the night before. You need to put a stop to this because it's not fair to the folks that are up here that want to review that. That's a big, big, big red flag. Now, you want to talk about affordable housing. It's 30 and 50 years. And where do we need them? We need them studio and 1 bedroom. 3 terms on the Affordable Housing Board, so I kind of know my stuff. The demand is for a studio and 1 and 2 bedrooms. They have not proffered anything in that direction, right? Not one word about it. So my question is, and the 120, right? You got to make $90,480 to be at 120. So it's all market rate. They're not doing nobody any favors. And rents at that AMI for a studio is $1,900, up to $3,250. That's from the Florida Housing Coalition. They set the rates for this zip code in Manatee County. So you can't get anybody in there because they have never proffered how many studios or 1 bedrooms in there. I would guess to say 0. So are they helping the entry-level firefighter, EMS, school teacher? Of course not, because they're not making 90 grand to go in there. If they were truly going to be affordable, they would say, okay, we're going to put it from 30 to 60, 10% of the units, and from 60 to 80, 80% of the units, and from 80 to 120, we'll go the last 10%. None of that is in there. He's here for the money and the density bonus, and he's laughing all the way to the bank. So these guys aren't doing the true workforce housing developers any favors. And I sent you all this stuff. It's just absolutely ridiculous. I have all the public comments that I printed out last night, not including the ones last night because I got sucker punched. It was my birthday and actually having dinner with my daughter. So I didn't have the austerity to go through it, but this is ridiculous. This is a bad project. F roads, flooding issues, not a true workforce house developer, not any stretch of imagination. I don't think Pat Neal's ever built 1 square foot of affordable housing personally, and he ain't about to start. So I would deny this project. Absolutely, too many red flags, and it's not helping anybody but the developer. The density is a joke. And again, the chair should say, you know what? We should take the documents before they added them last night, and that's what we should base our decisions on. And you throw dozens of pages that you expect us to go through it the night before and address those problems. It's terrible. You're not doing your job. Do your job and protect the public and give us ample time to review the new documents they shoved down our throat at the last minute. For the record, Glenn Gadfly Jablina. There we go.
We can't have applause, and if you do, we'll probably get you removed, okay?
You want to pause now?
Is this for this one?
We don't want any applauses.
I can't hear you.
Applauses. Go ahead, ma'am. Continue.
Okay, sorry about that. Couldn't hear you. Okay, Kathy Riley, Manatee County. I've been sworn in. And thank everybody for being here and for all your wonderful questions. I'm new to the area. First, I want to say I urge you today to vote against the rezoning that would allow these townhomes to be built. There's numerous reasons that I am concerned. I'll speak to a few, and if you'd like more information, I'd be happy to provide. Had no idea there'd be this many people here, but I do have more. Moved here 2.5 years ago on Rye Road, right off of Rye Road, 3rd Drive East. Rye Road is a 2-lane road with no plans to widen, and we've heard that again and again. It currently gets backed up with stops several times a day. It cannot safely manage the additional traffic these 100 townhomes would bring. The surrounding area of this proposed townhome is prone to flooding. Like I said, I live right across from where it's going to be. The last flood that occurred, or the last big rain, kids went down, in their little canoes, and they could actually, row down the street. So we do get flooding. It is common knowledge that development should be restricted to mitigate damage and environmental harm in these flood-prone areas. Allowing these townhomes to be developed can lead to flood hazards, ecosystem degradation, and costly taxpayer-funded repairs. And I believe that to be true. All the subdivisions, I learned something today about Coddington, so mine, says all subdivisions off of Rye Road are single-family homes, which is one of the reasons why we bought there. That's what we wanted. It's a 2-lane road. I would have never expected all this building to go on. Guess naive being new to the area. So I'm hoping we stop it. I hope this is the first one we stop. I go on further, I'll tell you that we heard about this, through a letter that I honestly would have thrown away. Shame on me, I'll never do that again. My neighbor alerted me to it. I never knew about Eastland. Didn't even know until it started. I would have been here for that one. So I'll be coming if this keeps going on. Let me pick back up. Okay, we live on 3rd Drive East across from where this is happening. It's directly across. It's going to be a safety hazard. The volume of cars that are already there, it's too much from time to time. Entering and exiting would not be safe, especially since there's many kids that walk and ride their bikes to Gene Witt. I'm on Third Drive, then there's a lake, then Gene Witt. So I see it. I see Rye Road. I see, I can see all that wonderful traffic of these kids, walking, riding their bikes, and golf carting there. Additional volume there is not what we need. There are countless areas in Bradenton that have land off of 4-lane roads that could support this. It'd be better suited. I do not have a lot of information regarding affordable housing. I've learned a lot today, but I did research and it shows that it will often result in noise levels being increased, car volume, which with 100, you're going to have probably 200 plus cars, right? Police presence, none of which is desired or consistent with the Rye Road subdivisions. And thank you for talking about the compatibility. Even though it's allowed, whether it's legally allowed, it's not acceptable, it's not compatible to our area at all. As far as complaints, it's this. I don't know if there's any way to get around it, but that's how we were notified. And like I said, I'll never not open mail again, and I've told everybody about it because I'm a pretty smart person, but that was on me. My neighbor alerted me. So I'm not sure how to resolve that, but maybe getting the word out. Okay, in closing, I'd like to mention that we live there in the Country Creek subdivision. Country Creek subdivision. Has country charm. Well, that's going away with this. I'm sorry. And I'd like to appeal to you as, would you want your country charm if that's where you decided to live? Hopefully my forever home. It's not going to be. It's not going to be consistent with what I wanted or what I think anybody in our area wants. So I'm just hoping that you look into this and vote no. I understand this is more of a legal hearing, but I still think we need to be heard, and I appreciate you listening to us today.
Thank you.
Hi, Rebecca Hodge, Manatee County residents, and I have been sworn in. I live on Country Creek, in Country Creek. It's right on Rye Road, right across from this. We live on Third Drive East. Our entrance would be like this compared to their entrance and exit. Already in the morning, we can't get out in the morning with the school traffic already. Sometimes in the evening, Rye Road is backed up into the roundabout at State Road 64. And that's not counting all the housing that has been approved that hasn't been built out yet. So I can attest, F Road. Also, the density of this project, as mentioned, is not in line with the rest of the neighborhoods. This is double and triple the density of the surrounding developments. Country Creek is like minimum ½ acre per lot. So, and also the fact that all of our homes are owned, single family detached homes. These would be all rentals, affordable housing. We're a very family-friendly and senior-friendly neighborhoods. We have Witt Elementary just in a few hundred feet from this project. We don't want this for our area. It's going to cause problems with traffic. It's going to, possibly be a danger to Witt Elementary. My kids are older now. They did go to Witt Elementary. If they were still at Witt Elementary, I would literally have to take a golf cart to get them to school every morning because there is no way I could make a left on Rye Road during school hours. All of these, as mentioned, 150, 200 cars, they would be making a left onto Rye Road to go south to State Road 64 to get groceries, to go to work. They're going to be turning right at our entrance as we're trying to turn. I don't see how any of them are going to get out. I know some of the people that own these farmlands that sold out to Eastland. They sold out because they were sick of the traffic. They couldn't get out of their driveway in the morning, and they were tired of it. So how are all these other cars going to get out? I don't see it. Flooding. Last year during Tropical Storm Debbie, Third Drive East was underwater. We had water up halfway into our yards. Luckily, we have bigger lots, so our houses are away from the road a little bit. my cars almost got flooded out. Rye Road was completely underwater. We can't take any more development pushing water into Rye Road and down Third Drive East. The entrance to this property floods every time there is just a hard rain and spills into Rye Road, and the traffic has to go around the standing water on the side of Rye Road. Like, this project is wrong for Rye Road for all these reasons mentioned. I mean, put this on State Road 64 or State Road 70. It doesn't need to be on Rye Road. It's already failing roads. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Hopper, and I am a Manatee County resident, and I live on Zipper Road. Zipper Road has that beautiful canopy.
And that you have been sworn?
I have been sworn, yes. And we love it. It doesn't have sidewalks. It has ditches. We have a lot of neighbors. When we first moved in, it was, gosh, we're going on 23 years. We immediately petitioned someone to put up a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit on it because people were really flying down that dirt road. It's not a dirt road anymore. We were lucky. We got millings. Now, guess what? We're thinking about putting more houses down on the end and to the right. Well, they say, no, we won't do that. What we're going to do is we're going to put one of those push-through things so that if there's an emergency, then an ambulance can go through there, and if they don't have the key, they can push through. That sounds lovely. That's how they would get to all these houses that they're going to build back there. They say, oh, no, it won't go down Zipper Road. It's going to go onto Waterline, different areas. But I just drove down 64 today with a lot of traffic. You know, there's kids go to school. And 57th has one of those push-throughs where you know, they aren't going to let that road go through because it's just for emergencies. And you know what they're doing? They're building. That's not going to be a push-through anymore. So I don't want a push-through that goes off of Zipper Road. I want to tell you, when we moved out to Zipper Road, we saw painted buntings. We have bluebirds. We had foxes. We had skunks. We saw bobcats every now and again. Now all I see is a lot of cats that someone has dropped off. And I really do hope that some of our starving foxes will be able to eat some of those cats, because I used to catch them and take them to the Humane Society and have them neuter them for free, but I can't keep up with all the dumping that's going on. I want to tell you that the caracara that you're talking about, they are a migratory bird, and they were from the center of the state. They've come to us because that area has been decimated. So now they're flying over and they're trying to food around our property, but we haven't seen them yet this year. We used to see, it breaks my heart. My husband feeds birds, and we try to do it correctly. We don't want to be making them too dependent, but we don't have our birds anymore. We don't have our wildlife anymore. We have a lot more cars. We have a lot more neighbors that drive really, really fast, but you know what? We love them. They're our neighbors. When we got notification that this hearing was going to happen, you know where they put it? They put it where you couldn't see it on 64 and Zipper Road. They put it down on the end, and someone had to get a hold and say, take that off of 18th and put it where the people that live on that road can say something. And they moved it, and I was very grateful for that. And it was probably just a misstep on someone's part. But guess what? It was going to affect me, and it was going to affect the few animals that I do see. It was going to affect my neighbors, the ones that drive too fast but live on Zipper Road. I say they drive too fast because we usually walk about 6:30 in the morning, and we have to cross 64, and I make my husband hold my hand because I'm getting old, and I have a little problem with my hip, so he hangs into my hand so I don't fall on the road because I will be killed. There is so much traffic on 64. And if you think that what's happening on Waterline Road is not going to affect someone that's east or west of it, north or south, then I'd have to say that we need to pray for our commissioners, and we need to pray for our government officials, because they're in a job that's very difficult. And they have to have a heart that embraces their community. And I do pray for you all every day. I really do. It says we're supposed to do that. So my prayers are with you. I love my community. And please think about these things before you do it, because our last set of commissioners, they thought about nothing, and they hurt us. They hurt us deeply. The people that have moved here from California, they say this is a beautiful area. It's beautiful. I went to California 40 years ago. The houses were this far apart. They were spending $200,000 for them. The roads were congested. They thought nothing about what was going to happen in the future. I give the future to y'all.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kent Hatch. I live on Zipper Road. I've been sworn in, happen to be a neighbor of Cecilia Hoppers. I am also a professor of biology at New College of Florida, and I just want to speak initially about the environmental issues. First of all, saying a development will cause no environmental or harm is just wrong from the get-go. There's trees that are alive, there's animals that live there. You push those things down, you're destroying whole communities of animals. We all only tend to think of the vertebrates and the charismatic things, but there's all sorts of plants and animals that live there that are destroyed, that no longer have any habitat. Secondly, we're concerned about endangered and threatened species. Most of those species were once common. They're endangered or threatened now, mostly because of habitat destruction, the kind of thing that we're seeing here now. Okay, and part of conservation is trying to make sure that the things that are common now stay common and don't become endangered or threatened in the future. Third, yes, there's many migratory species, and if you're going out at a time where they're not coming through, you're not going to see them. These species need stopover sites, especially the birds need stopover sites where they can land, they can feed, they can refuel to make the rest of their migration. If we eliminate those, they're not going to even make it back up north again or down south where they overwinter. Secondly, I want to talk about safety issues. I have 3 kids that go to Gene Witt, a daughter who's 5, a daughter who's 8, and a son who's 9. And I want to read to you, see, can that be put so you can see it? I guess not. Anyway, I'll just read this to you.
For future reference, if you, whatever you put down on the camera is ours.
Is what?
You have to turn it into the.
Oh, you do?
Yes, sir.
Oh, seriously?
So, yes, sir.
You can't
So-
submit anything on your phone.
Oh, okay. All right. Can I read it off of my phone?
You can read
Okay.
it.
All right. This is an email that I had no idea. Okay. This is an email I got Tuesday from Gene Witt Elementary. Good evening, parents. We need to address a very important safety issue that has recently come to our attention. The deputy chief of the East Manatee Fire Rescue came to visit today and alerted us that we have parents parking in the fire station parking lot adjacent to our school, as well as alongside Rye Road on their property during the dismissal period to pick up their children. This is strictly prohibited, as this creates a serious safety hazard. Emergency vehicles must be able to enter and exit the station without delay, and blocked access could prevent first responders from reaching an emergency quickly. They also need to have their parking lot free and clear for anyone that may need the services of the fire department. If your child is a north walker or a biker, they must remain a walker or a biker and not be picked up by a car in that area. Please utilize the school car line and so forth. The point being, there's already safety issues because of kids going to school, and having all the additional traffic is only going to compound those issues. And we're, of course, concerned for our children and their safety. And finally, I also want to say that, yeah, part of the reason a lot of us live out there is because we like the wildlife and we chose to live there. And we don't all have lots of money, and the people that are doing the development already have lots of money. I would ask you just to please consider your constituents who are already here. Consider the safety issues, the conservation issues, and the desires of the people that live there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Plasica, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn in. I'm reading my statement here that I prepared. As a homeowner of Country Creek HOA, my residence sits on a cul-de-sac just off Rye Road, located directly across from the site of the proposed project. My household of four are daily users of Rye Road, which serves as our only means of egress. I formally object to the construction of this project, which is 100 additional units on just 17.2 acres of budding Rye Road. Rye Road is just a two-lane country road that is already operating beyond its capacity. Backups are not rare or on occasion. They are daily events that affect residents, commuters, school families, emergency responders. Existing congestion on Rye Road has created unsafe conditions and is an ongoing traffic issue for residents who rely on this corridor each day. This is a particularly troubling issue for emergency responses. For example, as previously mentioned during Hurricane Debbie, sirens sounded and area residents were notified to evacuate with little notice prior to the releasing of the Lake Manatee Dam. Many area residents would utilize Rye Road as the only practical means of egress in the direction away from Manatee River, which is prone to flooding during storm events. As you can see from Table 5 from the applicant's own documents for this project, shows a background volume of 2638, which exceeds the service level volume of 2270 for service level D standard target goal, indicating failure of the standard and requiring improvements such as the widening of the Rye Road to 4 lanes. I ask this commission to uphold its own concurrency requirements and reject development that does not meet the county's established metrics. The need to address traffic on Rye Road, a requirement traceable back to the Community Planning Act of 2011, has been known for 14 years but remains unfunded. The Kimberly Horn document indicates that the improvement is not the responsibility of the developer, so they can contribute to growing traffic problems but not be held responsible to address them. The proposed project will place an additional unfair burden on existing residents and our nearby neighbors. The current residents should not be required to absorb the impacts of this development that the current roadway and infrastructure cannot reasonably handle. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Reynolds. I'm a Manatee County resident. I have been sworn in. I just want to talk from the heart here. I've lived in Country Creek for almost 20 years. I raised my kids there. They're grown now. They went to Gene Witt, right down the road. I live in the second entrance to Country Creek. We connect to Country Meadows. They're doing that work on Upper Manatee River Road. Our road is turned into a speedway because Rye Road's too busy and too accidents, there's traffic. People are coming down our road, cutting through Country Meadows and going down to Upper Manatee River Road. It's dangerous. It's the whole neighborhood's in an uproar about it. We've got our speed limit lowered to 25. I've gone out and stopped cars doing 80 miles an hour, and I walk my dog a lot. I'm retired. I have a lab. I'm out there all the time. I would not if I had little kids now, I would not let them go ride their bikes to the school and back. It's too dangerous. As far as the flooding, like I said, I've been there for 20 years. We have never, in all those years, we're not in a flood zone. We have never had an issue until the last 2-3 years. We've already had too much building along 64 out there and along Rye Road. The water's got to go somewhere, and unfortunately it's flooding into our streets. We've had cars floating in our streets. We've had residents stranded inside for a few days so the water goes down, and it's occurring now, and for 20 years this never happened. We live there. We're in a very nice neighborhood. We never had turnover in our neighborhood. People live there. You had to wait to try to find a house opening in Country Creek. Now they're popping up for sale everywhere because people are getting tired of it. We don't feel safe in our neighborhood. We don't feel safe trying to drive out onto our streets. And like I said, I'm older. My kids are grown, but we still have a lot of kids in that neighborhood. A lot of kids got to get to school. And I just invite you, please drive around Rye Road and 64 out there. Go out there during different times of the day. Take a look and see. You could judge for yourself. It is not what it used to be. We're already past the max limit on what we can accommodate out there. I believe in progress, but it's got to be measured with responsibility. And I implore you guys to please turn this project down. You got a lot of lawyers, a lot of people talking fancy stuff. It's not compatible with those of us who live out there and made our lives out there. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kara Misevich. I am a Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. I live in Country Creek as well. I did submit public comment that pretty much speaks from the heart, but I want to go over that again. I do have 3 small children. I do not let them ride their bikes to school as much as they beg because of that safety issue. We spend multiple minutes, upwards of 10, trying to turn out of our neighborhood every morning from 147th left onto Rye Road in order to get them to Gene Witt Elementary School on time, Monday through Friday. It's a big frustration with the development that's happening in the building that's happening on Upper Manatee. I'm sure a lot of that are people coming from the north to the south, avoiding the traffic, avoiding the multiple stoplights that Upper Manatee has been given, that for some reason Rye Road cannot be granted. If we had stoplights like Upper Manatee does, there would be breaks in traffic to make it much easier for us in Country Creek, Country Meadows, Mill Creek to be able to get out onto the road safely without having to, as I tell my kids, hold on to your butts, we're pulling out. Like it is crazy to just try and get them to school on time in a safe manner and then so that I can get to work. The amount of traffic that's there already, coupled with what's coming with the new building of Eastland, which I agree, I had no idea that was happening because apparently I live outside the 500-foot range of notification. We're already overloaded. We're looking at more overload. Their own transportation people are saying it's going to be an F road when you have these developments, which, so what, in a year, we're looking at how am I supposed to get my kids to school safely? And I have a 2.5-year-old, so I've got many more years of trying to turn left off of 147th onto Rye Road just to have my kid get educated. And that's not safe for me, for anyone. The other thing I want to bring up is the traffic study that was in the submitted documents from the developer. I have multiple issues with what they're saying. I realize it's probably what's afforded by state law, but the fact that they did peak hours in the afternoon only next to a school, are you serious? We aren't going to look at those morning hours when we've got all these people coming south to get to work. We have all these people trying to get their kids to school in that 7:30 to 8:30 time frame, and we're only going to look at the traffic study from 4 to 6 p.m. School is out by 3 o'clock. Those numbers are so not accurate, it's not even funny. You're looking at people that are driving home from work, which is already very high volume, as you can see, but you are missing a very large number of traffic and cars and people that travel these roads during those morning peak hours and that 3 o'clock time frame. For any of you that live out there, Rye Road used to be inundated with cars waiting, blocking traffic for hours, with parents sitting there waiting to pick their kids up at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since then, Gene Witt has extended their car rider line, but you still have all those cars driving down Rye Road between that 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, none of which were accounted for. Their traffic studies were done at intersections, the intersections that I literally never cross for to and from traffic for school. So those numbers are also missing people that are turning out of 147th, which is Country Creek, which is north of Waterline, and turning into the school prior to the stoplight, which was their other intersection studied to get their kids to school. I never once crossed one of those intersections that they were counting cars at to be counted to go towards that traffic. And I travel to and from that school 4 times a day, Monday through Friday. So one day for a study for traffic for 2 hours is just ridiculous. And it needs to be looked at as a full picture, whether it's required by law or not. But you're missing a very large volume of cars that are on that road. Some people are able to drive golf carts to school. We can do that once in a while when I don't have somewhere to be in the morning for work, but it's just not possible for everybody. And so that is an option, but it's a walking path. It's for people walking their dogs. So you have bikers, you have golf cart riders, you have people walking their dogs, all trying to use that same sidewalk to safely be on Rye Road to get where they want to go in the morning and in the afternoons. I implore you to please deny this, even for right now, until whenever they feel like getting the money to widen Rye Road, and give us some stoplights, give us a traffic circle at Waterline, because I agree that is a death trap in and of itself. Adding 100, 200, potentially 300 more cars, depending on the size of these units, is just a recipe for disaster. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Benoit. I live right across the street from the said proposed property. And just for the record, the developer did mention that they sent letters out in April to the residents within 500 feet of the development, and most of my neighbors are here present today. I live within 500 feet, and I didn't receive a letter. Otherwise, we would have been on that Zoom call, but we are here today. So thank you for listening to our comments. We really appreciate your time. What I'm about to read is actually from Country Creek's Board of Directors for our HOA. So it says, Dear Chair and members of the Planning Commission, the Board of Directors of Country Creek of Manatee Homeowners Association are daily users of Rye Road and formally opposed to the proposed construction of approximately 100 townhomes on the property across the street from our community. I respectfully ask the Commission to deny the application as currently presented, or at a minimum require substantial reductions and conditions to address incapability of safety impacts. 1, incapability with existing community character. The proposed townhome development is not consistent with the establishing housing pattern and the character of the surrounding area. Country Creek and nearby neighbors consist of predominantly lower density, single-family homes and consistent setbacks, green space, and a suburban scale that has defined this corridor for years. Introducing the concentrated 100 townhome project directly across from our community represents a sharp and abrupt shift in density and housing type. This mismatch will fundamentally alter the look, feel, and function of the area. The proposal is effectively on an island of high-density housing in a corridor that has not been planned or built for that scale. Throughout, growth should reinforce existing community form, not override it. 3, Rye Road traffic is already over capacity, which has previously been spoken about. Rye Road is a 2-lane roadway that is already functioning beyond its practical capacity. During weekday school drop-off and pickup periods, traffic routinely becomes gridlocked. These backups are not occasional. They are predictable daily occurrences during the work week, and they affect residents, commuters, school families, emergency services, and local businesses. I'd like to also add to that that during those flood zones, we do have the dam in our area, and we do get an alert to leave the area due to flooding. I don't know how all of us could possibly leave at one time during that time, so that is one of my concerns as well. Please take that into consideration. Adding the traffic from 100 townhomes will significantly increase turning movements, queue lengths, and delay times along already strained corridors. Even modest increase in peak hour trips will amplify the congestion we currently experience. 3, existing congestion has created unsafe conditions. The current level of congestion on Rye Road is creating unsafe conditions and consistently nuisance for residents who use this road daily. Vehicles stack up long periods, drivers attempt risky maneuvers to avoid delays, and visibly unsafe gaps for turning shrink dramatically during peak times. Residents are frequently unable to exit their neighborhoods in a timely manner. In many cases, people cannot even enter a Rye Road safely to predictably cause traffic is backed up. Emergency situations where seconds matter, school buses and student drivers navigating heavy traffic, families turning in and out of neighborhoods, pedestrians and cyclists crossing and traveling along the corridor. 4, the proposed places burdens on existing residents. Country Creek residents and surrounding neighborhoods should not be expected to absorb the impacts of development that currently roadway and infrastructure cannot support. The daily burden of worsening congestions, reduced safety, loss of neighborhood capability, and diminished quality of life will fall overwhelmingly on those who have already lived here. Growth must be balanced, and infrastructure cannot support this currently. Approving projects that outspace safety, transportation capacity, and undermines community. Request action, given the clear incompatibility with surrounding land uses the serious traffic and safety concerns on Rye Road. We respectfully request that the Planning Commission deny the proposed townhome development as currently designed due to density and capability conflicts, or requires substantial modifications, including meaningful reduction in unit count and design changes to align area character. And 3, condition any future approval demonstrated roadway improvements, including a credible plan for Rye Road capability and safety. Thank you for your service and considering the voice of the residents who directly affect this decision. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Pat Evers, resident of Manatee County, and I've been sworn in. With all due respect to the Rye Road, the C and D and F, I don't know when C was talked about, but it must have been when the covered wagons were here. I mean, it's that bad. I watched a fire truck leave the other morning. I live on 3rd Drive East with my neighbors here. It's it's quiet, it's nice. I watched a fire truck try to get past Gene Witt School just the other morning and go down Rye Road. And he was crawling to get through because have you guys ever been over there in the mornings? You live over there? If any of you live there, you would not have this project going. If you live there. I moved down here from Minnesota, and they put in a project. We lived in a very nice community outside of Minnesota, Minneapolis, and they put in low income housing. The crime rate went up. I knew some of the police there. They didn't have the capacity to keep up with what happened in our community because just the crime. And that's not a racial statement or anything like that. That's just what happens when you get low-income housing and you don't have, the kids are not watched, they're not taken care of. So we moved down there, we moved down here from Minnesota. And we left because of the politics, possibly, part of it. But when we got down here, we scoped for 2 years before we moved down into our neighborhood. And it's a quiet neighborhood. And it's just common sense that if you put this in, it's not going to work. If you've ever been on Rye Road, you just to see the first responders, and then the new developments that are coming down on the other side of us, on the other side of the fire department, all the new housing that's going in there, it's not going to work. It's overcrowded. We went back up 2 months ago just to visit the family up in Minnesota, and it was so much more in Minnesota. It was so much more relaxed on the roads. Noticed it instantly. Because it's nuts down here. 64, it's just crazy. When we came down here the first time, they had the Costco. And then we came back and visited again, and then building, traffic. Well, we had already made an offer on the house. If it keeps up, I've been here a year now. And just in a year, what I've seen is it's ridiculous. And I'll move, And I came down and we wanted to move down here to Florida for church and for the community. But it's insane what's going on down here, And I don't have anything else to add. Everybody else, there should be enough information for you guys to know that you don't put the community, you don't put the 110 houses in there. It's very simple. It's just common sense. So I hope you guys really use common sense with this. And there's a lot of good things said. Concerning the environment, concerning traffic, concerning the kids at the school, and then flooding that school with more kids. And you go down the sidewalk right by our house, and the golf carts that they don't want to get on Rye Road, and they go by you, and they're all electric, so you don't even hear them coming. I mean, you should probably widen the sidewalk to 4-lane. because of how bad the traffic is on Rye Road. So, and I don't think there's anything in the works for Rye Road, so just maybe start with the sidewalk. You know, because you see those kids all the time, and you try to get out from my house, it's a crapshoot. It really is. It's a horrible idea to put that in there. Thanks.
Hi, good morning. Kendra Simpkins Walsh. I took the oath. Kendra Simpkins. And I did take the oath. And I am here on behalf of Operation Warrior Resolution in Manatee County, specifically on Waterline Road. And we purchased this property for our nonprofit. And what we do is we provide military veterans and soon-to-be first responders with agricultural-related activities, as well as wellness and learning-related programs that we have. And the reason that we are on Waterline Road is because our goal is to provide stress relief for these people who are serving our community and serving our country. And that is one of the reasons that the veterans say they come to our program, is because when they come out in nature into a peaceful environment, that they have never experienced that kind of peace and no anxiety for years. And bringing this development into this community will increase the noise level, the traffic, of course, that we've heard about. That's the other thing that I wanted to speak about, was much to the traffic at Rye Road and Waterline. Having to turn out of Waterline Road onto Rye Road is dangerous. And I am in fear every day when somebody is leaving our property that they are going to be that fatality that happens next on that road, because it's not if, it's when. I really encourage everybody who leaves our property to take the long way out of Waterline Road onto State Road 64, because it is so dangerous. And just the other day, a few weeks ago, and which really caused me to show up to this meeting, is because the car in front of me, when we were waiting to turn left from Waterline onto Rye Road, got T-boned by a FedEx truck, and they drove into the county property that's right there on the corner of that road. So if anything, even if you deny this, which we all hope you do, that you still look at that intersection and really do something to correct that and help save lives, for sure, because it will definitely save lives if you do something there. Thank you.
Any additional comments?
Hey, good morning again, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members. Anthony Shulo, Manatee County resident. I have been sworn. So just a comment here up front. Why do you suppose all these residents are here today? I mean, it's not like free hot dog day or anything. A lot of people showed up here. You know, I don't think they were heard. Clearly, the notifications weren't substantial enough for the local residents. I mean, their comments may have been on the record or presented to you by the applicant as comments, but the applicant stated that they had no public comment. It's a stark contrast to what you see here today. So just sort of a point to recognize here, our notifications, we've constantly tried to make them better in the county, but to the applicant, you know, it doesn't mean you couldn't proffer a notification zone further than the required 500, knowing that you had all these residents 600 feet away or 600 yards away. Just something to consider, right? I mean, don't seem to be willing to do that. So what's the timeline for widening at Rye? We figured out that's not, it's not possible here at the moment with the current CIP. When does the applicant expect connection to this road? I mean, they should sort of let us know when they expect to put these folks on this road. Again, we're not ready. There's no funny math here. There's no scale or chart that you need to look at. We're just not ready. This county is not ready for these infrastructure strains that we just keep putting here. Now, I understand the mitigation for stormwater will be made by digging a bigger hole in that area, right? Digging down to the clay, which won't accept any more water because it's a clay bottom once you get past 10 feet here. You know, the data, you know, what preliminary stormwater analysis data was analyzed in the current state, showing as-built information from those 3 elevated communities that are surrounding you. This is to the applicant. So what data? Someone brought it up earlier. I'm sure they didn't use NOAA Atlas 14 on any of them. So I ask this because communities like your proposed communities, they divert runoff across roads, perhaps. But it doesn't take a genius to figure out this water's going to move around the elevated status. We've discussed this at Plenty Planning. I'm sort of a frequent flyer when it comes to this stuff here. They'll divert runoff into streams and canals, which arguably are not ready to move that directed volume effectively. They just can't do it now. They won't do it in a future state. Now, another drop in this bucket, or a full bucket, is as bad as the first one. To say, well, the other folks did it, we can do it. The last drop is no better than the first drop. So we keep asking you guys to deny these projects until we're ready. It just makes sense. This is also an evacuation route. One of the residents keenly mentioned that earlier. All of these other residents have no evac route. Now, we had boats moving up and down Rye Road during Hurricane Debbie to get people out. The county doesn't have enough high water trucks to evacuate 7,000 residents that are in that basin. Maybe it's less than 7,000. So are we going to buy more high water trucks and post them up there just to get people out? Are we going to post more swift boats to get people out of these residents? So everyone understands that this problem, in very common terms, this is bad timing. I'm sorry to the applicant. It's just bad timing. You're last to the party. The other folks already screwed it up for you. The county is not ready to deliver acceptable levels of service for what you're asking. I'm sorry, but that's just what they have to look at. Is the timing correct? Can you provide the level of service by the county? And I don't think you can. Thanks again for your time.
Any more comments? At this time, I close public comment, and let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Hi. Back in session, can we have the applicant come up and discuss the citizen comments? Then we'll do staff questions, closing, and your rebuttal, applicant, so.
Thank you very much. Again, Patrick Seidensticker for the record on behalf of the applicant. So I think we've heard everything about traffic today. There's no question Rye Road is failing or has already failed, and that the county has to take a hard look at this. In relation to the surrounding projects, you know, our project would be relatively de minimis as it relates to adding to the failure. But of course, we're not here to deny the lived experience of these neighbors. It's pretty clear that Rye Road needs some attention from the county. I would like to make a correction on the Atlas modeling. That was presented to the applicant earlier this week. And though we were not able to commit to that in the 3-day span we had to look at it prior to this meeting, we are actively looking at the Atlas model to ensure that it would be possible on this site. We believe there's a good chance it would be based on the significant wetland preservation and over 60% open space that we have offered on the site. And we are prepared to move forward with the Atlas modeling so long as it does not destroy the project generally. So I did want to clarify that I think reject is an unfair characterization of what the applicant has done in this scenario. We are certainly open to that, but within the time we had before this meeting, we could not commit to it. I think it would be irresponsible to commit to it without having done the proper work to confirm that. But again, in regard to stormwater, the county staff came up and testified that in fact, the current modeling for stormwater would in fact improve drainage and retention in the area. So we leave that there. Again, just in general, we are preserving the entire wetland on the site. We are offering up over 100% above and beyond what the minimum requirements are for open space. I do believe this is a well thought out project based on the area and the current limitations of Rye Road. I think they've worked hard to increase the open space, decrease the density in this regard. You know, there was some discussion about compatibility for these units. We believe that the unit mix in concert with the single family homes, in fact, is what the county is looking for, is good planning. And the diversity of units here is a positive for this project. The fact of the matter is Manatee County has done a great job of making people want to live here, and they are coming. They're coming every single day. The problem is they've got nowhere to affordably live. This project is taking a stab at addressing that. The product is inherently more affordable, regardless of the 25% affordable as the county is considered. It is more affordable for people to live in single family attached. Again, the applicant has done a good job of decreasing density to what we believe is a reasonable level for the area, just over 5.5% or 5.6 units per acre. So they're not trying to cram in 160 units here, which they could do by using this attainable bonus. But again, they shouldn't be penalized because people want to move here. We understand people like Rye Road. They like living where they want to live. That's our goal. We want to allow more people to live there. And it pains me as someone who has done a number of attainable projects in different jurisdictions, how these projects are looked at. These are not people who come to cause problems, who come to cause harm to you and your community. These are people that are your neighbors. They are professionals in the area. They are teachers. They are firefighters. They are police officers. This project, I believe, has taken a good look at the area and determined what is needed there. There are obvious site limitations, specifically with regard to traffic. But stormwater, I think they've done a good job. Again, the staff has specifically identified that this would improve stormwater within the area. I don't think we need to go point by point. I think there was some speakers that were speaking to a later agenda item. We hope that that's recognized a little bit. But again, we understand that this is a controversial area that's been struggling with these transportation issues for a while. We hope that the county can take a look at that and allow for good projects like this one to ultimately be built. Thank you.
Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks very much.
Staff closing comments?
I'd just like to reiterate, that the density is within the parameters as to what is allowed for UF3. As we know, UF3's base density is three. They're allowed 3 dwelling units per gross acre. The maximum potential for having 25% of their proposed project be dedicated to affordable housing bumps them up to 9, but they're staying in the range of, they're staying at 5.59 dwelling units per gross acre. UF3 allows only low to medium density, and they're staying within that range.
Thank you. Applicant closing comments?
One second, Mr. Chair.
We did closing comments.
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
Can you just clarify, I think, Ms. Layton, this question for you. There was reference to the Eastland subdivision. When was that approved previously?
Rachel Layton for staff. The Eastland subdivision was PDR 23-13 and was approved by the Board of County Commissioners on February 1st of 2024, or went to that land use hearing.
Okay. So that would have been the previous county commission?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Applicant closing comments? Okay. This time I'm closing the public. Can we entertain a motion or deliberation, please, on this issue?
I'll actually make a motion to deny. And I'll do that on the basis of basically two things. One is the timing, based on the traffic and the compatibility.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Like discussion.
Yes, sir. Can we have a discussion?
Can we do a discussion or discussion? Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion to deny, first by Mr. Zegler, second by Mr. Bauer. Show of hands on. I didn't understand. Yes, sir.
I'm going to be with the majority on the vote to deny. But I'm not even sure why we're here when, on this particular project. We heard that the flooding could be mitigated, but the traffic's, you'll be stuck. So if you're not going to be swept away by the rain, you'll be sitting in the traffic trying to get away from the rain. And so there's so many things wrong with this. It's up to the county to fix the roads. This is a proverbial, not just a horse, this is a proverbial wagon train before the horse, cart before the horse. And looking at all this and hearing the comments today, it's sort of like Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities, but this is a tale of two projects. I suppose we'll hear that all day long, but I would give, learned much from listening to the impassioned pleas and the well thought out comments from the residents and by the research that they presented. I am a little disturbed when I hear that the information was not presented, or there was last minute information that residents were not able to get because it came out too late. And if that's the case, that needs to be, from my perspective, well, pardon my allergies, that needs to be addressed. That's not transparent, and if it's happening on the board, that needs to be addressed as well in terms of getting last minute information, that we should not have to be reading this stuff at midnight or in the morning or at all, the last second situation. That's not fair, and it's not transparent, and it's not right, not for us or not for the residents, not for the applicant, not for anyone. So hopefully that gets addressed. Those extend my comments at this point.
Okay. The reason why I'm going to vote for denial is I think the location of the development's in the wrong spot. I would appreciate it more on a major 64 would be a great place for it. So that and timing wise, Ms. Prosser, do you have anything?
Yeah, I just, I'll be voting for denial as well, but I just would like to clarify just to the general public. And I'm doing a lot of research myself with affordable housing. So there's subsidized government housing, which some people call Section 8, and then there's affordable housing, which is the developer gets tax credits, keeping the, I wouldn't consider it affordable with AMI 80 to 120, but let's say it's 50%. So they get tax credits to lower those prices. And those are for your firemen, your EMS, your school teachers. They deserve a place to live. So I love affordable housing because it's getting ridiculously expensive here in the state of Florida and in Manatee County. And our teachers and such are having to live in other areas and come into Manatee County. So I love affordable housing, but I would love to see it for us to designate affordable housing at least 50%. But that's part of it. To me, that is not true. Affordable housing being 80 to 120. The traffic, I travel Rye Road every day, so at all times. So I understand what you're dealing with. I don't live there. I live on Erie Road, so that and the flooding that happens in that area, those are my reasons for denial.
Yes, sir?
Yes, a few comments. First, I find it, again, kind of disturbing that, first off, I want to thank all the public that, provided comment today. I'm sorry that, the notice that was sent out that no one participated in that Zoom call. Obviously, there's got to be some adjustment to the notification process to be more open and clear. But to be upfront, I have been a resident in Manatee County over 40 years and worked for Manatee County government for 34 years. And for some reason, the system, is broken right now. I remember in 1985, we had the Growth Management Act. We had concurrency for roads. You couldn't build until the roads were done. And most of that was repealed in 2011. But we have to somehow figure out how to get back to something like that, where you're not forcing things into an area that can't handle it. And not having Rye Road on a CIP list today is that's appalling. So, yeah, again, I'll support the recommendation for denial as well.
Please cast your votes, please. So the motion for denial passes 5-1. Or Mr. Stam. Yeah.
You're approving the denial.
Okay,
So
so
it's a
now,
yes.
now it passes 6-0. So thank y'all. Yes. Yes. Can we read number 2 on the?
Yes, item number 2 is PDMU 19-05GR, Springs at Ellington, GDP modification. IMG Enterprises is the owner. Your case planner today is Laura Gonzalez. This is quasi judicial item. Amending ordinance PDMU-1905ZG to approve a revised general development plan for a mixed-use development to 1, increase the approved non-residential square footage from 125,000 square feet to 150,000 square feet and add a 126-room hotel with no changes to the approved number of residential units on previously approved schedule of uses, and 2, to add an access point from the commercial portion onto 60th Avenue East on approximately 37.17 acre site comprising 2 parcels, parcel A 27.68 acres and parcel B 9.49 acres, zone PDMU/CPA/CHHA, which is planned development mixed use, coastal planning area, coastal high hazard area, and generally located in southwest corner of 60th Avenue East and 29th Street East in Ellington, and this is presentations upon request.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communication in reference to this? Can we have a brief presentation by the applicant?
Good morning, so far, I think, Commissioners. Caleb Grimes, and I have been sworn, land use attorney here representing the applicant. Paige Estagaribia, planner with ZNS, is here for a full presentation, but since you want something brief, let me talk about it for just a moment. This is an existing commercial site on 60th Avenue in front of the Ellington Outlet Mall. And the site has approvals to go forward with 125,000 square feet of commercial. It has approvals to go forward with a hotel. And we are coming in here to make some clarifications as to what's allowed on the site and the numbers. We have historically, with hotels, limited what can be built in a hotel by rooms. This one did not. It had a hotel approved, but it did not have the number of rooms identified. So we're doing that. The uses that are approved for the commercial are all pretty much high traffic generation uses. So what we are asking for is the ability to have a little bit more square feet, but we will not, and I want to make sure you're clear of this, we will not allow any of the development to increase the traffic generation over what is approved today. So that means, for example, if we had more office, it generates less traffic, therefore you could have a little bit more square feet and keep the numbers the same. So, and then there's the comment about an additional access point. It's really not additional. We had one, and we worked with your county to put in a much needed new lift station down at the south end of this site. And that took away where the access would be, so you can get into that and keep that for just that. So we're just moving that access point up. So once again, it's just doing some clarification and no new traffic impacts. We're going to keep it to that. So with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Is there any questions for the applicant?
You just made the statement that increasing the square footage from 125,000 to 150,000 and adding a 126-room hotel will not increase the traffic. How can you, maybe I misunderstood you, but would you clarify that for me?
I tried to very quickly, but I didn't. And I want to make sure that you understand we're not necessarily adding hotel. Hotel is a use. It just wasn't clarified as to what the limitations were on the number of rooms and so forth. So we're clarifying that. What you do is when you go in with commercial, you make a study based on the absolute worst case scenario as far as the traffic that will be introduced onto the road. And that was done when this was originally approved. But there's a lot of different commercial uses. Some are high traffic generators. Some are very low traffic generators. I used, for an example, if we had some office in here, that would be a lower traffic generator, and therefore you could have more square footage without increasing traffic. So what we have to do is when we come in with our final site plan, we will have to give the county a updated traffic study that shows that this use we're now asking for, it generates X number of trips, and that is below the X number of trips that are already approved for this site. So that's the way it worked. It depends on what you come in with, but we have absolutely committed that we are not going to have any development that comes in that will generate more trips than are already approved for the site.
So is there or is there not going to be a 126-room hotel there? Because I'm reading the...
We're asking for the right to build a 126-room hotel, but we do not know if that's what will go in yet or not. And frankly, if that's built, there'll be less, probably less commercial because it won't fit.
And you're already entitled to a hotel there.
In our list of uses, hotel is a permitted list of uses. We're trying to clarify
the exact
limitation on what could be built there at that site.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
This time, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody in the public? Oh, we have one more question.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about the hotel use, since the board just approved 2 other hotels adjacent to that last week, I believe. But under stormwater, you're saying no new stormwater. Are you not increasing the impervious area at all?
The stormwater system has already been designed for this site to handle the stormwater. The pond is on the site, it's very large, and so we are not having to redesign. As you know, there is a stormwater permit, and that stormwater permit through SwiftMud will say it's based on a certain amount of impervious area.
Right.
If in fact that were to change, we would have to amend
Okay.
and address that, absolutely.
So you're just relying on what's already,
We're relying on what's there, but if for something with the design it changed, then we would have to address it, absolutely.
okay. One other thing that's, I mean, you've got a dedication to Manatee County for easements along Government Hammock Drain adjacent to that, correct?
You're asking me a question that I haven't looked at. I suspect so, I believe so, but I don't know the answer
Well,
to
yeah.
that. I know Government Hammock is maintained by the county and they have the access
Right.
to it.
What I'm looking at is that, I'm, again, being this close to the Manatee River, I'm looking for opportunities to possibly do restoration projects, those in size drains like that. And if the county has access to do that, would probably be a good spot to do something like that.
And Commissioner Brown, I will tell you this, another reason I'm not 100% sure is the county usually likes to get that access on one side or the other.
Right.
And the project came through on the south side, which I worked on, and I'm sure we addressed it there as well. So I feel pretty confident that the county has the needed access. And of course, they can talk to us about it at final site plan if they needed to, but I think it's all been resolved.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we open this up for public comment? Please step forward, state your name, residence, and that you've been sworn.
For the record, Glenn Gibelline, I've been sworn. So I guess when I was pulling some documents on this, I mean, is that normally how we do things? 6 years later, we don't have an update on the way, I just think 6 years is a long time between surveys on this. And I would like to ask the applicant if we have anything more current. My second concern, which is always a rub with me, is the concurrency. So they want to defer the concurrency, and I think that's why we get in a jam all the time. So it says here, ensuring new development doesn't overwhelm public facilities. It requires local governments to confirm that roads, water, sewer, solid waste, drainage, parks, and schools have the capacity. So what's a deferral? Instead of proving readiness, and I think they should, at the initial, developer can defer the final concurrency of the facilities. This is why we have problems. And I don't know about you, but most hotels don't let you check in at 3 o'clock. So you got 125 people checking in at 3 o'clock in the Ellington area. No, that won't affect traffic. I don't know. I just think that nobody should get a free pass. If they write a deferral, we'll get around to it. Yeah, we'll get around to it, just like the roads on Rye Road, right? We'll get around to it. Go ahead and pass it, and we'll get around to it. No, I think it needs to be in unison with the county and the utilities and everything else that goes with a project of this size. So, for the record.
Any additional comments on this? At this time, I'll close. Staff, anything in reference to this?
Good morning, Laura Gonzalez with Development Services, and I have been sworn. I have no additional comments. I agree with the applicant's presentation. This is a modification of a general development plan approved in 2019. And the commitment, as stipulated in the proposed ordinance, says that there won't be any additional trip that compared to what was approved previously.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the applicant? And would you mind answering the concurrency issues?
Yes, I do want to get the record of understanding and straight on how concurrency works and for the things like utilities and so forth. Under our rules, before the project can go forward, one does have to get a certificate of level of compliance for or concurrency for those items. We do not do it for transportation anymore, but for those other items. Under your rules, you cannot get it with a GDP. That's what your rules actually say, unless it's a large project. So we are not even allowed to ask for a certificate of level of compliance at this point in time. But when we come in with the final site plan or the preliminary or final site plan for it, that is the time that we will have to demonstrate all of that compliance. We will have to do that. We can't get around it. We have to go through the concurrency situation. I do want to say one thing, though, that I had mentioned briefly. For example, with wastewater, this developer worked with the county to solve a problem out there to put this big lift station on their site and run new lines to make sure that this area has that and water is there and so forth that you could see from the staff report. But I just want to make sure you understand, we are not asking to get around anything. It's just your rules say this is how we do it, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
I have Mr. Grimes, I'm sorry. Forgive my ignorance. Can you educate me, please, on how does the applicant ensure that the proposed GDP modification will remain trip neutral compared to the previous?
We will work with your staff, Prony and others. I'm going to keep going. We will work with your staff, and what we did is we had a traffic study with the original approval, and it says that this commercial area generates X number of trips. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's so many hundred trips. And so when we come in with a final site plan, the staff will require us, and we will submit a traffic study that takes the FDOT IT generation rates that says this is how much traffic this particular use puts on the road. We will give that to the county, and the county will look at it and confirm that we are within the number of trips that were previously approved, and we'll have to do that with each FSP.
Thank you.
And if you go over the trips and it gets to be a code enforcement issue and you lose your certificate of occupancy and won't be able to have the business, I guess.
Well, we won't be able.
Long story short.
We won't be allowed, I mean, if we submit a use and it would take us over, then the use would be, we wouldn't be able to get the FSP for that.
Yep, okay. I meant after the FSP.
Oh,
But still. Hi, any additional comments? Can I entertain a motion?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yep, thank you, sir.
I'll move to approve.
We have a first by Mr. Ziegler,
Second.
a second by Mr. Stram. Can I show a show of hands for? Oh, okay. Motion passes 5-0. Oh, 6 now, 6-0, thank you. At this time, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Be back at 1 o'clock, thank you.
So I didn't.
So below, then we had a whole presentation.
Planning Commission back in session. Please read item number 3.
Item number 3 is PDR 24-29, Parent P, Willow Bend Phase 5, CWES XV LLC is the owner. This is quasi judicial matter, and it is CJ Mills is your case planner. This is approving a preliminary site plan to add a new Phase 5 comprised of 16 single-family dwelling units on 14 acres to an existing subdivision comprised of 278 single-family dwelling units for a total of 294 single-family dwelling units on a total of 107.99 acres. The property is currently zoned PDR, Plan Development Residential, and is generally located half a mile north of the intersection of US 301 and 16th Avenue East. Phase 5 is located on 63rd Court East with no address assigned in parish.
Thank you.
This is presentation scheduled.
Yep, thank you. Has there been any expedited communication in this? Not seeing any. Can we have the applicant's presentation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, new board members. My name is Jake Kramer. I'm a land use attorney. I have been sworn. I also have professional planning experience at the former Department of Community Affairs. We were asked some very specific questions, which is why we continued from the last hearing. But in light of there being a couple of new board members, I'm going to quickly reset just a little bit to give you some context. So again, as staff said, you can see here our location. This is going to be a proposed Phase 5 of an existing subdivision north of 301 between Harrison Ranch and Fort Hammer Road. And again, here you can see the proposed Phase 5. In the surrounding development pattern, you can see some other similar subdivisions surrounding the property. Also of note, just from a compatibility standpoint, is that we're adjacent on the southwest to the Gardens Mobile Home Park. Future land use is UF3, and zoning is PDR. And the big picture of this project is it was approved in 2008, the subdivision as a whole. So it's been around for a number of years. And why we're back before you is this segment of the property, Phase 5. The history, we've done a little bit more research, had some conversations since we were here last to be able to clarify some of your questions. The story here is that this large lot cul-de-sac, essentially the gentleman who owned the property at that time wanted to remain there, and he wanted a large lot cul-de-sac. Times have changed, right, since 2008. When I think about 2008 was when the iPhone was first introduced, right? So times have changed, and the developer is coming in asking for the opportunity. It boils down to 8 lots. There were 8 lots approved at the time. That's expired. We're here back asking for 16 total. So again, the delta there that we're asking for today is 8 additional lots compared to what was originally approved. So this area has always been proposed for development from day one. Again, here you can see the request for those 16 units. As you can see in your staff report, staff has found us consistent. We're below the maximum allowed within the UF3. We're consistent with land development code, including the PDR standards. So here's really the 3 takeaways we had, that we had some homework to do that you all asked us to do when we were back before you last month. First, there was a question, what will the homes look like? So I'm going to show you those. The good news is we have the same original developer is involved. We also have the same builder involved. So this product type is going to be consistent with what's in the community today, and they're going to make sure of that. So just to show you a few more examples. And then there were, I think the majority of questions were regarding stormwater. So we've done a heck of a lot of work since we were here before you a month ago. So I'd like to bring up our civil engineer to walk you through what work he's been doing. I think that we've gone further than you normally would at this zoning stage. We're more closer to the stage where we'd be normally at a construction plan stage. So I'd like him to walk you through that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kai Ballou, and I have been sworn in. I'm with LJA Engineering. From the previous meeting, we initially had done calculations to prove that we had less impervious area than was previously approved. Since then, you requested that we model the stormwater. So we've taken the previously approved stormwater model from SwiftMud, modified that model based on the project, and met the same requirements of that I've identified in the slides. We've met the Manatee County requirements and also SwiftMud requirements. No adverse impacts, so no increase upstream or downstream. The 50% reduction in peak rate of discharge. Also, we're staying below the, providing the freeboard for the below the catch basins for the 10-year storm. We're providing type 3 wet detention. The pond has already been built. The floodplain ponds have already been built. We're not modifying those ponds. We're meeting net improvement for nutrients. That's already been designed for. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, my bad. The site, currently, the shaded areas that you saw on some of the previous slides identify the FEMA Zone AE flood zones that range from elevation 35.7 to 36.4. The site flows from north to south towards the pond. Our minimum finished floor elevation is 40.4, which is about the same as what all the neighboring homes from the previous phases. This roughly the same elevation. And so basically what we've done is we've taken the Buffalo Creek watershed model, and based on the previous requirements that were required for the other 4 phases, we've ran the model for the 10, 25, 100-year storm events based on modifications to the impervious area based on this project from the previous project, and have found no adverse impacts to peak stages or to peak rates of discharge. So here's a slide that shows what the pond looked like. The normal water level is elevation 34. The 100-year flood elevation is 37.67. And you can see on the right-hand side the minimum finished floor elevation at 40.4. That's on the low end of the site, closer to the pond. As you proceed further north, those elevations increase based on the topography and based on the road elevation. The site drains to Wade Canal, which ultimately drains to Buffalo Creek. And so runoff from the site flows from north to south toward the existing pond, then through a control structure. It flows north through piping to a floodplain compensation pond, and then ultimately out to Wade Canal. And so all of that has been modeled. We don't see any adverse impacts or rises in peak stages or any increase in peak discharge rate, and we're 50% less than pre-developed conditions. And I'll turn it back to
Jake Kramer again for the record. So the third comment or question that we had in our homework was for the status of the discussions with the HOA, the fact that to address the fact that we had not had a community meeting. I just want to give a little bit of background. There were ongoing discussions that I wasn't at liberty to talk about at this time last month. So I'm actually glad that we had the month to be able to finish working those out. There was a dispute between the developer and the HOA at that time over some maintenance issues, and the attorneys on both sides had advised us not to have a community meeting. However, there were many, many meetings with the board, the officers of the HOA, and their council. All of that has been resolved now, and there is a settlement agreement in place. And actually, just today, I'd like to, as I'm sitting here, we received this. It's a letter of support from the HOA of Willow Bend. So I'm going to, Mr. Chairman, I don't want you to take my phone, so I'm going to read it into the record. And I'll get copy of staff of this before we go to the board. But this is from, again, dated today by Ms. Jill Hagler, the HOA president. And she wrote, please accept this letter in support of the PSP for Willow Bend Phase 5 for 16 residential single-family homes. The existing PSP has expired, requiring a new PSP for Phase 5. The planned development residential was approved over 20 years ago, envisioning residential development for our subdivision, including the 4-acre area for Phase 5. Our HOA currently represents 278 residential single-family homes within the Willow Bend subdivision. As such, we are the most affected by this PSP because the additional homes will become part of our community. Phase 5 provides infill housing at relatively low density compared to similar development standards as our community. Ensuring compatibility with existing development, Phase 5 requires no new roadways to access this phase within the larger existing development. Additionally, the project proposes a 20-foot buffer along the eastern boundary, providing a significant buffer between our community and those adjacent properties. We feel the proposed project will enhance the area, and we will welcome new members into our community. We appreciate the developer for engaging us over time to work through our concerns and comments. Accordingly, we support any subsequent approval, such as FSP to development Phase 5 with 16 residential single-family homes. And again, so because of that, wasn't at liberty to describe that at our last meeting. Now that we have this authorization, we are committed before we go to BOCC, we will have a virtual workshop now that we're in a position to be able to do that. So that's just summary of our homework that we had from the last hearing. Our team's here if you have any other questions, so appreciate it.
One of the public comments says that they're rental houses. Will they be rentals or will they be sold separately?
Good morning, good afternoon, sorry. Doug Weiland, I live in Hillsborough County. I've been sworn in. I am the representative of the development company, Quest, Roman numeral 2015. And to answer your question, there is no rental organization in the community that I know of. Of course, I've sold all the homes there that are there, and so people are free to do rents, but they're limited to, in the CC&R documents, they must have at least a 6-month rental, so it's not, and it can't be any
They
less
won't
than
be rented by the development to people.
No.
Okay,
no. There's no interest in doing that.
Okay.
We are selling the homes to the same builder who built the homes, we're selling the lots to the same builder who built the homes before, and that is not a rental company.
Right. Thank you, sir. Any additional questions for the applicant? Sure.
There was a comment by a resident of the community that was concerned that the lots, or if were to be constructed, would essentially block her view. She'd be looking at a wall, essentially. I think it was lot 305 and 306, I believe. Has that been addressed with that resident?
So to be clear, every member of that community signed on to the CC&Rs, the community documents, when they bought their land. So we as a developer are in privity with that person. That document specifically says, and we can put it up if you'd like to see, that the developer has the right to do further development around the community. And so I understand that she liked the view she had, but in fact, 8 lots were planned there before. We have now 16. Again, that CC&R specifically says we may change the number. We make no guarantees about what it's going to look like, and so she signed on to be part of the community, and the community development was part of the agreement.
What's the reason for the double of homes that you're trying to build now? Why not stick to the original 8 that was part of the original agreement, which it's not uncommon to see development get approved and then come back and ask for more. So I would like to know what the reason is for this particular project.
So to be clear, you should first know that as a background, we developed the amenity center for 420. We're still well below that, so the amenity center can clearly service the community that we're proposing. Initially, when we did this project, that piece of property that Phase 5 has was owned by the original owner who owned the entire acreage. He sold the entire acreage to us minus that 5 acres, and then contracted with us to put the 4 larger lots, 8 larger lots there. And that was his deal with us. He subsequently had some changes in what he wanted to do, and he turned around and sold us the property. So we were not in control of it until just recently. And once we had it, we felt it was more consistent to make it an area that is consistent with the rest of the community rather than an island.
Are these lots comparable to the community?
Are these lots?
Comparable, size-wise?
Yes. The only difference is they're a little narrower because back in the time that can I continue?
Yep, yes, sir.
That back in the time that we first did the permitting, all the lots, Manatee was interested in having lots be 7.5-foot side setbacks. Over the last few years, Manatee County has gone to 5-foot side setbacks almost universally. And so we decided to go with what the current is, which is 5. And so the difference is it's the same south size. The lot is just a little smaller because of the side setbacks a little smaller.
So what I'm hearing is actually that it's not comparable? Because they're smaller.
It's 5 feet small. The house will be the exact same size. The lot is 5 feet short. The width is 5 feet less.
Okay.
Again, back to one of the public comments was that, were there some developer commitments that haven't been completed to date? And your meeting with the HOA, has that resolved those?
So we resolved all the issues with the HOA of what they thought should be done and what we committed to. I would say in passing that the HOA, TC and ours are quite specific that sometimes there are development issues which are promised by the builder but not by the developer. The developer puts out a set of plans, which we did, and says, these plans are estimates, these are not guarantees, and they could be changed. Again, 100% in the CCRs, which every person on closing gets. So there was a little issue what the builder had promised versus what we had put out versus what the expectations were of some of the homeowners. But we settled all that. So that's why the HOA was willing to write us a letter.
Okay, so it's not the builder, but the developer dealing with the irrigation system, sidewalks and so forth?
That's me, yes.
Okay, and those have been resolved?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for the applicant? Thank y'all. Can we have staff's presentation, please?
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, CJ Mills with staff, and I have been sworn. Again, this is for Willow Bend Phase 5. It's going to be PDR 2429P. The location, as they were saying, about a half mile north of US 301, 16th Avenue East, and it's located on 63rd Court East, so it's gaining access from the existing neighborhood. It is in the UF3 future land use category, which permits this kind of low and medium density residential dwelling units. And it's also been had that designated future land use category since the adoption of the comprehensive plan in 1989. It was rezoned in 2008 to PDR. Previously, the whole subdivision was a mixture of A1 and A. Again, this is just they showed this as well, but the previously approved preliminary site plan with the 8 lots And those just kind of focus a little bit more on those 8 lots. Just some of the surrounding developments in the area. Again, this is just a small portion of the existing Willow Bend subdivision. It is a preliminary site plan. Again, it gains access from an existing access off of 116th Avenue East. There is 16 single-family detached dwelling units coming in, so it would be 2.72 dwelling units per gross acre throughout the entire project, through the entire Willow Bend subdivision. And the minimum lot sizes are 5,250 square feet, and there are no overlays over the project site. So just some of the site design standards for each lot. You have your lot setbacks, your easements, and then also because of the 5-foot property setbacks or side setbacks, your 10-foot separation between like accessory equipment. It does have potable wastewater and reclaimed water infrastructure in place to support the additional units. So drainage modeling shall demonstrate that no adverse impacts will be created to neighboring properties surrounding the site with respect to proposed impacts to the county 100-year floodplain delineation pursuant to the Buffalo Creek Watershed Management Plan and post-development discharge of runoff. And this project shall be required to reduce the calculated pre-development flow rate by a full 50% for all stormwater outfall, flow directly or indirectly into Buffalo Creek or Frog Creek watersheds. And modeling shall be used to determine pre- and post-development flows. There is a small portion of the subject property that is within the AE flood zone and the 1% annual flood hazard zone. And this is the transportation link capacity analysis. The existing level of service is a D. Now, there was a original study done that said that it was operating at an F, but there was an arterial analysis done afterwards that further showed that it was operating at the D level, the existing level of service. And if you need more information about that, I'll bring up our transportation division manager. As the applicant said, there was no neighborhood workshop held, but they will be having a neighborhood workshop between Planning Commission and the BCC meeting. Some of the positive aspects of the project is that UF3 anticipates developments in PDR zoning, and it's consistent with the surrounding land uses. Public facilities are already established in the area. There is 25% open space required, and they're providing 37.4. There's no state or federally listed species that were observed on the site, and the project is a low trip generator. Staff has not found any apparent negative aspects associated with the project. And in conclusion, the request can be found to be consistent with policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable review standards of the Land Development Code. One additional thing I will say, because you're asking about the lot sizes of the previously approved subdivision. So the majority of them, it ranges from 55 to 100 minimum lot frontage, with only 7 of those lots being 100. The majority of those lots that were approved come in between 55 and 65 for the minimum lot width, and the minimum lot width for the additional 16 units is 50. So it is fairly comparable to the original ones.
I thought I saw it somewhere. Do you have a slide that shows the previous approval of the lots or site plan?
Yeah, go back to that. So this kind of zooms in on it a little bit, and then obviously you could tell. So the original approval of the 8 lots, I don't know a ton of the history with the owner selling off portions of it and then selling off the other portion later, but clearly these 8 lots that were originally approved were larger than the rest of the project.
So what I'm seeing here is that kind of borders the existing community is lot 44 to the north, 45 to the south of that, and then 38.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 lots that would be adjacent to the existing community.
Yes.
And under the new site plan, it basically bumps it up 1 more lot, 1 more house. I'm seeing under their proposed preliminary site plan,
Yes, yeah. It went from those three to basically four with the way they've configured the site now.
Are the setbacks the same to the adjacent community?
So on the two parcels to the north, those are going to have rear setbacks to them.
Right.
Which are the 15 feet. That one that's right, that's adjacent to to lot 41 to the west, that's going to be side setback, so it's going to be a 5-foot side setback. And also additionally, the one that's adjacent to lot 290 and 289, those are going to be side setbacks.
So that's what I was getting at in terms of concern. It shifted from a 15-foot setback to a much smaller setback against which is really 1, 2, 3, 4 existing homes, where the previous would have been the larger setback under the previous plan. But now we're significantly changing the setback, not only adding an additional home, but also changing the setback as it's considered a side yard, not the backyard, right?
Yeah, with the configuration itself, it would be the side yard there rather than the rear. The rear setbacks and all the setbacks are the same for both the previous approval and this one, except for the side yard setback was 7.5 before, and now it's 5. So, but yes, you're correct. The configuration of the lots make it a 5-foot setback rather than a 15-foot rear setback.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the roads, when you when you on your slide that showed the impact, you have a D road, going to be F. Why is that not a negative factor in your analysis? You're going to be adding the traffic of a small number of houses, but nevertheless, you're still adding additional traffic. However minimum it may be, it's still more than it exists. And yet the staff didn't have a negative, didn't list that as a negative aspect, even if it's already a D road? Is it like a D plus road or D minus road, an F? I'm not sure what's going on here.
I don't believe it goes for D plus or D minus, but because it is operating at the existing level of service with the additional houses, that's most likely why it wasn't put on there as a negative aspect. I'm not the transportation expert. I can have either the applicant's transportation person or our person speak to that, though.
And how many of these these proposed houses will be in the floodplain? It's a 1% floodplain already, so you have a 1 in 3 chance at some point over the life of 30 years of flooding.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those houses would be in the susceptible to that?
From what it looks like, it would be 3, maybe a little bit more. It looks like that bottom right portion of the site plan, where it's a dark gray, is where that flood zone
So
is.
25% of those, roughly 25% of the houses.
I think that's something that the applicant should answer.
What's
On
that?
this, I said I think the applicant should answer that question.
Okay, that's fine.
Any additional questions for staff? Okay, can we have the traffic from the applicant? Then the engineer from the applicant?
Good afternoon, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I want to address the traffic question that you had. So the roadway currently operates at level of service D. And as you heard from previous cases, that the vested traffic will make that level of service F. But what we did is we ran a detailed arterial analysis on the roadway. So we go out and do traffic counts at the endpoints of the segments and all the signalized intersections. And we run a detailed arterial analysis, and we were able to demonstrate that it actually will operate at a level of service D, so maintaining the current level of service standard. So that is an acceptable way to evaluate the roadways. The current capacities that are in the level of service tables that staff uses to determine level of service, those are based on just generalized factors related to signal timing, cycle lengths, And so we go out and do a detailed evaluation, and that's where we are able to determine and demonstrate that it will continue to operate level of service D, which it does today.
Okay. The applicant's engineer, we had a question on the houses in the flood.
Kai Blue, civil engineer. So with respect to the flood zone, the houses will be filled above that level, and we've got a floodplain compensation pond that will compensate for that additional volume of stormwater. So none of those homes that are in the shaded area that show the flood zone AE, those will all be elevated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions right now? If not, let's open this up for public comment. Please come forward, state your name, that you've been sworn, and the county you reside in.
Barbara Berg, I have been sworn, and I live in Manatee. I actually own Lot 41, and in conversation here, the setback, instead of being 7.5 feet, is now 5. So that means I'm going to have a house 26 feet away from my house, and I'll be looking at their wall. When I purchased my house, I requested a site map for the lots because the realtor had said that they were going to build behind in that empty 4 acres. And the map that I got was the first map that you saw with a very large lot behind my house. And now I've been subject with nobody asking me anything. I hope you reconsider.
I have been sworn in. My name's Scott Nivens. I'm a Florida native, real estate professional, and been called Manatee County my home for the last 43 years. I would like to thank this board for listening to constituents in regards to new developments. It's very refreshing to hear the days of rubber stamping approvals is over. I was not able to attend the last meeting on this proposal due to health issues, but I did watch the recording. And I'm here today to inform you that this board, that in my humble opinion, is people are deceiving you. They swore to tell you the truth, and they did not. Ryan Holmes started this development in 2019. As a realtor, I look at new developments, check out the amenities, the density, and the price point. Willow Bend is a blue-collar neighborhood with many families with young children. In response to the gentleman requesting more homes built for affordable homes built, Willow Bend is a prime example of that. We have about a dozen law enforcement, Manatee County, City of Bradenton, and Pinellas County that live there. People are friendly, and there's many activities that the neighborhood gets involved with. Exhibit A. This is the site plan that Ryan Holmes presented to us. The developer never purchased the 5.69 acres to the right of that. One of the features I liked about Willow Bend was all the homes were built, had 15 feet between them. So much new construction today have homes built too close together. One of the other features was having ponds and green areas. There's going to be a dog park. There was going to be walking trails. We decided to purchase a home there because of those features. When I saw this site plan, I told the salesperson we wanted a lot in the very area that he wants to develop now. For whatever reason, this developer only released a few lots at a time, so I had to keep going back. After 3 years watching the progress of the neighborhood and waiting for the lot I wanted, I was told that those lots were not going to be available. If I recall correctly from the last meeting, the people representing the developer told this board they were unable to locate the original site plan that showed the 8 lots. Exhibit B, which they now have, shows the 8 lots that they were going to build. So I have to assume they didn't even try or they didn't want you to know it existed. Either way, it's deceptive. This developer had his chance in 2022 to finish this neighborhood and build houses at that time. Bear in mind, we've had no construction in our neighborhood for 2 years. No matter what you allow him to build, we're the ones stuck with the noisy equipment, waking up the kids, the dust and the mess they create, and the flat tires from all the construction debris they leave on the road. At the last meeting, both the developer's representatives and the builder told you these 16 homes would be consistent with the homes that are already there. Exhibit C shows that to be untrue. You can look at the lots of the houses that are there and the lots what they want to build, and they're different. They're smaller. The average lot sizes in Willow Bend are 115 by 55. The site plan on the average about 110 by 50. Measurement from sidewalk to sidewalk in our neighborhood is 51 feet on average. Exhibit D, Exhibit C shows that cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac's 2 lanes wide. It's impossible to have the cul-de-sac and 2 houses adjacent from each other and still be 115 feet. The neighborhood does not want this site plan approved. We believe the density is higher than what the neighborhood is currently. Looking at the site plans, you can see the lots even look smaller. It will bring down our property values. This is going to hurt the people that live there. This developer has a pattern which is the same here as it was when he built Willow Bend. This developer uses other people to create visual pictures of something grand and then does not fulfill the promises he makes and leaves the same people to contend with the outcome. He has not fulfilled the original promises he made to us from the very beginning. We don't have a dog park. We don't have walking trails. Some of the sidewalks are still not done. He hasn't even removed the original construction barrier from the first time he built. Our HOA hired an attorney, was considering litigation against him. Well, they made a backroom deal with him that now he has to fix all the promises that he promised that he didn't do. They gave him a year to do it with no way of knowing if he's going to do them or not. He did this deal behind our backs and without our knowledge. HOA is not very popular right now. The terms of this deal have been made confidential, so not even the residents who live there know the deal that they made. They did this so that they would write a letter of recommendation to have him build these 16 homes. That's extortion. He has a year to do it. We don't know if there's any accountability if he gets it all done or not. Exhibit D. This is the pond that's supposed to hold a runoff for the water. As you can see, there's not much water there, guys. It's all vegetation because it's only about 1.5 feet, 2 feet deep. It's nothing more than a nursery for mosquitoes. The last meeting you were informed the developer cut down a tree without a permit, if you remember. That tree he removed was a huge majestic oak that is protected by Florida law. That fine for removing that tree without a permit is over $10,000. Respect to the commissioner who asked why he hasn't had a meeting with us. He's not popular. He doesn't want to have a meeting with us because everybody doesn't like him. Another commissioner asked why he didn't do a flood plan last time. You can't be bothered with the details that affect the people that live there. In my humble opinion, 16 houses will lower the values of our homes that we put so much money and work into. His intentions to me are very clear. This developer and this builder are focused on one thing, and that's profit. He wants to sell 16 lots because it makes more money. They want to sell 16 homes because they make more money. He didn't do the work for the floor plan because it costs money. He didn't keep the promises the first time because it costs money. They don't care what happens to the neighborhood once they cash those checks and move on to their next victims.
Okay.
In conclusion,
Sir, please wrap it up.
I'm sorry?
Please wrap it up.
Yes, in conclusion, I'd like to see this board deny his request to build 16 homes and understand his representatives that speak to you on this issue are saying what they want them to say. The end result will not be the pretty picture they paint. I ask that you see these people for what they are and don't make Willow Bend the victims of these people again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Anna Ritzenthaler, Manatee resident, and I have been sworn. I purchased my property in April 2019. When I purchased my property, this is what was presented to me by Manatee County. I am the lot right over here. My house faces this cul-de-sac right here. I was told by Mr. Lark, who owned this 4 acres, that I was going to have a country entrance and a city entrance. And this is what I was promised. I went to the county, and they're like, yep, this is an active plat. In late 2019, I went to go get a building permit because I purchased a half-finished house. I went to go get a building permit for my house, and the Manatee County denied my building permit. They said, you're not allowed to build because your property is part of a plat, and this lot is not complete. You need to go figure it out with the developer and get this whole lot issue resolved. I tried many months to try to work out a deal with Dr. Weiland. We had many things going back and forth. We tried to purchase this land, and he was just not willing to sell us the land. I need to back up a little bit. Mr. Lark owned that property until 08/2020. We finally did get our building permit in August 2021, and that was on the condition that we were removed from the plat. Fast forward to now, we are currently landlocked because we do not have access easement through our dirt road, which we had before. We also have no access to utilities. We have no access for EMS, fire. We also have no fire hydrants, no sewer, internet, public water. My trash is a 1/4 mile down a dirt road. And my house is also going to face the front of people's backyards, which is not what I was promised. I'd also like to give you guys a copy of an agreement that's dated 2008. I don't understand why this agreement was not part of the comprehensive plat when this was all designed, but this one specifically talks about the fact that my lot should have had access to all the utilities, that we should have been part of the road, we could have had the ability to be part of the HOA or not. This has been a very painful and difficult process for my family and I kindly request that the subdivision be denied until these issues are figured out and we have a resolution.
No, you're not part of Willow Bend, you're to the
We are,
right of it,
no, I'm sorry. This is my property right here.
right.
Yeah, and there's a tiny little piece right here that we do not own that connects to the road, so we're not able to get access to public road. I've offered to purchase this part from the developer, he has refused. I've offered to purchase this entire area because I wanted to keep the 8 lots. I don't want to look at 16 houses. We were all promised country setting. If you take a look at the initial Willow Bend, it was sold to you guys. It was supposed to be very large lots, buffers with existing vegetation. It was supposed to have this estate, grand, country feel to it. And again, we were lied and deceived, every single one of us. This builder has not been honest, hasn't been negotiating. We've had so many deals that we've tried to put together, and every single one has fallen through. And we offered him fair market value, but I don't know, we offered him $100,000 an acre back in 2019, and he refused, because I think he saw he can make more money.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I agree.
For the record, Glenn Gadfly Gibolina, and I have been sworn. So, you need to deny this change, and I'll tell you why. One, we didn't even get a signature from the owner, and it's expired. So these are the documents staff puts in the agenda that I go over. This should have been a red flag to begin with. Didn't sign it, and it's expired. Go back to the table and bring us an updated version. Staff put this on the agenda thinking, well, it's okay. No, it's not okay. Second thing I want to bring up is public safety. I told you this morning, oh, by the way, of affidavit for 10 minutes, signed by the Manatee Patriots. 10 minutes.
Well, 9 minutes now.
Okay, I doubt if I'll take 9 minutes, but I told you this morning, public safety is first. I had an opportunity to have lunch with Anna and go over some of her things. Her husband couldn't make it because he's home He's home homeschooling 7 kids, right? She was promised by the previous owner that she would have a roadway going into this subdivision. That's a fact. That's a fact. And now she is landlocked. The current owner has been unwilling to bend 1 degree. And that's unfortunate, because I think this could have worked out for everybody. Now he wants to come here with a higher density, setbacks. You've heard from other people that live in the community. That's not what they want. That's not what they were promised. There was a lot of false information. I mean, who would, when you have a previous, and she had a very nice relationship with the previous owner that owned all of that and said, no problem, Anna, we're going to get your road through here. Your kids are going to be safe. The fire trucks will be able to come down here. Maybe even bring the trash or possibly even get in the mail like the rest of the community. And then when he refused, the county made it more burdensome for that family. 7 kids, right? Homeschooled. You think they want peace and quiet. They've had nothing of peace and quiet with this guy unwilling to do it. So I would say, look, I believe what they're doing is illegal. You cannot landlock a person in Florida. And she offered good money, $100,000 for an easement that was promised by the previous owner. And he did not honor the previous agreement. It should have ran with the land, and it did not. This is a safety issue. The residents aren't happy with the higher density. She's not happy, and I'm not happy. So I think you need to deny this. There has to be renegotiations with Anna and her husband, so she has a safe place to live, a safe access to get to, and quit making her life so damn miserable. This developer's terrible. He needs to come to the table in good faith, and from what I've heard from other citizens, there's no good faith. He has neglected the request of the community time and time again. That's a bad track record, and he continues to do that track record with Anna and her husband and her 7 kids. It's unbelievable. This absolutely needs to be denied. Work out the landlocked deal one way or another, and let's all try to get, we have a saying in the biker community. I've been riding motorcycles 50 years. We all get along until we don't. Well, we're at that point. We're not getting along. And I hope that this board would have enough conscience to deny this application, ask the developer and owner to go back to the table and renegotiate a settlement for everybody, so this lady and her husband can live peacefully ever after. So you need to deny this. This is a terrible situation. That the current people that live there aren't happy with it. Certainly Anna and her husband, her 7 children, are not happy. It's a safety issue. It's your job to keep that family safe, for the record. Thank you.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County advocate, activist. I also had the pleasure of meeting with Anna, speaking to her about the issues going on with this piece of property. And this was prior to the other people standing up here and speaking up. And so what I heard here is that the developer consciously opted not to speak to the residents, but rather settle with the HOA. And some of you guys live in HOA communities. I don't know how many of you guys get along with your HOA, but I used to sell communities, houses in HOAs, and I can tell you, very little people really like their HOA. So when you hear somebody like the HOA tells us this, and the HOA tells us on the back of an agreement, it does kind of sound bought and paid for, if you ask me. So no resident input whatsoever on these additional building, but okayed by the HOA. And clearly, I think she produced at least enough sufficient information or evidence here to show that there is a clouding of a title here of some sort. She was granted access. Access wasn't entered into the plat records. Now we have a safety issue. She can't get services there. She can't get water services there. She's got 7 children, and you can't even get EMS down the road to go see her. That's a safety issue. That's a major problem here. And then to landlock a property here in Manatee County for 16 properties, I don't know. I think at this point, I'm not saying that this is not, that I'm totally against this project in its entirety. I'm just saying that there's enough here that maybe people need to resolve some issues before it's approved. And so I think that that needs to be, for this board, I think you need to err on the side of caution here, because there's some legal allegations, legal challenges here, and I think pushing it through right now is premature. And so that's where my position is coming from. I feel bad for all of these people. This poor lady's over here crying. These are people that were promised so many things from this developer, and this developer has opted not to come to the table in good faith. It sounds like he's had many years, as a matter of fact, to come to the table in good faith and has failed each and every time. So we have to take his behavior, his past behavior, and apply that for his future behavior. And I think that's where we are at in this process. I hope you guys deny it for all of these reasons. Have these issues resolved with all of these citizens, and then come back here and see where we are with the additional building. That's what I think is the most appropriate. I think it's fair for everybody involved. It's fair for the county. It's fair for the residents, and it's fair for the builder because he has a right to come back here. It's not a complete denial. It's just that there's things going on here that people have expressed deception. That's a big thing for me. We trust people. When we go there and we're promised things, you guys have all bought houses, I've bought houses. When we're promised things on those houses, we expect those things to be honored. And when they have opportunities to honor them, and they continue to dishonor what they've told people they were going to do, that tells you the integrity of that person. I just listened to this man come up here and tell you there's no problems. HOA loves it, everybody loves it, but it sounds like there's problems. It sounds like he was even deceptive under oath to you. That's something you need to take into consideration. Thank you.
You can't come back after
Can I
you've already.
clarify a point?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hello, Gina Barker, and I have been sworn in. I was here at the first meeting. I was the only one from my community because I don't think a lot of people knew what was going on. And I opened the letter and went, what's going on? So I'm also a little shocked about hearing about the HOA because that's news to me. There's a lot of secrecy, and all of us that are affected by this area that live directly behind what's going to be happening have been in shock and have not been informed by our HOA. And they have been discussing it with the developer, who has given us a lot of hassle since we've been building and being there and hasn't fixed things. And if you drive into our community, every street sign is on its side. And every time it rains, it floods down the street. And, it's things we were promised didn't happen. And we kind of accepted that and moved forward, but now this is shocking to us again. And I'd like to just talk about the flooding that we're concerned with, because I live on the lake that they're expecting all the water to go to. And once they build up the 16 homes, all the water into our lake and into our backyard and into our home. So it's a real thing because it does happen. And they were questioned about, does it flood out in the streets when it rains? And he said, I don't know, I'm not out there. Well, I'm out there, and yes, it does. So to answer that, I wanted to answer that question last time, but I couldn't come back up. But there's a lot of deception going on. There's a lot of misinformation, and we're kind of, we're not expecting it not to be built something. I was showed the 8 homes, and I thought, okay, that's nice. And it will actually improve our community because they're bigger lots and probably the nicer homes and the bigger homes and, certain amount of cars. And now we're 16 homes, at least 2 cars or more. So it's going to put a lot of, wear and tear on everything. And also we are having issues with water pressure, which hasn't been brought up. But every time a section was built, everyone on our Facebook page was complaining about, why is the shower so, this, and people had plumbers come out and they were like, we can't fix that issue. So I'm not sure what that is, but that hasn't been addressed in our development either. So, there's a lot of things that we're confused about, but this 16 homes is outrageous, and we just wanted to make sure that you all know. And I actually applaud all of you because I feel like everyone is listening, which the last time I was here a year ago with a different situation wasn't happening, so it's amazing. And I've lived in Manatee County for 20 years and built 5 homes, moving all around in parish. So I've seen a lot, and it's amazing how it's actually getting better. And I applaud you guys, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I have been sworn. I didn't come here planning to speak on this particular project, but I will understand that the great disservice to the poor woman who has a larger lot that does not have access to the public road or public services whatsoever. It's my understanding now that the developer has actually been threatening her with trespass just for getting her garbage across that little piece of land there out to the road. And I think that's got to be a great disservice to this poor woman. I don't know, maybe it's legal, maybe it's not. Sounds like a whole can of worms that you've got right here. And if you go further with what the developer is asking for, then you're just going to make a bigger can of worms out of what can of worms you have right now. It seems to me like you kind of have to put the stop on this until wiser legal minds can sort all of the details out. Now, in addition to being threatened with trespass, I understand that also there are flooding issues from the existing development onto the property adjacent where the woman doesn't have access to the county services either. And that's probably something else that needs to be further fleshed out. So I would say deny it at this time until all of the dust can settle and you can get a clearer picture of what's really going on from a legal standpoint instead of digging deeper into the hole. Remember, the first rule of holes is when you're in one, stop digging, right? Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Sinclair. I have been sworn, I was sworn. I agree with Mark Vanderby. I wasn't planning on speaking on this either today, but I'm sitting here this whole time and just listening. I also sympathize with the lady with the larger lot that is landlocked. I'm starting to learn that kind of a common thing back in the day with Manatee County as properties got divided. So just want to say on the record, I support that or sympathize with her as well.
Thank you. Anyone else for citizen comments? Let's go ahead and close it. Applicant, could you discuss some of the citizen comments?
Yes, sir. Jake Kramer again. Could we go back to our presentation, please? Board members, we just want to address some of the comments you've heard.
Also, could you discuss lot 306 and 291 with the side setbacks now?
Yes, sir. So there's several private agreements going on here, and I want to describe those a little bit. You all know this. Your purview obviously is not to get in the middle of private issues. The gentleman mentioned when you're in a hole, stop digging. We stopped digging a long time ago. My client was put in the same position as this poor lady by that original landowner. My client stepped up to the table and has been working with her. We have an agreement with her to fix the issues created by the previous landowner. That wasn't our responsibility, but we stepped up to the plate. We have an agreement. She has an easement in her hands. I don't know why it hasn't been signed. So I'm at a little bit of a loss for words on this situation. On the private declaration issue, I'd like to submit this into the record, please. This is the Declaration and Covenants of Willow Bend. Promises go two ways. That's what a declaration is. It's a promise from the developer, and it's a promise by the landowners when they buy land. This is from the declaration. Every single landowner in the Willow Bend community signed this, right? That there was no representation that this community would not change. In fact, in my experience, this is the developer going above and beyond. The developer said that this is only an estimate. The number of residential units may increase, and they have the right to do that. They preserve that right. That's how promises work. That's how contracts work. And that some areas of the community may be under development for long periods of time. So that's what's going on here. Keep in mind, this property was always planned for 8 units. Everyone has known this property, this portion, this phase is going to be developed. The only change, we're only talking about 8 units here. That is the big picture in a community of almost 300 homes. We're talking about 8 units. Your staff, the staff report, the expert evidence in the record says that there are no apparent negative aspects associated with the project. They're the experts. They have reviewed the project against the code, and that's what their expert opinion is. The two units with the side setbacks, Mr. Chairman, that you've asked for, we're happy to reach out to those folks, see if we can work with them to add some trees, to add some shrubs, something for buffering. I hear it's a concern, and we're happy to sit down with them and see if we can work that out.
Those are 2 small lots, too. I'm having a hard time getting over those 2 lots, to be quite honest with you. But go ahead and continue with your...
Sure. So that's where we're at. We're happy to sit down with them. We're happy to work with them. Everyone knew this area was going to be developed. These folks were always going to have homes in their backyards. They bought their properties knowing that.
Good question.
Yeah, I got a couple as well.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead first.
So I'm having, I share the chairman's concern, the chairman's concerns. I have some of my own. Would the applicant consider, if you want us to decide this afternoon, I know how I'm going to probably, I know where I'm leaning at this point. Would you consider to ask us to postpone a decision and resolve these issues? Because there's some pretty serious issues that, in my view, that have been raised by the testimony of the residents. I hear, the sidewalk issue, irrigation, all of that. There's a lot of private, as you characterized it, agreements. Why haven't those agreements been shared with the HOA? In full disclosure, I sit on an HOA board, and one of the things that I was elected to do was to make things transparent to my membership. And so I'm not understanding, maybe you can enlighten me here, enlighten this commission, as to the necessity that your client felt compelled to make those agreements private to the exclusion of 278 homeowners.
I'm not sure that's something we should get into being on the planning commission.
Well,
I'm just saying, no, that's...
I guess it boils down to, for me, it boils down to...
Yeah, but we're supposed to judge it by the land development code and
Okay, well...
standard-wise, not...
If he wants us to vote, I guess it boils down to whether he wants us to, whether to continue or maybe take a pause and resolve some of those issues. I'll vote to deny as it stands right now, otherwise.
I'm happy to answer that question.
Sure.
It was actually the HOA's request to us to maintain some confidentiality of some of the records. There was an email from the HOA Association to the members on Friday, December 5th. And in this email from the HOA Board of Directors, it does say that as a document of the association, any member wishing to fully review the full settlement agreement may obtain a copy by submitting a records request. So those documents are available.
Okay.
Well,
with respect to any type of continuance request, I will absolutely not support that. To no fault of Commissioner Stain, wasn't here for the last hearing. We've already been here once, and at that first one, the elected not to do any type of town hall, and still haven't elected to do any town hall. I'm having serious issues with a couple things. One is asking for double in size than what was already approved to begin with. So if you came back here and asked to just re-up what was already in place, wouldn't have an issue. I thought it was interesting, one of the neighbors brought that colored, really site plan, what have you. So I realized that amongst hundreds of pages of closing documents, these things could be in there. In terms of, it's not a promise, it's more of a hope, I guess, if you will. But, you know, this homeowner digging up these documents, being shown, i.e. the dog walking area and all these other things, these are what these people were expecting. Yes, you put the legal language in the documents, I have no doubt about that. But to me, it's deceptive. So if you were to come back with the original 8 homes, especially with the setbacks and the side yards along that area, I don't know what the issue is from the legal aspect. I don't know if we can consider that. That'll be something for Attorney Schenk to talk to us about, if anything. I absolutely have your sympathies. This sounds like a mess. But either way, it's just, from the last meeting to this meeting, I haven't heard anything that persuades me to tell me this is a good idea. It tells me it's still a bad idea.
Well, go ahead and continue with your,
I didn't have anything else. I was just
All
here
right.
for questions.
all right. Any additional questions for the applicant? Yes, ma'am.
I do want to bring up some research that I was doing on the driveway permit. It shows as driveway and culvert for 11720 Darcy Road for Robert Ritzenthaler. So it does look like they've been granted a driveway permit in 2021 to go to the east. So if they're using the property to the west that goes through the other site, that they would likely need to consider a stipulation to continue providing that access.
Ms. Schenk, any thoughts on anything that was discussed on this?
No, it's all private matters. We can't enforce declaration of covenants. I think, focusing on compatibility, consistency with the comprehensive plan, number of lots, lot size, buffers, that's all appropriate for PC. There may be some unfortunate private disputes, but that's beyond the scope of the jurisdiction of the Plan Commission.
Yep, I agree. Applicant, any thoughts on those 2 side lots?
Yes, sir. Again, we're happy to work with those lot owners to see if we can work on a buffering plan. We're happy to sit down with them and do that.
Okay. Thank you then. Staff closing comments?
CJ Mills again with staff. I've been sworn. Rachel took care of the comment about the access and possibly a stipulation for that. The only thing I want to touch on is the document, the certificate level of service document that was presented. The previous approval, the CLS had expired for. And the person that signed the document is an authorized signatory of the ownership, the owner's LLC. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Applicant closing comments?
Yes, sir. Jake Kramer again. I understand the concerns. Again, we've committed to doing that meeting now that we're able to. I understand there may be a difference of opinion on when we should have done that. That was our guidance from legal counsel, was to wait until all of those issues were resolved. We're committed to doing it. We're committed to having that meeting. We'll talk to those 2 specific landowners that the chairman requested. Commissioner, we may not get your vote on this, but I do want you to know we've done a lot of work on stormwater in the past month. We heard that concern I understand you still have more concerns. I just wanted you to know that was coming away from the last meeting. That was our big takeaway, is that you all wanted to see us really advance that ball. And I'll tell you, we've done 4 to 5 months of work on stormwater in the past 30 days on this project. So that's where our focus has been. So with that, again, this land has always been proposed for development. And it, you know, as we move towards a vote, guidance to us would be helpful is if you articulate your concerns, so as we go to the board, we can take those into account. We appreciate your time,
Yep.
and thank you for the continuance last month.
Yep, thank you, sir. Deliberation, discussion, in reference to this?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Bowers. There is nothing that has substantially changed my mind from the last time. If you came before me with 8 homes, even 10, that would be appropriate. The density would be appropriate. 16 homes in this area, it's not appropriate.
Yeah, I concur. I wasn't here for the last, obviously, presentation, but I agree with Commissioner Robinson. That, you came back with what was, pretty much documented to the citizens. I could probably support that.
Thank you. May I get a motion? So we have a motion by Ms. Parser to deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Brown, second. Can we go ahead and have the vote? Motion to deny passes 6-0. My thoughts is they could reduce it down, number of houses. Can we go ahead and read number 4 and 5 together?
Yes. I will go ahead and read numbers 4 and 5 together. Item number 4 is PDR 23-45, Parent Z, Parent P, Bus Barn Rezone and Preliminary Site Plan, Ranchland Investors LLC and School Board of Manatee County. Your case planner today is Laura Gonzalez. This is quasi-judicial. It's a rezone of approximately 43.7 acres from A, General Agriculture, to PDR, Plan Development Residential Zoning District, generally located north of State Road 64, east of Zipper Road, and north of Uline Road, with no assigned address in Bradenton, Manatee County, Florida, approving a preliminary site plan for 122 single-family detached units. For item number 5, we have PDR 24-08, Parent P, Parent Z, Parent P, Zipper Road, Mary E. Chamness, Moran Family Land LLC, and Jonathan S. Sinkler, owners. MI Homes of Sarasota LLC, contract purchaser. This is quasi-judicial item. We have Laura Gonzalez filling in for case manager James McDevitt today. This is a rezone of 4 parcels, approximately 55.79 acres from A, General Agriculture, to PDR, Plan Development Residential Zoning District, generally located approximately 2,765 feet north of State Road 64 East along the east side of Zipper Road and commonly known as 1607, 1611, and 1703 Zipper Road and 16996 Waterline Road in Bradenton, Manatee County, approving a preliminary site plan for up to 167 single-family detached dwelling units and maintaining the existing personal wireless service facility.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communication in this? Not seeing any. Could we have the presentation by the applicant?
And Mr. Chair, I was going to read the modified time limits in the record.
Sure.
Since we're hearing 2 projects, I just want to state the applicants for both the Bus Barn and Zipper Road projects have collectively 30 minutes to present and 10 minutes rebuttal. The citizens for both projects, if they come down and speak once, is 10 minutes each. The individuals representing a group have 20 minutes each.
Ouch.
To address both projects.
Yeah. Anybody needs to be sworn in before we get started? We have one person.
If there's anyone who was not here previously who would like to speak before the board,
are truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, if you've been sworn, and your county of residence.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Pat Neal. I've built about 25,000 homes in Manatee County. I live at 1003 59th Street in Bradenton. About 2 years ago, Ivory Matthews, who you'll hear from, raise your hand, Ivory, asked why our company doesn't build affordable homes. And I said, quote, "We've been very successful in Manatee County. We're going to do that." So we commenced on a national search, and we hired what we thought was the best builder of affordable housing that we could find in the United States, and that's Jag Narian. Where are you, Jag? Right here. And he'll talk. Currently, we're building in Wauchula homes from $258,000. In Sarasota County, the same homes cost $379,000. I think at this site, likely they'll be in the low 300,000s. They're gorgeous homes, just simple. The name of our brand is Simply Dwell. You'll hear a presentation from a number of professionals that prescribe, Mr. Chairman, that we meet the standards of the code and the comprehensive plan. But the decision this board has to make, based on what I've seen and heard this morning and afternoon, is whether there's a commitment in Manatee County to build homes that are available for hometown heroes, people who live and grow up in our community who can buy a home. Even these homes require a household income in the high $90,000 per year. But if we can't show that we can build homes for the middle class, I don't know how we can work as a local government. Katie Labar of Stantec will present. Or actually, Jag Rupnarian will present.
Thank you, Pat. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Jag Rupnarian with Simply Dwell Homes Division President. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I've been sworn in. At Simply Dwell, we focus on building affordable, quality homes starting in the high 200s. We've done so since 2024. We've sold 131 homes year to date. We've sold 70% of that to the first-time home buyer and 75% to residents of Southwest Florida. Our number one origination city for the buyers are from Bradenton, Florida. That's where the majority of our buyers are coming from. Today, we're focused on presenting another great community for Simply Dwell Homes called Bus Barn, which you'll hear about shortly. We've worked very closely with MI Homes to coordinate a surrounding development, and we believe that is going to lead to a better designed community, a better situation for school children, and it's going to allow us to incorporate shared amenities across both sites, and you'll hear about that. With all of that, I'll turn it over to Katie Labar, and she'll talk through the details of our application and reasons why we think we are worthy of your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Jag. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar. I'm an AICP certified planner with Stantec, representing Ranchland investors today, and I have been sworn. We've got a team of professionals here on behalf of Ranchland investors. Today, you're going to hear back-to-back presentations for the Bus Barn as well as Zipper Road. The format is certainly unique because there are two teams making independent presentations for two separate projects. We asked for the presentations to be together because we believe that collaboration will yield better outcomes for residents. We'll discuss in a bit more detail in a few minutes, but the unique aspects of this project are that Ranchland investors and MI Homes have voluntarily entered into a joint planning agreement to memorialize their mutual commitment to share site access, utilities, and amenities. This process has resulted in a holistic approach to stormwater management, efficient utility planning, and vehicular and pedestrian connectivity, including no gated access for either community. A single amenity is proposed for both neighborhoods, and again, I'll get into some of those details in a few minutes. The project outlined on the screen for you is the Bus Barn, and that is the subject of this request before you at this moment. The project team for Zipper Road will come after us, and that is the project to the north. This site is approximately 43.7 acres located on the north side of State Road 64, directly north of Eline Road and west of Palm Grove in Manatee County. The future land use category is urban fringe, 3 dwelling units per acre. And the request before you today is to rezone this property from general agriculture to planned development residential with a preliminary site plan. This community proposes 122 single-family detached residential units, which results in a gross density of 2.79 dwelling units per acre, well below the maximum potential density of 3 dwelling units per acre. This project exceeds open space requirements. While 25% is required, this site plan represents nearly 33% open space for the community. We're setting aside 3.82 acres for native habitat preservation, and there are greenbelt buffers surrounding the entire project as well as the roadway. And then finally, I mentioned it just a moment ago, but there will be a shared amenities center that can be accessed by residents via a sidewalk connection to the project to the north. This rezone represents infill development because it's a new community proposed with new residential development occurring to the north, south, east, and west. It's infill. There's existing utilities that can serve this site, and that is, it's a beautiful definition of infill development and how it can be done correctly. Development along State Road 64, as we all know, is in transition, rapidly transitioning, with significant commercial and residential development along both sides of the corridor. The density and character of the proposed development is consistent with and compatible to the proposed residential community. Neighborhood serving commercial is emerging, particularly at the intersection of Eline Road and State Road 64, so residents' daily needs will be met very close to home. The public shopping center is nearing completion, and a McDonald's and a Chase Bank are under review or about to break ground. Taking a bit of a regional look at this proposed development, I just want to note the existing roadway network because it provides north-south and east-west connectivity with Eline Road, which is the roadway directly south of the site, which is indicated on the screen, Bourneside Boulevard, which is to the east of the subject property, and then 44th Avenue East and Rangeland Parkway. You can see this grid pattern that's been created and is available to really help distribute traffic, enabling residents to get to their destinations efficiently. Now I'm going to turn it over to Matt Morris of Morris Engineering to discuss stormwater.
Good afternoon. Matt Morris with Morris Engineering. For the record, I've been sworn. As you can see here in front of you, and as was mentioned before, we've got a unique opportunity here where we've been able to design a stormwater management system for these two projects together. Both developers have taken the step of actually spending the time and resources to do a stormwater analysis up front before coming to you. So we've already utilized the Mill Creek watershed for this project, the new mapping and new modeling to do a full analysis on the site. As you can see on this particular property, most of the stormwater flows into the wetland area on the western third of the project and then flows from south to north. Our site is being designed to have all of our lots, roads, common spaces, open areas, all graded to capture all of our stormwater runoff and have it go into our proposed ponds on our site before it's discharged at the prescribed locations that have been the locations for historical discharge into the system and to the north. As you can see on the left-hand side, we have analyzed this system for the NOAA Atlas 14 storm. We agree to that stipulation that staff has put forward to analyze that, as well as the FDOT 100-year 72-hour storm. NOAA Atlas storm being 12 inches of rain in 24 hours, the FDOT storm being 18 inches in 72 hours. And we have also agreed to the stipulation for providing cup-for-cup floodplain mitigation. There's a small amount of floodplain on each site, so there'll be that in addition to the 50% runoff rate reduction. As a result, you can see in the tables to the left, particularly on the bottom, that we are actually providing some improvement to the water levels around the project, and particularly up along Waterline Road with this. And again, we'll have to obviously go through permitting with both county as well as the water management district for both of these, providing hydrographs for the wetlands to ensure their hydro periods are maintained as well. So I think now I'm going to be turning it over to Matt Krim, I believe.
Thanks, Matt. For the record, Matt Krim, traffic engineer with Stantec, and I have been sworn. This project is estimated to generate 120 p.m. peak hour trips. There are no adverse traffic impacts created by this project. The primary access to the site is State Road 64 via Travelers Palm Drive. There's a new roundabout that's currently under construction. It's a multi-lane roundabout at the intersection of 64 and E-Line Road / Travelers Palm Drive. This roundabout is will be able to accommodate this project as well as the other approved developments in the area. The anticipated completion date is this spring, March of 2026, for that roundabout to be open and fully functional. There's a secondary access that's also proposed through an interconnection through the development to the north to get to Zipper Road. And this interconnection it will help minimize traffic between developments getting onto thoroughfare plan roadways. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Kennedy for environmental.
Good afternoon, Commission. Chris Kennedy, environmental scientist with Kimley Horn. Preliminary listed species surveys have been conducted on the property over the past several years, and no listed species have been identified during any of these surveys. Wetland impacts have been avoided and minimized to the greatest extent practical. In total, 0.05 acres of wetland impacts are proposed for a culverted roadway crossing that's necessary to gain ingress-egress to the western portion of the site. The wetland boundaries that you see depicted on the PSB in the exhibit in front of you have been reviewed and approved by the state through a binding formal determination, and wetland mitigation for the project will be provided through the purchase of mitigation bank credits from the Manatee Mitigation Bank. In addition to the wetland preservation, 2.63 acres of upland native habitat preservation will be provided adjacent to the wetlands to provide additional buffering for the on-site wetlands. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Katie to close out the presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Just have a few more details to run through as we wrap up this presentation. With this application, we do have two requests for specific approval. The first is a request to modify the greenbelt buffer along the entrance roadway. It's roadway A, as identified on the preliminary site plan, and proposing to make adjustments so that we can accommodate a 50-foot wide right-of-way while also providing adequate buffering on either side of that roadway. The second request for specific approval is related to yards adjacent to agricultural operations. While the property to the south is not it is not being used actively in agriculture, we do have a provision in the code, and so in order to comply with the spirit and intent of the Land Development Code, we've proffered a stipulation that effectively requires lots that are adjacent to active agriculture, which is in this location identified on the screen. Additional setback will be required for those structures in order to comply with that 35-foot ag buffer setback. I mentioned it at the beginning of the presentation, but the joint planning agreement with Zipper Road will provide for shared access. This ensures that both communities have two full means of access. The water and sewer utilities will be extended from State Road 64, and there will be one lift station that will serve both communities. And so when I talked about efficiency and utility planning, taking a holistic look at both communities is yielding a far more cost-efficient and resource-efficient community. Finally, there will be a shared amenity which will be available to both communities. and this will strengthen the sense of community for the future residents. I wanted to share some examples. This is the Broadleaf community in North Manatee County, and these are representative examples of the types of housing that we envision at Bus Barn. And so you do see we have 1- and 2-story homes with different front finishes. We did host 2 neighborhood workshops, 2 neighborhood meetings. They were in person at Bayside Community Church. The first was on November 12th of 2024. And following that meeting, we had several changes to the site plan. Subsequent to that meeting, we began working with MI Homes and collaborating on the 2 projects. And because there were so many significant site plan changes, we really felt it appropriate to go back to the community and meet with them and talk to them about the revised plan. And so we had a second neighborhood workshop on June 17th of 2025 this year. The main topics at both meetings covered traffic, stormwater management, environmental protection, and buffering. And our consultant team was there and answered the questions that were asked. This application is consistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically 2.1.2.3, 2.1.2.6, and objective 2.6.1. I'll conclude by saying that, again, this is infill development. The community is compatible with surrounding development and will provide new housing for working families in Manatee County. It's my professional opinion as a certified planner that this application is consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code. And for that reason, we respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg Crawford with MI Homes regarding the Zipper Road residential development.
Thank you, Katie. Good afternoon, Commission, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Greg Crawford, and I have been sworn. I'm here as the area president of MI Homes. Our company was founded in 1976 and will proudly celebrate its 50th anniversary next year, a milestone that reflects decades of commitment to quality and integrity in home building. Since 2010, MI Homes has been honored to build in Manatee County, creating neighborhoods that families are proud to call home. Over the years, we've delivered well over 1,000 homes in this community, and with each project, our focus has remained the same: building responsibly, enhancing the local character, and contributing to the long-term strength of the area. As we discuss the rezoning of Zipper, our goal is to continue that tradition, developing thoughtfully with our collaboration with Simply Dwell Homes, respecting the environment, and providing attainable housing options that meet the needs of today's family. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Linda Stewart with Morris Engineering, who will provide details on the technical aspects of the proposal. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Linda Stewart, certified planner with Morris Engineering, Pape Dawson. I have been sworn. I am here to present Zipper Road residential development. The property is located north of State Road 64 and east of Zipper Road and south of Waterline Road. This is an aerial view of the property showing its location in relation to the surrounding area. The zoning map indicates the current zoning of the property being general agricultural, or A, as shown on the left-hand side of your screen, as well as a zoning map indicating the requested change to planned development residential. This map also indicates the requested zoning is consistent with the surrounding area, being residential with PDR zonings in the immediate vicinity. As this development has a joint planning agreement, or JPA, with the Bus Barn development to its immediate south, we're also indicating the proposed rezoning of the development to PDR for their development. Again, showing consistency with the surrounding area, as well as indicating the Bus Barn development contiguous with the existing PDR zoning to the southwest of that property. The future land use of the property is Urban Fringe 3, consistent with the surrounding area, with no modification being requested. This request is for a rezoning from A to PDR, along with a preliminary site plan for a maximum of 167 family residential lots. One specific approval is being requested to allow the existing cell tower that is currently existing on the property to remain in place as it's currently constructed. Proper noticing for this public hearing was accomplished. And we did go out this morning and make sure that our signage was still in place and intact as properly required in the Land Development Code. The property is 55.79 acres with a future land use of UF3, which allows 3 dwelling units per acre, with this development requesting 2.99 dwelling units per acre. The UF3 is established by Manatee County with the density that they feel is appropriate for this area, and we are in compliance with the comprehensive plan as set forth by Manatee County. The open space required is 25% for the overall development. They are providing almost double that at 49%. The color site plan indicates the areas of open space in green and blue for the general open space, wetland areas, and lake areas. This plan is a color site plan of the development, giving a vivid view of the site layout in relation to the open space, single-family uses, and amenity areas. A JPA has been achieved with the property to the south, Bus Barn, to coordinate the development's vehicular and pedestrian connections as indicated on this plan. The interconnections with Bus Barn also provide the development's second access point to State Road 64 at Uline Road, where a cul-de-sac is being constructed to aid in the vehicular travel. A closer view of the cul-de-sac location is noted. This has an anticipated completion date of March 2026. Compatibility with the surrounding area is indicated, showing that this infill development has existing proposed developments to the east, west, north, and south. The developments include residential and commercial uses. The property is also located west of the FDAB in compliance with the county's regulations. And as Katie noted, there are commercial endeavors along the south side of State Road 64 that are currently under construction or in place in order to serve the residential needs of these developments. Compatibility with the surrounding areas indicated, showing the infill development, again, in relation to the existing residential uses to the east and south, as well as the commercial uses. Residential uses within the area are a compatible use as indicated with this exhibit, locating existing residential developments within the vicinity of the infill development. The requested density is compatible with not only the future land use designated for this parcel, but with other residential developments as well, as noted with Palm Grove, Coddington, and Hillwood Preserve being consistent with the current request. Typical architectural elevations are depicted, showing 1- and 2-story product types afforded by the applicant. Buffers being provided for this PSP include code-compliant 20-foot roadway buffering along Zipper Road, 15-foot greenbelt buffers along adjacent property lines, and 30-foot wetland buffers. The wetland buffers offered exceed the current code-required wetland buffering. As required by the LDC, 2 access points are proposed for the development. The first proposed to Zipper Road, and the second being an interconnection with Bus Barn to the south. This connection has an ultimate connection to State Road 64. These are public roadways and are not proposed to be gated. Sidewalks are located along both sides of the internal roadways, as well as interconnection points with Bus Barn, along with a pathway connection for pedestrian flow throughout both developments. Utilities are available to the property, which is, goes along with the definition for the infill development, and will be provided by Manatee County. Existing water and wastewater lines are available along Zipper Road and State Road 64. With the JPA with Bus Barn, there will be a shared wastewater system in cooperation with the construction of a lift station. According to the School District of Manatee County, capacity is currently available or expected to be available for the 167 residential homes proposed within the development. There are no schools within a 2-mile walking radius of the development. A currently approved bus stop location with Palm Grove is indicated, which may be utilized by the residents of these developments. The bus stop provides the ability of students to access a school bus within the Palm Grove cul-de-sac, indicated where a school bus has the ability to enter and turn around off the main roads. And with that, I would like to turn this over to Monarch Ecology.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carrie McNutt with Monarch Ecology, and I have been sworn. We are doing the environmental on the project. The graphic that you're looking at shows an overlay of the site plan overlaid with the wetlands. We've done environmental work, including wetland delineations, habitat assessments, and listed species dating back to 2023. We have a total of 3 wetlands on site that total 4.1 acres. We've also had the wetland lines approved by SwiftMud, which just happened in May of 2025. We are going to be preserving most of the wetlands with the exception of one minor impact for a roadway crossing, which you see highlighted kind of on the southwest corner of the property. That road crossing is necessary for internal access, and the impacts total 0.178 acres. We are going to be mitigating for those impacts through the purchase of wetland mitigation bank credits. We are also going to be maintaining 30-foot wetland buffers, as Linda said, which exceed the state minimum or state average of 25 feet. We also have, as I mentioned, done listed species surveys. We have not found any listed species on the property as of yet, but we will be doing more listed species in support of future permitting, including Cara surveys and formal gopher tortoise surveys. This is just a couple representative pictures of the area where we'll be proposing the wetland crossing with the road. It's a fairly low-quality wetland, mostly dominated by pasture grass. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Morris to talk about stormwater.
Thank you. Matt Morris with Morris Engineering. Again, been sworn. Before I talk about stormwater, I am going to speak very briefly on improvements that will be made to Zipperer Road in conjunction with the project. We've reviewed this proposal with Public Works staff and the county engineer. They've signed off on this and have agreed to a widening of 20 feet on Zipperer Road. So existing Zipperer Road is anywhere from 16 to 18 feet. So it represents between a 2-foot and a 4-foot widening of the existing roadway. The reason being for that is to preserve all the oak trees that are present on both sides of the road to maintain that canopy, as well as to maintain the stormwater swales that exist on both sides of Zipperer Road also, so that the stormwater flow will continue to be as it is today and not be impeded with our project. Again, these are pictures of the canopy trees, again, with the widening happening, also meandering on one side of the road or the other to avoid the existing trees, to maintain those trees and be able to keep them. Stormwater, same as with the other project. Again, we've been able to actually design the site here together and in conjunction with the other project. As you can see on the map, we've got a very small amount of mapped floodplain on the site. This map representing the FEMA floodplain. We are proposing to, again, analyze the site with a NOAA Atlas 14 and all the way up to the 100-year, 72-hour FDOT storm at 18 inches in 72 hours. We've also agreed to the cup-for-cup mitigation and the 50% runoff rate. Similar with the other site, all the stormwater flows into a series of existing ditches that flow to the north. So we'll be mimicking that flow pattern. And again, here with the results of our model based on the NOAA 14 100-year storm, which again is 12 inches in 24 hours, we actually are showing some improvement in the water levels on the Waterline Road portion of the project to the north of us. And again, this is just showing the bus barn flow as well that comes through our site. And this is the new floodplain based on the mapping from the new Mill Creek watershed study, again showing fairly minimal floodplain impacts for both of those projects, which again will also be compensated for with cup-for-cup mitigation. And I'll now turn it over to Becca Bond to discuss traffic.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Becca Bond, traffic engineer with Kimley Horn, and I have been sworn. As previously mentioned by Linda, the proposed access connections for the Zipperer Road project, there's one full access connection proposed along Zipperer Road and one cross-access connection to the proposed bus barn development to the south. The PM peak hour trip generation for this project is 161 trips, and the addition of project traffic is not anticipated to create any additional deficient roadway segments or intersections. With that, I'll pass it back over to Linda to wrap up.
Thank you. We did have a neighborhood workshop on this property in July of 2024. The property owners in the area expressed concerns over the use of Zipper Road due to its current condition, as well as a concern for improving this roadway and potential harmful impacts to the existing trees along the right-of-way. As Matt discussed, that has been worked out with Manatee County so that we can preserve that canopy. Additional concerns were voiced for property owners along Waterline Road and the emergency access connection that at the time was proposed to connect to this roadway for the second means of access. The concerns of the neighbors were heard, and we eliminated the connection and the additional property that was going to the north to Waterline Road. And a second connection through the south property to relieve the traffic on Zipper Road was had with Bus Barn with the JPA, as we have shown you here today. A second neighborhood workshop was held on November 12th of this year due to the changes of the development's overall size reduction, residential lot reduction, and addition of the JPA for the interconnects with the Bus Barn development to the south. That was notice to the neighbors at 1,400 feet versus the 500 feet for the first neighborhood meeting. Concerns from the neighbors were traffic on Zipper Road, preservation of the trees, and drainage. In my professional opinion, the property is consistent with the comprehensive plan policy and is compatible with sections 2.1.1.4, 2.1.2.2, 2.1.2.3, and 2.2.1.11. The staff report had several negative aspects that they noted within the property. For policy 2114, the public facilities are existing on the property or to the property. The property is not adjacent to existing active agricultural use, which does not have proper buffering per the Manatee County Land Development Code. The existing tower was constructed as permitted through Manatee County Development Services. Coordination with Manatee County Public Works and staff with the agreed upon improvements for Zipper Road. The development also has a second connection to the south at State Road 64. The development will extend existing facilities from State Road 64 to the development. And minor wetland and wetland buffer impacts are being mitigated. The impact areas are less than 20% of the overall wetland area being preserved on site. In my expert opinion, the development is compliant with the Land Development Code and consistent with 402.2 and 402.4. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and throughout the application process, as confirmed by the staff report, the applicant has demonstrated how the project complies and will comply with all applicable standards of the Land Development Code. And with that, we are available for any questions you may have.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, quite a few. Now that you've got the interconnect, you're increasing the traffic up Zipper Road to accommodate both developments, which I figured would happen with the interconnect. I was out there at that site. I mean, hopefully I can make a commitment to go to each of the sites before I sit here and look at them on overlays and GIS and so forth. And you're not going to widen that road 20 feet. I mean, it's 17, 18 feet now. 20 feet is you're going to be in the footprint of those oaks. And this, Canopy Road, they're iconic here in Florida. We need to do all we can to preserve the ones that are left. I actually would like to propose that, those trees, I'm assuming the county owns from culvert to culvert on both sides for maintenance, that we may put those in under LMAC as a preservation process. But, going down that road, I was there for over an hour, past one car. Okay? Having this traffic down there is just, it's not attainable. And I guess your perception of compatibility with the neighbors is not mine. I mean, most everything out there, down Zipper by itself is like 20 homes that are 5 to 20, 30 acres. you're proposing developments, that's 1/10 of an acre. It's not even compatible with Mill Creek. It's just, you know, again, I respect the residents that have, you know, established their homesteads out there, and I can imagine having this much traffic, these small lots, is going to be a real issue. But again, explain to me how you're going to do this road widening without upsetting these trees and this oak canopy. And I've got issues with stormwater. You've got a gorgeous strand of oaks out there that just kind of got overlooked. Your wetland and your preliminary site plan shows this flow between the two properties up to the north, and you've got lots 20 to 25 blocking the flow to the north. I know there's flooding out there. You guys know there's flooding out there. How is this going to affect that? And Mill Creek, again, a impaired water body, I just am having a hard time envisioning this intense process out there in this area. Those are just a few. I've got more, but, you know, the roadway is, and the canopy road is, to me, is really something that can't be harmed. And I don't know how you're going to propose to do that. And the stormwater, I don't understand that either.
Okay. Matt Morris, again, with Morris Engineering, I've been sworn. Just to clarify, and I don't think I misspoke, but just in case I did, so we're not proposing to widen an additional 20 feet for the roadway. We're proposing to widen the existing roadway to a total width of 20 feet.
I understand
So the
that,
existing-
17, 18 now, because I measured it.
Correct.
And 2 feet on either side are going to be in the feet of the oak trees.
So we've examined that with your public works staff, and we
Public
feel-
Works staff is not, they're not arborists.
So we feel that the widening of the roadway by the 2 feet to 4 feet and meandering that widening from one side of the road to the other will be able to avoid having to take down those trees. So we are planning on preserving all of those trees. With regard to stormwater, as I mentioned, you were asking about how the site impacts that. Based on our current modeling and design of the system, we're actually showing improvement in the water levels up on Waterline Road. So as you saw in the charts that we provided, we're actually showing a decrease in the water levels from the pre-development condition to the post-development condition during that NOAA Atlas 14, again, 12 inches of rain and 24-hour storm. So we're actually showing a reduction in those water levels. So we're actually providing improvement to the conditions out there.
In your preliminary site plan, you showed the flood areas north of this development. How's the water going to move past lots 20 to 24?
So we have additional culverts that are being proposed. We're collecting all of our stormwater, putting it into stormwater ponds that will be dug on the site before they're discharged to the remaining discharge points, being the ditches and flow ways to the north. So we will be providing additional culverts. We'll be utilizing some of the existing ditches, again, with the analysis that we provided, utilizing that new Mill Creek watershed study. Those existing flows to the north through those ditches, through existing culverts and things of that nature are incorporated into that model. Again, based on the results of that model, taking all of our post-development into account, including our discharge points, where we're discharging water, how much we're discharging water, with a combination of the 50% runoff rate reduction, a combination of analyzing the NOAA Atlas 14 storm, and also providing the cup-for-cup mitigation. Again, we're providing some improvement to those stormwater in the area.
So you propose when this system now that's flowing north, when it comes to this northern part of your development, you're going to split it to go into?
We're going to be discharging in locations that are consistent with where the water is discharging from our site right now.
No, right
which we're
now it's
required to
flowing
do in
north
the
past
state.
past your buildings here. It's actually flowing north. I want to know how you get it there. Yeah, pull up the preliminary site plan. I've got it, preliminary site plan, and you're showing it going through, I can't, going through the northern lots, you're showing it going through lots.
That's correct. There'll be pipes to continue to convey the water so that the water is being conveyed to the same location that it's currently discharging.
In flood stage, you're going to have culverts capable of moving all that water north.
Yes, we've already sized it, and again, based on the analysis and based on our modeling results that use your latest and greatest Mill Creek watershed models, where we are showing improvement with those culverts being in place.
And will cause no flooding in any of those properties.
It will not cause any additional flooding, and again, in this case, we're actually showing, based on the model and data, improvement in the water levels in those properties.
Okay. Also, you had proposed to, quote, minimally impact the oak hammock in the bus barn. And all I see is houses down there. I mean, how can you not, I
That
know you
was-
said minimally impact to accomplish the development, but it looks like wholesale destruction of that oak hammock.
Just for clarification, that was minimal impacts to the wetland system that flows through the site from south to north, which in total is Chris Kennedy, environmental scientist with Kimley Horn. I have been sworn. That, for clarification, that was in reference to the wetland impact. That's where there is a, let me go ahead and pull that up. Go too far. Oh, yeah. Anyhow, just for clarification, that was in regard to wetland impacts. In regard to the oak hammock that you were just talking about, again, there is 2.63 acres of upland native habitat preservation, which would be that oak hammock that you're talking about. And if I can pull, let me go ahead and pull
Yeah, I
up.
mean,
the-
keep going too fast.
So if you can see the green shown on this exhibit, that is upland habitat preservation, in addition to where you see the wetland preservation and the wetland buffer, the green being the upland preservation, and that would be the oak hammock that you see. The wetland impact that I was discussing before, shown there in red, was the 0.05 acres of impact for the roadway crossing.
But the majority of the oak hammock is going to be housing and roadway. Okay, go ahead, somebody else.
I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to focus on the statement about CIP improvements along Zipper Road. The planner. I guess the question is the funding for those improvements on Zipper Road, do you know if they're already included in the county CIP program?
Matt Morris, for the record, the improvements that we're talking about to Zipper Road will be done by the developer.
Okay. Talk about the wetlands, question on wetlands. You had discussed about purchasing mitigation credits for wetlands, is that right?
Correct. Carrie McNutt with Monarch Ecology, and I'm representing the Zipper Road project, just for the record. Yes, we will be purchasing mitigation bank credits from Manatee Mitigation Bank.
How does purchasing mitigation credits, I assume, would be used elsewhere? How does that positively benefit the existing area? I mean,
Because so mitigation banks are permitted by both the state of Florida and the Army Corps. They are essentially large conservation lands that are targeted and designed and permitted as mitigation banks. The idea is they're kind of larger areas that provide more ecological integrity than, kind of piecemeal wetlands that might be scattered throughout other areas. So just to put it in context, when we're impacting what I would consider a lower quality wetland like we are on this site, buying credits from mitigation bank, that's part of a much larger conservation lands, it's considered to have more regional ecological significance.
But the wetlands, is it fair to state that the wetlands in this particular project on Zipper would be reduced and these credits would be used elsewhere, wherever in this conservation bank would draw those credits from?
I'm not sure I'm
In other words,
understanding the question.
the basic question is how does using mitigation credits by you're reducing the wetlands on Zipper Road, correct?
We are impacting the wetland
You're
for the road
impacting
crossing,
the
yes.
roads, right. And you're going to purchase mitigation credits to offset that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So how does purchasing those credits help the people that live in the surrounding area? In other words, how does it positively benefit or impact that area by purchasing credits that are going to be used elsewhere because you're impacting the wetlands on this particular property?
So there's a state methodology that the state, Manatee County, abides by in terms of how we assess wetland impacts and what is required for mitigation. It's called UMAM, Unified Mitigation Assessment Method. That was the method that was used to evaluate the wetland impact area. And essentially, you look at the quality of the wetland, takes into consideration the extent of impact, and it sort of outputs a number. And that determines, the amount of credits that you have to buy. But it's basically a methodology that's approved by all three agencies that we have to deal with, and that's how we are required to basically look at wetland impacts.
Okay. Regarding traffic,
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quick as well. When mitigation banks are permitted, they're permitted within a specific watershed. The Manatee Mitigation Bank being within the Manatee River watershed. So the benefits of doing that restoration work within the Manatee River watershed is providing water quality benefits for the Manatee River and citizens of Manatee County. So that's just one way it does all tie in together.
But there's no mitigation bank in Mill Creek watershed.
So mitigation banks are done on the watershed level of, so you would have the Manatee River watershed, you would have the next watershed over, you would have Little Manatee. So they're not done on a basin level, they're done on a watershed level. So for example, Mill Creek is not a large enough basin, it's the entirety of the watershed, which would be, in this case, the Manatee River watershed. Thank you.
regarding the traffic on the Zipper project, SR 64 in that area, right now it's an existing B road, B as in boy. With the future, without the project, becomes an F, and the future with the project, it's still an F, unless becomes a C, will require an upgrade from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. Is that correct?
Correct. And Becca Bond, traffic engineer with Kimley Horn, for the record, and I have been sworn. You are correct. And right now, there is a PD&E study underway that's within the approved capital improvements plan, the CIP, for widening of State Road 64 from Lorraine to CR 675. So that study basically means the widening is currently being analyzed. They're looking for the appropriate intersection controls that will occur at each of the major intersections along that widening of the segment. And then they're looking at, acquiring the correct right-of-way and making sure that the alignment is accurate. So the study is underway. This is an FDOT roadway, but it's within the Manatee County CIP.
All right, so it's underway, but it has not been, is it fair to say it's not been decided one way or the other, whether to proceed with it, to delay it, to actually construct it?
No, the study is underway currently. So yes, they're actively working on the setting up the design and behind it. Like I mentioned, they have to figure out the alignment first. They have to figure out the appropriate intersection controls along the roadway segment. But that is underway and is included in the CIP and is funded.
It is funded. And when
Yeah,
would
go
be
ahead.
the appropriate, the approximate date that the construction start to conclude?
So Matt Krim, traffic engineer with Stantec, I've been sworn. To Becca's point, so yes, it's in not only the county CIP, but also FDOT's 5-year work program since it's a state road. There's, I think, there's money appropriated for 2026, but nothing beyond that. But what is, funded for construction, the roundabout at E-Line and 64, that's currently under construction. It's being constructed as the ultimate 4-lane roundabout. So, it's going to have the 2 circulating lanes. So when the PD&E comes on, they just have to connect to that roundabout. It's already being designed for the ultimate configuration of State Road 64. In addition to that, Lighterwood just to the east and Bourneside just east of that, Lakewood Ranch is currently in the design and permitting with FDOT to construct roundabouts at both those locations. The Lighterwood roundabout is 2028. It will come online. Bourneside will probably be 2029, 2030. And those are fully funded by the Lakewood Ranch Stewardship District. As far as the timing of the FDOT project, there is no money appropriated for it right now, like for the construction. So we're probably looking, 4 to 5 years out before there's construction funding and that gets to construction. But as I said, the intersections, which are typically where the congestion occurs, along roadway segments or at major intersections, those improvements are funded and they're being constructed for that ultimate configuration of a 4-lane divided State Road 64.
Regarding the Bus Barn project on U-Line, right now it's a C road, and even with the future project, it drops down to a D road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how is that benefiting traffic through that area when you are dropping from a C to a D?
So, when you have, successful areas, and level service D is the adopted level service standard for E-Line Road. So that is not a deficiency. As, development occurs, your goal isn't to have level service A roadways, because that means there's no one under roads, there's no one traversing. So level service C and level service D is not a bad thing. I mean, you'd expect during peak periods, to have traffic on the roadways, and level service D is not a failing level service grade.
I didn't say it was failing, but if you're dropping from a C to a D, that would imply that there's going to be increased volume that will impact that area, people traveling to and from work, to and from home, just traveling through there. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes. I mean, background, Lakewood Ranch is a very successful area, and, as more homes are built in the area, there's going to be more traffic. That is the correct statement.
If I could circle back for a second, you stated it'd be 4 to 5 years to construct the portion on SR 64 I referred to before. Is that right? That's what you stated?
Yeah, there's nothing concrete funded, but yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if this is your specific area. What's the years of the projected years of construction for these projects? If we're 4 to 5 years out on 64, how fast or quickly does the developer project to finish that, to start and conclude that project?
So, I mean, that they can come up and speak to their time frame, but both of these projects, the Bus Barn's 120 p.m. peak hour trips, Zipper Road's 167 or so. So, currently it's at level service B, as in boy, and these projects are going to, and they'll get the exact timeline in a couple of years, but it's the large amount of reserve traffic that's out there that's causing the failure. And again, it's the timing of those developments as well. So like when we were, as part of the studies that we do, we're assuming all of those trips are on the road tomorrow. And in reality, there's an absorption rate for all those other developments that are coming online where it might take 5-10 years for those traffic volumes to come to fruition. And again, in our line of work, we estimate the amount of traffic coming from a development. There's the Institute of Traffic Engineers publishes trip generation data from all over the country. And so again, that's an estimate, and they're based on trip ins, which means it's a trip entering and leaving a development. And so, in the IT world of trip ins, if you have a residential development and a commercial development, the one trip that's leaving the residential development that, goes to the Publix to shop, that's one trip. But in the IT world, it's two trips because it's one exiting the residential development and then another trip entering the commercial development. So a lot of time these IT estimates will overestimate the actual amount of traffic because they do it based on trip ins. And so, we're bound by, looking at these traffic studies based on Manatee County's requirements, which are these reserved traffic. And so in a lot of instances, they are an overestimation of what could be there. So again, these are I'm not saying it's a bad practice to do this, but it's to say that sometimes it can overestimate, the impacts of this development.
Okay, thank you.
Let me
Did you want-
piggyback on traffic real quick. I thought in your presentation, and maybe I read it, but it said no adverse impacts on traffic.
From this project does not create any adverse impacts. Both of these projects, the impacts, the widening of State Road 64 is a background traffic deficiency from all the other approved developments. So, this project is not creating any additional adverse impacts to the roadway system. And as mentioned, there are improvements to help mitigate not only these projects' impacts, but the other approved developments with the roundabouts that are coming online along State Road 64.
When you presented the Zipper road trips, Zipper project, I think you said something like 161 peak hours.
Correct.
I don't know if your computer model is even able to determine that, but what percentage do you think of that, if it's not all of it, is going to be associated with Zipper Road?
It's a great question. We did model this, and I have that, so let me pull it up really quick. I wrote down the total number of trips expected on Zipper. That includes existing, background growth, and then both the bus barn and the Zipper development. Based on our models, there would be 138 trips along Zipper. So that's not just the Zipper development, that's the future total number. And Zipper Road, that is within the capacity of a two-lane roadway to adequately support those trips. I can get you a percentage if you would also like that.
What's the, what have you determined is the current amount of traffic?
I have that number too. Let me, just a second, let me find it. There we go. Currently during the peak hour, let me do some quick math. Currently, there are 21 trips during the PM peak hour along Zipper Road.
So only 21 currently, and projected to be what?
138.
Okay. All right, so that answers that question. This is not, my last question is not a traffic question, is where's this cell tower on the property?
Hi, Linda Stewart. The cell tower does this have a pointer on it? Oh. If you look in the green on the western side of the property, just south of the lake.
Green, south of the lake, yes.
To the left.
With that white box where it says cell tower, that's where the cell tower is located.
Oh, okay. Okay. How tall is that? It's like 250 feet?
Correct. That's the way it was permitted, and we have copies of the structural engineer's fall radius that was submitted during the review process that was given to staff that they analyzed, and the adjacent lots are situated outside any fall radius for that tower.
So all the lots, left or right, I guess, east or west, and south,
Correct.
are more than 250 feet away from the cell tower.
Well, a cell tower is usually designed to collapse. It doesn't just fall over.
Okay.
And so I have the paperwork on the slide if you would like for me to pull it up.
Just curious.
Right, yeah, so.
Safety, obvious safety concerns.
Right, so that was analyzed during review, and the documentation for Manatee County's approval of the cell tower and the fall radius was reviewed during the PSP review.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right.
Thank you.
At this time, let's close.
We have a couple more comments,
go ahead,
questions, please. So we've got the two projects together. I want to separate for a minute. So my question is more along the lines of, the way that I understand this is that the Zipper development needs the Bus Barn development in order to have the ingress egress. Is that correct?
We both utilize each other's accesses to have two access points per code, one out to Zipper and one out to State Road 64.
Right. If there was no Zipper Road, is there a requirement for a second one for Bus Barn?
The LDC requires 2 connection points for 100 units or more.
Fair, okay. I'm with you so far. So 2 ingress egresses, even if Bus Barn is by itself. Where would a second ingress egress be for Bus Barn if it was by itself?
Katie Labar with Stantec, representing the Bus Barn.
Yes.
If, with the 122 lots that are proposed, if we were to provide a secondary means of access, it would be to 18th Avenue East, which is to the west of our project.
Right.
And we proposed an emergency-only access in that location originally, and based on feedback of the community, we went back to the drawing board and made some adjustments accordingly.
But made the adjustment so that it would go through Zipper to Zipper Road.
So it would not impact the residents on 18th Ave. But
So I guess I'm really getting to why are we joining these together?
because the joint planning agreement, I think, outlines why we're joining them together. And I talked about the cost efficiency of providing efficient infrastructure, sharing utilities, being able to provide interconnectivity. And so you don't have two isolated neighborhoods, you have connected neighborhoods that will be able to move to State Road 64 and go to their final destinations outside of the community. You have the opportunity to have an amenity center that will be shared. And mind you, both projects are targeting new home buyers. And so the goal is to bring to market communities that people are able to afford. And so when you're able to create those efficiencies through collaboration, as we're doing in this case, it helps to ensure that those price points can be met so that first-time home buyers have an opportunity for home ownership.
Which we haven't really talked a little bit about, much about the affordable housing aspect of this really at all, which is fine, because that's okay. But they're two distinct neighborhoods, right? I'm just trying to, I don't know. I'm struggling with why are we trying to jam two things together here. I appreciate the cost side of it. I really do. I understand what we're trying to get there, but we've got concerns on Zipper Road for traffic, for people who are there, for environmental concerns, a number of items that are there. You know, I know it's going to sound like a dumb question, but isn't there a better way? I know it's a yes or no question. What's the better way to get two cohesive developments together so that you can have a second ingress egress?
I believe that what we're presenting to you today is the better way. I think that it's significantly improved from what each project presented before we worked together to identify ways that we could. So I believe that ensuring that residents from both communities have pedestrian interconnectivity, both communities have the opportunity for a high quality amenity, ensuring that you have the ability for first responders to enter and exit the sites, both projects efficiently. those are important components of development. And what is before you today is an improvement. And I believe that what we have is a good project. They are both good projects.
Let's talk about the affordable housing. Give me the 30,000-foot overview of the percentages and what we've got on the affordable housing, if you don't mind.
Commissioner Ziegler, as I said, we've done 25,000 homes in this town. Our average home at Neal is about $650,000. 59% of the people who buy homes are coming here from Minnesota or Massachusetts. They have an out-of-state address at the time of their first purchase. Ivory's idea is we've got to build homes for people who live and work in this town. And so our average home is in the low 300,000s. As I said, we build them in Wauchula. We'll build them in Wauchula for $258,000, no impact fees. They help us with the lots. Sarasota County is much more expensive. They're about $379,000. JAGS testified that 78% of the people were either first-time home buyers, and a very high percentage also were living and working in Manatee County. So we just are doing this as a good guy thing. I'll try to answer your two other questions.
Let me, Mr. Neal, real quick. So 100% of the homes are going to be considered affordable housing?
Let's talk, the word affordable housing usually is related to some governmental program.
That's what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Neal. That's exactly what I'm trying to get to, is
We're gonna build our
any
Simple
correlation
Will
between
brand.
that. That's all I'm looking for.
We're going to build privately furnished housing. The trouble with, unfortunately, I'm old enough that I did a lot of program housing in the 70s and 80s, but there is none, and we don't have enough time, and I don't have enough life to get through the federal government to do affordable housing. I might go and answer a couple other questions. We didn't think 18th Avenue Northwest was a good place to put out traffic. It's a narrower road than Zipper. Of course, the eastern side goes directly to State Road 64, notwithstanding what Matt said. Our residents are going to want to get to the traffic circle at 64, which is under construction. And notwithstanding what Becca said, I think the folks at MI are going to drive through our community too. I think they're going to go to 64. That's the most direct route. Why did I want to do it? I wanted to provide our inexpensive homes with an amenity that MI is going to build, and I thought it'd be a better neighborhood for both. I'll close by saying everybody in your planning staff says we build in Manatee County for connectivity. Every developer in the world tries to avoid connectivity. We don't want the Planning Commission, after all, to avoid connectivity. We're supposed to connect neighborhoods. That's planning 101. So we think we're doing what you want us to do.
Hi, if I may add one thing, Linda Stewart again. As I mentioned previously, we did have a connection to Waterline Road as our second means of access, which was not a very popular thing to have for the residents. They expressed extreme concern for that. So because we listened to the neighbors, and with that, we eliminated that connection to Waterline Road and connected with Bus Barn to have a JPA in order to have that second access.
Okay.
Just a quick question. The, on 18th, the homes that are there, we have the Greenbelt buffer. Is that just going to be landscaping? Are there going to be any fencing? Because I know those homes on 18th, they're used to looking at blank land behind them.
A landscape, Katie Labar with Stantec, a landscape buffer is required and will be provided. Whether or not that buffer includes a fence is yet to be determined. That will be provided on future final site plans, but there will be vegetation consistent with the land development code in that buffer.
I have a better answer. Commissioner Prosser, I've been to the site. A number of us have met the residents. I promised them a fence. I also promised we used to buy Brazilian peppers and put them up as landscape buffers. There's a bunch of Brazilian peppers, and they're going to be there too. They won't see our property. That's a promise we made to the residents.
Okay, at this time, let's close their questions and take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Planning Commission is back in session. May we have staff's presentation, please?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. Well, let's begin with Bus Barn Rezone and Preliminary Site Plan. PDR 2345CP. The property is located north of State Road 64 and east of Zipper Road with a total of approximately 44 acres. The future land use category is UF3 and the current zoning is A. And there are no overlay district or special areas within this property. Here we have the surrounding uses. To the north, we have residential single-family and agricultural uses. To the south, agricultural land and a vacant parcel. To the east, we have the Palm Grove Residential Subdivision that is a PDR zoning district and other single-family units. And to the west, we have single-family units and mobile homes. The request is to approve a rezone of almost 44-acre site from A to PDR with a preliminary site plan for 122 single-family detached units and associated infrastructure, and there has been requested two specific approval. This is the preliminary site plan that shows the 122 lots that represent a density of 2.79 dwelling units per gross acre. The PSP also shows Street A, that is the main road providing full access connection to Travelers Pan Drive. There are also two turnaround areas to facilitate circulation, especially for the emergency vehicles. A cluster of lots arranged around cul-de-sac ends, and an inter-neighborhood connection to a future adjacent subdivision to the north. These are the two specific approvals that has been requested. The first one is to reduce the greenbelt buffer width on each side of internal Street A to accommodate the required 50-foot wide right-of-way. And the second one is to reduce the required yard adjacent to agricultural operations from 35 feet greater than otherwise required by code to a 20-foot wide additional setback. If no active agricultural uses are present at time of the final site plan, setbacks shall conform to those approved in the preliminary site plan. There has been, the applicant held two neighborhood workshops in person. The first one was in November 12, 2024, and the second one was in June 2025. Main issues that were discussed during these meetings refer to access, stormwater and flooding, environmental impacts, buffering, landscaping, and especially on the western property line, and traffic. These are the facilities that are in the vicinity of the project that are available for this development. And they refer to potable water, wastewater, and reclaimed water infrastructure. In terms of the stormwater, drainage modeling shall be submitted to demonstrate utilization of the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data and the Mill Creek Watershed Management Plan. The project, due to this location, will be required to reduce the calculated pre-development flow rate by a full 50%. The comparison of existing pre-development condition versus the proposed post-development condition shall include results in terms of runoff and staging. Floodplain. Any field within the 100-year floodplain shall be compensated by the creation of an equal or greater storage volume above seasonal high water table. The 100-year floodplain compensation shall be compensated in sole use compensation areas, not dual use facilities. Here we have the FEMA map that shows the property and the areas that are within the Zone A within the property. This is the Mill Creek watershed map that also show the property and the areas within the 100-year floodplain. And here we have the comparison of both maps. These are the results of the transportation lead capacity analysis, showing that for State Road 64 is operating right now at a level of service B, but it is anticipated to fall to level F, considering all of the best strips that has correspond to the projects that have been approved but not built, and also when this project, including the trips generated by these projects. Uline Road is anticipated to operate within the adopted level of service, D. The project has been evaluated consistency with a comprehensive plan for these policies that are shown there, as well as this one. Also, the project has been reviewed for compliance with this section of the Land Development Code. As a summary, positive aspect, the project is consistent with the surrounding development that is transitioning from agricultural zone land to planned development residential. Public facilities are available to serve the development. Open space exceeds the Land Development Code requirements. There are no state or federally listed species in the site. Project provides 2.63 acres of upland preservation area, and site is located west of the FDOT. As a negative aspect, site is adjacent to property zone A, where agricultural uses are allowed, and which may require the use of pesticides and herbicides, and generate potential odors and noises associated with such uses. Also, there is a bird sanctuary located adjacent to the northeast property boundary. As a mitigating measures, if active agricultural operations are confirmed adjacent to the proposed lots, additional 20 feet setback will increase the corresponding yard contiguous to such operations. Also, proposed lakes, wetland, and upland preservation area will increase the separation from these uses. A notice to buyer in the declaration of governance and restriction shall inform prospective residents of potential presence of these agricultural uses. These are some of the proposed stipulations. So as I mentioned, the notice to homeowners shall inform about the presence of adjacent agricultural uses. It also shall inform about the inter-neighborhood tie to future development to the north. If it is a gated community, Street A and cul-de-sacs will be privately owned and will be the responsibility of the homeowner association, and gates shall be accessible to emergency providers. With the final site plan, if active agricultural uses are confirmed, adjacent lots shall provide 35-foot rear setback. That is the result of the 20 setback that is the proposed rear setback for all lots, plus the 15-feet setback that is proposed for all lots, plus the 20 additional that has been requested. The secondary means of access must be fully operational before issuing the certificate of occupancy. Otherwise, approval will be limited to fewer than 100 units. And a fully executed cross-access easement will be recorded to reflect shared site access capabilities between projects. In terms of environmental, existing access easement will be amended or modified as necessary to align with Street A, and also to provide access to properties to the west, and to provide the buffers as shown in the preliminary site plan. Stormwater engineering, the development shall utilize the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data for stormwater modeling. Conclusion, the request can be found to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable standard of the land development code. Then I have to continue with the Seabird Road presentation that I will do it on behalf of James McDavid, that cannot be with us today. Okay, this is for PDR 2408CP. And again, site is approximately 2,700 feet north of State Road 64 East along the east side of Seabird Road, and is approximately 56 acres. The future land use category is UF3, and the zoning district is A. There is the cell tower that Linda mentioned in the property right now that was approved with a special permit and constructed with a final site plan, that you have the information there. And there are no overlay districts within this property either. This is the location map, and you can see that there are uses that are around the property. Adjacent to the property, single-family residences and mobile home and grazing to the north. To the south is a vacant acreage, single-family residences, and government-owned vacant public school. That is one of the properties of the Boss Barn. And to the east, they have single-family residences, and to the west, single-family residences and mobile home. The request is to rezone from A to PDR with a preliminary site plan that you can see there for a total of 167 single-family detached residential units with a density of 2.99 dwelling units per gross acre. There are, let me show you, this is better. There are proposed two access, one on Seabird Road and the inter-neighborhood connection to the property to Boss Barn, to the proposed Boss Barn development. There is one specific approval request that is the applicant is requesting to allow the existing cell tower to remain within the project boundary. The tower is a total of 250 feet, was approved by a special permit in 2001, but with the rezoning to PDR, according to the Land Development Code, the maximum height for this type of cell tower is 150. So this is the reason the applicant is requested to have the cell tower to remain in the property. According to the Land Development Code, there cannot be residential units within a minimum distance equal to the fall-down radius. And the engineering has certified that the fall-down radius is 50 feet and no any residential lot has been proposed within this distance. The applicant held a neighborhood workshop, a virtual neighborhood workshop in July 2024. The main issues that were discussed at that time were sewer connection, natural gas availability, potential for impact on water sources. And there was a second virtual neighborhood workshop in November this year. And the main issues that were discussed at that time was stormwater management, traffic impact, property boundaries and buffers, environmental concerns, road improvement, and neighborhood features. These are additional documents that are in this record, the letter from the engineering and the joint planning agreement. These are the facilities that are available in the area. Stormwater drainage modeling shall be submitted to demonstrate utilization of NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data and the Mill Creek Watershed Management Plan. due to its location, the project will be required to reduce the calculated pre-development flow rate by a full 50%. And the comparison of existing pre-development conditions versus the proposed post-development conditions shall include results in terms of runoff and staging. It's the same comment as in the other project regarding floodplain. Any field within the 100-year floodplain shall be compensated by the creation of an equal or greater storage volume above seasonal high water table, and the 100-year floodplain compensation shall be compensated in sole use compensation areas, not dual use facilities. Again, we have the map, FEMA map showing the site and the zone A. Here we have the Mill Creek watershed map that shows again the site and the areas that are within the 100-year floodplain. And here we have here the comparison between the two maps. This is the result of the transportation link capacity analysis. Again, it's the same information. The State Road 64 is operating an existing level of service B that is beyond the adopted level of service C, but it is anticipated to fail to F, considering the trips of those projects that have been approved but not built, as well as the trips generated by this project, unless this is State Road 64 is widened to 4 lanes, which is will allow to have a level of service C. The project has been reviewed for consistency with these policies of the comprehensive plan and with this section of the Land Development Code. Positive aspect, the UF3 future land use category anticipates and encourages low-density residential development. The property is located west of the FDAP. Potable water facilities are available. The open space exceeds the requirements of the Land Development Code, and also the 30-foot wetland buffer is proposed, exceeding the state requirements. As a negative aspect, property is adjacent to agricultural uses, which may create noise, light, and other adverse impacts. Proposes significantly smaller lot size than surrounding parcels. The existing cell tower within the project exceeds the maximum height that is allowed for the PDR, these cell towers in the PDR zoning district. Project takes access from separate road as substandard local road. Not existing sanitary system adjacent to the property, and there is a 0.2 acres of wetland impacts and also 0.01 acres of wetland buffer impacts. The applicant has requested a specific approval to allow the cell tower to remain inside, and the applicant shall be required to improve separate road from State Road 64 to the entrance of the proposed development. This is part of the proposed stipulation. The notice to homeowners shall inform the presence of adjacent agricultural uses, and the development will be limited to 100 dwelling units, with the remaining 67 units permitted only when the second means of access is approved. The applicant shall enter into an agreement with the county for improvement to separate road from the entrance of the development to State Road 64, and the development shall utilize the NOAA Atlas 14 rainfall data for stormwater modeling. The request can be found to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable standards of the Land Development Code. that concludes the presentation. Any questions?
Any questions for staff?
There we go. One thing I forgot, and I saw in your negative comments, I'm assuming the large acreage properties that are adjacent to that are on septic systems? Because there's no sanitary sewer in this area?
I don't have this information, but
Basically, the staff report says there's existing 10-inch force main along water line to the north. Is there plans to connect to that, or?
it's in Zipper or in Bos Barn? In Zipper or Bos Barn?
Zipper Road. Because a lot of those large rural properties are probably still on septic system, and there's no,
Yeah, it says no existence,
there's no detail about,
there are no
Yeah, no
details
wastewater.
here.
okay, thank you.
Sewer,
Any additional questions for staff?
Okay.
At this time, I'm going to open up for public speaking. Just for clarification, if you've signed if you transferred your rights to somebody else to speak for additional, please don't come up on that. I have a list of signups. First, we'll go through those, and then we'll take the public. So Dan Lobeck with Pamela LaPlante on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable planning commissioners, and honorable chairman. My name is Dan Lobeck. I have submitted verification of speaking for at least 5 affected residents along Zipper Road and elsewhere. I'm their attorney. I've been doing this since 1996, many times in Manatee and local municipalities and other jurisdictions. I am board certified by the Florida Bar in plan development and condominium law, and have familiarity with what you are going to be addressing here today. There's an old saying, the proof is in the pudding. And actually, the original saying made more sense, and that is the proof of the pudding is in its tasting. And so I'm going to try to take advantage of the time we have to do a little bit of tasting of the truth. You've heard some broad assertions here that are at odds with what's required by the comprehensive plan and the land development code and the evidence in the record. First of all, let's deal with compatibility. This is not an affordable housing project. I would invite the applicant to offer a stipulation to make this an affordable housing commitment. The price points they're talking about is somewhat consistent with 120% AMI, but they don't exist. Another old saying, more recent, is trust but verify. I like Mr. Neal. We've known each other going back to the late 70s, often encounter, and I respect that he has had great success in his time. Recently reported by Forbes to be worth $2 billion. And so he deserves respect. And I'm not saying he is not sincere, but you have to base your recommendation for approval or denial on what's in the application. And there is nothing in the application that provides an assurance of affordable housing. This is also not a situation where you're providing a grocery store or even a storage facility to benefit nearby residents. This is purely a residential project. Staff repeatedly over the years has accepted text written by the developer that tests compatibility not on the surrounding development, but on development that's some distance away. And you see that here today. For instance, that there's this plan development next to I had a note of it, But anyway, you know, that's adjacent, but it's all the way down Road A to the Bus Barn development at the very end and almost entirely adjacent to their open space. Instead, what surrounds this property, and it's very clear from the, is this the right direction for this? I forgot. Can I have the Elmo, please? I don't think they call it an Elmo anymore, but whatever. You know, clearly this property is surrounded by large lot development. Even this RS1 zoning is a maximum of 1 unit per acre. And what we're talking about here is basically 3 dwelling units per acre against 1 per 5, 14 acres for a home. You know, they're large developments. It's just at 5 units per acre, or 1 unit per 5 acres, that's a 1,500% increase. And the comprehensive plan, and it's even more remarkable with when you look at an aerial here, you know. So you're seeing development here compatible and consistent with the kind of high-density Pac-Man kind of housing which is being presented in these proposals. You certainly don't. So, you know, this representation that this can be found to meet the compatibility requirements of the comprehensive plan just are not supported, can't be supported. Draw your attention to policy 2.1.2.7 of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan. And it says that you shall, ultimately the BCC shall, review all proposed developments for compatibility and appropriate timing. Okay, so State Road 64 is going to be 4-laned in maybe 5 years. It certainly isn't before then. This analysis shall include the following. And I want to highlight some. Transition between land uses. You know, there's no transition here. You know, it's 1,500% of gross density all around, adjacent and beyond. Density and intensity of land uses, even more to that point. Availability of adequate roadways. And I want to spend some time talking about that. And if anybody thinks Zipper Road is an adequate roadway for this development, I'd like to know what they're smoking. State Road 64, and we'll talk more about that. Adequate centralized water and sewer facilities. So as to the Zipper Road development, staff acknowledges that there is no wastewater service to that property. And there's no stipulation that it has to be put in place first. There's simply a staff finding that the developer will have to pay their proportionate share, I guess the public pays the rest, of extending wastewater facilities to this development. So we've talked a little bit about gross densities. What about net densities? So staff, in their report, perhaps initially written by the developer, I don't know, calculates net densities based on, take the total acreage and subtract wetlands and lakes. Your land development code defines net density in section 200 as meaning the size of the lots or parcels. And it says that if there's certain things, such as the culverts that are being discussed about, you subtract them. Even without subtracting them, the net density, and I calculated, changed square foot to acreage and so forth, and staff notes, comprehensive plan is a maximum density of 9 units per acre for net density. And again, it's very clear in land development code, that's the lots. So you take, you know, the square footage of the lots and convert that into acreage, and the Zipper Road development comes in just under 9 units per acre, but I'd be curious what happens if you actually subtract out the stormwater facilities. I expect it might be over. Even without subtracting out those facilities, Bus Barn weighs in at 9.19 dwelling units per acre net density. not all that good with math, but this wasn't a hard formula. And, you know, how staff can be applying a definition of calculating that density completely different than your code is a puzzlement. They're saying the Zipper Road has a net density of 3.72 and Bus Barn at 3.5, based on that incorrect determination of how you calculate it. Now, why is net density important? Well, it's important in your comprehensive plan. Policy 2.6.1.3 says that you must require appropriate limits on net residential density to achieve compatibility between adjacent. Okay, that's touching. 1 unit per 5 acres or more, you know, leaves you a, what net density would it be for those lots? A 0.2 net density between adjacent land uses. Limits on net density may reduce net density on a project or a part thereof into less than the maximum net density associated with the future land use category or categories on the project site. So, you know, you have the ability to say they're coming in, even if they were below 9, in at least one of the 2 instances, they're above 9. I suspect both. Again, once you subtract out the things that are supposed to be subtracted out from the lot, and you have the right, in order to achieve compatibility with adjacent land uses, these large home sites, to make this such a beautiful pastoral area. And it's compelled, actually, by the comprehensive plan. 2.6.2, objective, residential uses compatible with adjacent residential and non-residential uses. 2.6.1 calls for compatibility, quote, between adjacent land uses by means that include limits on density and/or intensity. And it refers you down to 2.6.1.3 dealing specifically with net density. 2.1.2.3 of the comprehensive plan calls for a designation of maximum allowable densities on the future land use map to permit consistent and compatible residential development on vacant areas within and adjacent to existing residential areas. So you don't ignore what's adjacent, as the applicants and staff would have you do, and look, oh, over there's a planned development, residential development some distance away, and that's what's to the east, to the west, to the north, if you look to staff. Also, too, remarkably, unlike other staff reports I've seen, there is no statement in the staff report about the adjacent densities. There's not. It says it's residential or agricultural. No calculation of densities because of stark contrast. The massive increase in both gross and net densities in these 2 proposed developments would become apparent. So it's left out. Unlike other staff reports I've seen that give you those densities. And it's easily calculated. We know the size of those lots, and we know the number of homes. There's other pictures in the staff report that actually show you the individual homes scattered out widely around these sites. So, you know, even if this was affordable housing, and you can't base your judgment on a conclusion that it will be, because there's no stipulations in here that it will be, there's a requirement in the county ordinances that balances the need for affordable housing with respect for existing neighborhoods, and requires that the affordable housing be permitted at a higher density only if it respects the character and the density of the surrounding development. So this can't be disregarded. This fails on that alone, if you actually look at what's around it. And I can understand, you know, it's nice to become rich by looking at property that's worthless, like the school board's old bus facility, you know, with agricultural zoning or whatever it is, and, you know, buy it for a prayer and then come in here and get entitlements to make it worth a whole lot more. That's how you get real rich. But it has to be done consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, which governs the Board of County Commissioners' approvals or denials and should govern your recommendations to the board. Let's talk a little bit about traffic. And this is huge. And this is what motivates so many of the people here. Apparently, at least one of you have taken a trip to Zipper Road. It's nice for Manatee County to have something other than a bunch of homes packed in close to each other. It's nice to be able to do like the people, most of them here, that are attending this, to protect their valid interests, their homes, their community. You drive in and there's this beautiful canopy road. How long that is, I've seen different measurements, but it's a real good part of Zipper Road. And then Zipper Road itself extends up and dead ends. And then 18th Avenue comes off of Zipper Road and dead ends. So, this is a lifestyle the people have chosen. It's a lifestyle that's precious to them. It's a lifestyle they're entitled to maintain because your comprehensive plan and your land development code protect it. And in the balance, it must prevail. Because the actual stipulation in the PSP is this: the applicant shall enter into an agreement with the county to design and construct at the applicant's expense improvements to Zipperer Road, a substandard roadway, from the entrance of the development to State Road 64 per Manatee County Public Works transportation standards per the road classification. The existing milled/chip sealed road will need to be replaced to a local road standard specification and minimum 20-foot width as agreed upon by Public Works in the development review. Minimum, not maximum. And it has to be according to the road classification and the local road standard specification. Well, in the email I sent you yesterday, that I'm not going to have time to read, requires that every road that's built in Manatee County be according to certain standards. A local urban road must be 44 to 64 foot wide, plus curbs and sidewalks. A local rural road must be 52 to 72 feet wide with swales. It's not 1 foot or 2 feet on each side. So that canopy road would be destroyed. And so say if it's not. And it would probably be the local urban road, because the definition of that is that of a local rural road is that it serves lots of 1 acre or more. And so automatically that would be lost. So you're going to have an urban road, curbs and sidewalks, and the developer's going to have to pay for it. And according to principal entrance requirements, there's going to have to be a binding agreement on the developer and future owners of the property that they will maintain it in perpetuity, which is not in the record and is not stipulated and called for. So that's not going to happen. It'll be destroyed. If it wasn't destroyed, what would you have? You'd have cars buzzing by every 20 seconds, and you had a misrepresentation of what the actual traffic would be. It's, if you look at their traffic studies, their reports, it's close to 200 PM peak trips total. And you were told a figure much lower than that, I think around 120. And the school board has objected, based on a previous iteration of this, that this would pose a hazard to the school children that walk that road. And otherwise would be highly problematic. Swales on the side, you can't go out. You know, these roads, these cars zipping in and out on Zipper Road, you're talking about a nightmare. Either way, if you recommend approval and the Board of County Commissioners follows through. You just saw a PowerPoint from staff that said they will determine compliance at the time of the final site plan. Well, that tends to be the pattern. That violates the provision of your land development code that says that the first site plan, and that here is the PSP, shall demonstrate compliance with all of the requirements of the land development code and the comprehensive plan. And given some additional time, and I invite you to review my email, you don't have time before your vote, but if you did, you will see specific provisions, a lot of them, of the land development code which are violated. You can't wait to the final site plan. The final site plan is defined as being, you look at exactly where the buildings are located, exactly how the sidewalks are interrelated with the building and so forth, technical utility construction standards and the rest. And staff likes to defer those things to the final site plan because that's administrative approval. But your land development code requires it to be in the PSP, so you get to see it and see whether there's compliance. And the public can test it against compliance and speak out if there's a violation. And so can the Board of County Commissioners, even more importantly. So just to wrap up in 44 seconds, when my client first came to me a year ago, I said, I see no way this thing is going to pass, but I can't discount the glibness and good personality of one of the applicants. Who knows what could occur. We plead with you to do the right thing, enforce the comprehensive plan, enforce the land development code, and hopefully unanimously recommend denial to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your considerations.
Sir,
Yes. And I welcome questions.
you need to submit everything that you displayed.
What's that?
You need to submit everything.
It's in the record already.
I don't have it.
The staff report maps, it's an exhibit to the staff report, all of these things. My notes, I have a quote from the comprehensive plan.
I think anything that was on the tele.
What's that?
Has to go to the.
Yeah, the only thing I put on the Elmo, and I'll give you that part of a page for the record. I appreciate you asking. I want it to be part of the record. Will do. Thank you.
Anything?
Just for clarification, anything that's shown on the overhead has to be submitted for record.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. And I would recommend that to the wonderful speakers that will follow me. That will give you some really good information, but, I'm sorry, what?
Can we just move on, though? Pamela LaPlanta is next, then John Spicer is on deck.
I can give you these overheads, these pages, print them out. Thank you. If there's no questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
I have 5 authorizations to speak on their behalf, so I can get extra time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Pam LaPlante, and I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. I live on Zipper Road, directly across from the proposed subdivision. So I just want to let you know, I've lived there 27 years, and here is my presentation. I've got something on here. I hope you can see it. It's a really poor picture, but, oh gosh, you're not even gonna be able to see it. But what this is, this is Zipper Road. This is my neighbor's property. This is all water. His place is just about underwater. The water comes all the way up to about 15 feet from his door. Now, the reason that is important is this photo is my neighbor's house here on Zipper. He is retired from the sheriff's office where he worked for decades. He served this community and deserves to be able to live out his retirement without being flooded out of his home. As you can see from this picture, it is a serious situation. It won't take much change at all to the neighborhood for that water to be inside his home. I bring this up because you talk about how important it is to have new homes for teachers, firefighters, police officers, etc. It is equally as important to preserve the current homes and the way of life of our existing retired teachers, firefighters, law enforcement, and etc. This flooding is made worse by rezoning agricultural land with 1 house to an acre or 1 house to 5 acres to planned developments with 3 or more homes per acre, covering it with concrete, asphalt, and manipulating wetlands. The new developments are built up higher than existing homes, so the water naturally makes its way to lower ground, which is our existing homes. There are about 35 homes on Zipper Road, and they are all zoned agricultural. There are serious consequences to all this overdevelopment. Look at State Road 64 across from Grayhawk. The 26 years I have lived out here, I have never seen 64 flood to the point of becoming impassable until that Publix went in across the street. Since it was built just a couple, 3 years ago, I think it's already happened twice, where they had to close State Road 64 because it was underwater. There were a lot of wetlands in that area. I know the engineers say they're going to reduce flooding, and they have their statistics and their water reduction models and samples and charts and algorithms and all that stuff. But what's on paper and what the reality is often two different things. Look at all the properties that got flooded out on Waterline Road in the past few years. They've never had that flooding until the subdivisions went in on both sides of Waterline. Please do the right thing and help us preserve our homes and property by voting down the Zipper Road rezone and development application. Okay, I've got some more pictures for you. Again, the first few are hard to see, and I apologize. All right, this one is, these are our ditches right here. I don't know if you can even make them out. But those are our ditches completely full. We've got ditches on both sides of the road. As already has been discussed, the road is 17 to 20 foot wide. The ditches are on both sides of the road, and they're very close to the road. There's probably only a couple feet in between the road and the ditches in some areas. This is another picture driving down the road showing the water in the ditches where the ditches are completely full. That one, this is a picture of, again, I'm in the road. This is the ditch right here, completely full. And that is my neighbor's yard. It's all completely full of water. Another one that's super hard to see. This is the ditches. Again, ditches are full. This is actually my property. And as you can see, there's standing water all in the property. Now, the way the water flows on my property is it flows eastward from the back of my property to the front of my property and then down into the ditches. Again, here, now this one's at the front of the street under the oak hammock. You can see the neighbor's house here. That's all standing water in their yard. So for anybody to say that flooding doesn't happen or it's minimalized has not been out to our area when there's been a big rainfall. Lastly, flooding. This is my property looking down in my backyard. It shows all this standing water, and then all this water here all drains from the back of my property to the front of my property and down into the ditches. And then from what I understand, those ditches drain into the tributaries and ultimately into the Mill Creek. Any manipulation to the street and those ditches would likely result in water backing up into my home and my neighbors' homes. Here's some few more pictures of the ditches. These are easier to see, but this just shows the ditches along our road, shows how full they are and how when they're functioning like they're supposed to, they're collecting all the water. And as you can see how close it is from the road to the ditches, there's not enough room to widen the road without being in the ditches. So as far as I can see, in order to actually improve the road and bring it to standard, they're going to have to put in underground storm drains because they can't just cover over the ditches or we'll all absolutely flood out. So if they're going to put in underground storm drains, who's going to pay for all that? I would imagine that costs millions of, I've been told it's cost millions of dollars to widen the road to the current standards, from which I've been told also the current standards are 12 foot per lane, then 2 foot on either side for curbs. And then as the school board report requests sidewalks on both sides, we're at 40 feet now. If you widen that road to 40 feet, the Okamic is gone, our ditches are gone. Who's going to pay for all that? The developer wants to add a foot on either side. So basically, it's a lose-lose situation for us on Zipper Road because either we're going to have in order for the road to be widened and brought to current standards, we're going to lose our beautiful Okamic and the whole thing about the road. But if you don't widen the road, we're going to have a failed road that you can't even drive on. I mean, right now, this brings me to my next picture. Well, let me show you a picture of the Okamic. My picture's a lot prettier than the developers. They managed to make it look a little sparse, but there's a better picture of it. And then this is a picture of, I'm getting all out of whack here, but that's a picture of, there's 25 feet in between those cones. So that's the middle of Zipper Road, and that brings it out 25 feet. And this is important because they say the right-of-way is 50 feet. Okay, so if you take 25 feet and they're going to go out and construct 25 feet on that side, that goes all the way through the ditch and all the way up, right up to my oak trees. So that's, who's going to pay for those 3 oak trees that get destroyed on the front of my property? That's not even including the Okamic. This is just one example of how our road is not equipped to handle any more traffic, and widening it just a little bit would not help. This picture is from last week. I was coming home pulling my horse trailer, and the garbage man was at the end of the street. And so he was coming south, and I was coming north. We met in the middle. Well, there's obviously, you can't pass. So he had to back all the way up to the end of the road in order for me to continue forward and to pull into my driveway, which, you know, with 35 cars on the road, it's really not a big deal. We deal with it. But if you're going to start adding hundreds of cars to the road, stuff like that can't happen. And adding a foot or even 2 foot on either side of the road is not going to help that situation. The road would have to be brought up to current standards, not just a foot here or a foot there. I mean, it wouldn't just be the garbage truck. It would be the UPS truck, the FedEx truck, the delivery trucks, any and all construction vehicles that would come down the road for the next 3 to 5 years. I could go on, but I hope you get the point. Lastly is a picture I took a couple months ago. That's sitting on my carport and looking out, and that's my neighbors riding their horses down the street. This is an agricultural neighborhood. We've got pigs, we've got goats, we've got horses, we've got cows, and probably a lot of other animals. This is why we moved out here. This is the lifestyle we want to live. We don't want to live in the middle of a subdivision. It's going to change our whole lifestyle. And then lastly, I'd like to mention State Road 64. 64 cannot handle any more traffic in our area. It's 2 lanes in front of Zipper Road. Heading east at 60 miles per hour. There's no turn lane into Zipper Road. There's no acceleration lane. There's no deceleration lanes. It's dangerous. And we've got Bayside Church, which is right across the street, which, if you're familiar with Bayside Church, it's an extremely busy church. they have to hire police to come out and direct traffic on Wednesdays and Saturday evenings and for several of their masses on Sundays, just so traffic can go through. It's just very dangerous. And it's hard enough and dangerous enough for Zipper Road to pull in and out of our street, just with the amount of cars that are on our street now. There would be lines of traffic on our road to pull into and out of 64 if those developments are built, and they would be lines of cars on 64 stopped, cars coming to the west or heading east that are going to turn left onto Zipper Road. They're going to be sitting there. That's going to cause major traffic issues with no turn lanes. And there's no other ways in and out of these proposed developments other than State Road 64. It would be 64 to Zipper or 64 to Uline. I would say 95% of the traffic would be coming from the west, so that puts them all in and out on Zipper more so than Uline, because it's the path of least resistance and the shorter route. It's ridiculous to think that people in the development would head east through their own development, then through the Palm Grove development, only to get onto 64 and head back west into town. So that's just not realistic to think that that would happen. My point is, if the developers try to tell you that a lot of traffic will not go through Zipper Road, I just doubt very highly that that is correct. And I guess that's it. I just want to say thank you, and please do the right thing and don't let them wreck our neighborhood.
Thank you. John Spicer is next, and Angelo Matea is after him.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We need to give this to the record. That's everything?
Good afternoon. I'm John Spicer. I have been sworn. I live on Waterline Road. I'm just going to set this up here for a minute. I didn't have a whole lot to talk about until I sat down and started listening to all this and all the different stories. And, you know, I live here. I see it every day. I see the stormwater. I tell you right now, you call up Manatee County Stormwater. We invited them out to our house. This was June 19th. We started accumulating water running through our property. Stormwater come out and told us developers can do whatever they want. Left our property. We had a water complaint in. We had it in with Swift Mud as well. I won't tell you what they told us. It'd be embarrassing. You know, the biggest thing about is the off-site impacts to this. You know, we own 15 acres out there. They have eroded away so much of our land. We can't even care for it no more. If I was to roll up my sleeve, you would be unbelieved how many marks and scars I have on my arms from pulling branches out of ditches that we used to walk through. Now it is dangerous. I mean, absolutely. We have 8 feet, 10 feet of ditch that one day was 2 feet, a foot. You know, it's called erosion. And it's happened from all these properties back here and the man-made ditches that they're moving. We're not sure. We hear a lot of different stories about what happens with them or what's going to happen with them. But ultimately, they come to me. And I am the one. Don't get me wrong. Manatee County is not coming out to my property to help us. Not one. Me and my family are 100% personally responsible for all the stormwater that they release to the north. Every drop. Nobody comes looking at this. Let's see. Let's move on from that. Let's see. So if I, okay. Well, lower quality of wetlands. Now, understand that they dug this ditch so that it would pass up this wetland. They took away the natural resource of the wetland on the Bus Barn development. There's a big 2.7 acre pond there. And there's always been a ditch there, a foot, maybe 2 foot deep. Well, when you dig that to 6, 7 feet deep, some areas, it bypasses all the natural water flow going to the west. So that's why they have a low quality wetland over there. be aware of that, please. Oh, I like this too. You know, they talk about the road, Zipper Road. Let's talk about Zipper Road. I've only been down it a few times. I live kind of close to it as a bird flies, but it's a long drive around the block. Zipper Road, they want to make it 20, 22 feet. Well, the road for their other exit, going into Palm Grove over to Travelers or whatever that is there, I'm not sure of the exact road there. That's going to be 40 to 50 feet wide. And Zipper Road's going to be half of that? Man, we got to do better than that, can't we? You know, that road can't handle it. I can't imagine meeting a fire truck on that road, especially with a horse trailer. Could you imagine pulling out of your driveway, getting out close to the road, and a fire truck comes around that driveway? Man, who's backing up? It's going to be a bad, bad day for the residents on Zipper Road. There's no public transportation out there. You know, the development on the corner of Uline and 64. Now, we were here at the board meeting last week, and, you know, they stopped this because 64 was an F road. And I'm trying to figure out how it got changed to a BC, you know, an okay road now, overnight. I drive this road. It is an F road. It is a real F road. Let's go one more. Zipper Road to 138 trips out of 289 homes or something like that. That's not even getting your kids to school. What about these people that got to go to work? They got to buy this house. They got to go to work. And everything's going to get on 64, one way or the other. I don't care where they're going to get on, if they're going to go down through the U-line, you know, which is still under construction, or if they're going to take out Zipper Road like that. They got to get out 64. They have but no choice. Where are they going from there? With all the other developments coming in, there is going to be a traffic nightmare. FDOT, now, I could be mistaken, but I thought that they weren't even going to put this under review until 2029. It's not that they're going to fix it. They're just going to start reviewing it. It is going to be a nightmare. If you come to my house, I'll tell you what, 2 times a day, you can hear the crashes on 64. It's amusing some days how many fire trucks and ambulances drive down our road. And they can't even, you know, even on Waterline Road, it's very difficult for these emergency vehicles to pass and go around vehicles. People will whip right in somebody's driveway, you know, to make a path for the emergency services. I can't imagine what's going to happen on Zipper Road when there's an emergency, you know. Let's do one more thing, just for fun. We have 15 acres. It's very private out there. They're not even going to put up privacy fence along the backside of this. They told us, no, we don't have to. We're not going to. I have 15 acres back there. It's pretty private. And we're not even going to give us that kind of respect of a privacy fence? Come on, I don't want to watch. I forget how many homes are going to actually be right here. That's a whole bunch of homes. You know, I don't want to come walking around here and see what I'm going to see. You can just imagine. What was just going to come out of my mouth was really bad, and I'm trying to be very gentle. But at this time, you know, please, we got to reconsider this. We can do better. I know we can. You know, it's just a matter of time. You know, I mean, the timing issue for something like this ain't quite here. It's close. I got a feeling it's real close. It's just not here today. So I really want you to think about the people around here, because we all do. We all have acreage. We all have animals, you know? And it's all good. You know, it's just part of what we bought into. You know, we've been out there 19 years. And what we have found is that we are the ones, for every drop of water that comes off their property, We are the ones that got to care for it. And nobody else is going to come out there and tell us or help us do anything. You cannot imagine what we hear. And we take it, we just send them away. Fire up chainsaw, whatever. We got to take care of it. I really appreciate your time today. It's getting long. I don't want to go all the time, but, you know, let me turn in my paperwork and move on. Everybody wants to go eat some dinner. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Angela is up next, and then Alyssa Campbell.
Angelo Metzla, Manatee County resident. I was sworn in. I'm a resident whose property borders, I'm a resident whose property is on 18th Ave and borders both the proposed developments, and I strongly urge the Planning Commission to deny this rezoning request. Our area has a long history of flooding issues, and I'm deeply concerned that this development will worsen those problems. My property, along with others on 18th Ave and portions of Zipperer, drain directly into the ditches and creeks that flow directly through the proposed project area. According to the developer's plan submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers, portions of this creek would be filled in, an action that could significantly disrupt drainage and increase flooding risks for surrounding properties. I'm also concerned about the impacts on privacy and the loss of the neighborhood's rural character. Both the proposals include raising the land and constructing two-story homes with only a minimal buffer. These homes would tower over existing properties, easily above any fence, which was stated during the neighborhood meetings that no fences were in plan, and it would significantly reduce the senses of privacy residents currently enjoy. The minimal buffer will also create conflicts with the agriculture lifestyle in this area. Many of us have farm animals, including us, that are not compatible with the type of dense suburban neighborhood that's being proposed. The development also plans to use Zipperer Road as its entrance. Zipperer Road is lined with magnificent 100-year-old oak trees that form a unique and historic canopy, one that cannot be replaced in our lifetimes.
Thank you.
I'm good?
They just reset the clock.
Okay, okay. Zipperer Road is lined with magnificent 100-year-old oak trees that form a unique and historic canopy, one that cannot be replaced in any of our lifetimes. And to answer one of your questions from earlier, 18th Ave is a one-lane road with oak trees on its side also and cannot be widened without taking property. That's where one of the developments was planning to use as their secondary entrance if they weren't combined. But they both exit into Zipperer. In many areas, the road is narrow because of these trees, and yet it can safely accommodate the 35 houses that currently use it. But to safely support the dense development being proposed, these oak trees would almost certainly need to be removed, destroying a defining feature of this old Florida agriculture community. How it is now, two cars cannot safely pass between some of the trees, let alone if there's someone walking at the same time, which I'm sure there will be people walking and biking down the road since it's going to be a lot more scenic than the neighborhood that they're moving into, seeing how their pictures had no trees. And I don't know about you guys, but I would rather the straight exit off of 64 onto Zipperer versus meandering through multiple neighborhoods that eventually goes to a major roundabout with multiple other neighborhoods and a shopping plaza using that roundabout. So I feel like Zipperer Road would be the main road coming in and out, especially since most of the traffic will be coming from west. Traffic on 64 is also a major concern. In this area, 64 only has two lanes and lacks a turn lane or accelerating lane for the vehicles entering or exiting. Bayside Church already utilizes police officers at the same intersection to manage traffic. Adding the volume associated with development would cause serious safety risks for both the residents and the commuters of both Zipperer and of the proposed development. Squeezing a dense, incompatible subdivision into the middle of a established agriculture area and relying on an old narrow road bordered by century-old oaks is not consistent with the surrounding land use or responsible planning. For these reasons, I respectfully request the commission deny the Zipperer Road and Bus Barn rezoning proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Alyssa Campbell, and then Glenn G is next.
Okay, sorry, this is stressful. My name is Alyssa Campbell, and I'm a Manatee County resident, and I was sworn in this morning. I live on 18th Avenue East, directly adjacent to the location where both the Zipper Road and Bus Barn developments are proposed. I'm here today because these combined projects are completely incompatible with the character of the area surrounding them. Our community is made up of homesteads, family farms, and agricultural properties, a place that has always been quiet, open, and distinctly rural. Introducing two high-density subdivisions into the middle of this community would dramatically and permanently alter the entire area. These projects would also significantly impact residents who keep horses, livestock, and smaller-scale farms. These agricultural uses rely on adequate space, proper buffering, and overall land use compatibility. Dense subdivisions placed directly beside agricultural properties almost always create conflicts related to noise, animals, and normal farm operations. With raised lots and the likelihood of two-story homes paired with extremely limited buffering and no plans for fencing, which for the record, we were told there was no fencing, the new construction would quite literally overlook neighboring properties and eliminate any sense of privacy. Drainage is another major problem, or a major concern. Portions of 18th Avenue East and Zipper Road both drain through the Zipper Road development, and these roads are also located downstream of the Bus Barn project. Elevating the construction site while removing wetlands and changing the natural water flow push more water onto surrounding properties and worsen flooding issues that our community already struggles with during rainy seasons. Zipper Road itself is a cherished canopy road lined with century-old oak trees that define the entrance to our community. Increased traffic from these developments poses safety risks for residents and their children. The road functions appropriately for its current rural use, but it cannot safely accommodate subdivision-level traffic. Any effort to widen or improve it would almost certainly require removing the historic oak trees, an irreplaceable natural feature that cannot be put back once destroyed. Traffic issues extend beyond Zipper Road. State Road 64 is 60 miles per hour at this section, has no turn lanes, no acceleration lanes, and remains a two-lane road. The intersection is already becoming dangerous to navigate due to the increasing traffic in the area. Beyond that, our districted high school is Parish Community High School, which is about a half hour away. My 16-year-old son has to travel either Rye Road or Upper Manatee River Road to get there, both of which are already over capacity and, as we heard today, can be dangerous. Adding hundreds of new homes without any planned improvements to these roads or to State Road 64 will only create even more serious safety concerns. As one of you said earlier today, you can't fit something into a place that cannot handle it. Finally, approving a development this incompatible sets a long-term irreversible precedent. Our area has already experienced the negative impacts of rapid development, agricultural properties disappearing, rural communities shrinking, and longtime homesteads being pushed out. Allowing other dense subdivisions here will accelerate that loss. Once open land is urbanized, it never returns to its rural state. For all of these reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny these projects as currently proposed. Thank you for your time and for considering the long-term impact on the residents who already call this rural community home.
Thank you. Glenn is up next, and then Julie Spicer is on deck.
For the record, Glenn Jablina, and I have two affidavits from number 4 and 5. I have the full support of the Manatee Patriots and neighbors. Should give me 20 minutes, but I won't burn that up. I just want to remind the board that the folks that were here this morning that gave testimony, I believe on this item, you cannot negate that. They had some passionate testimony, and you should consider that testimony as part of this project. So you've heard from enough neighbors of why we shouldn't do it. And I'm surprised that we haven't have a canopy policy yet. That's a canopy road. Sarasota has it, right? That would negate everything. Why don't we just make a policy and do, you can't touch anything from 100 feet from the center line each way. It's a majestic canopy road. And that would eliminate a lot of headaches. Why we have not moved in that direction is beyond me. Now, I'm not going to go through the folks that told you why it's an idea. I am going to give you options for why you can deny it. And I think it's important to the staff, to the administration, to the public, and to you guys. So I'm going to read this into the record. I promise it will not take 20 minutes. Nexus to public health and safety. The core justification for denying must be the protection of public health and safety. The specific issues of inadequate stormwater management, flood control, or failing water sewer systems are strong justifications because they directly impact public welfare and can create government liability if not addressed. Reasonable planning efforts. Courts often look for evidence that our imposing government entity is diligently working on solutions to the infrastructure problem, conducting studies, developing a capital improvement plan, and secure funding. That's another reason. Concurrency laws. In some states like Florida, concurrency laws require that adequate infrastructure, and not these denial things, give me a pass break, I mean real stuff that should be there, including water and sewer, be in place or under construction concurrent with new development. Can be mechanism to, a moratorium can be a mechanism to enforce this requirements when infrastructure is deficient. Concurrency requirements, Florida's growth laws require that public facilities, again, including drainage, are available concurrent with the impacts of such development. This mandate forces local governments to ensure adequate infrastructure exists to support this new growth. Liability. You're not immune if you don't do your job. Liability for inadequate systems. Since Florida waived the Sovereign Immunity Tort Act in 1973, local governments can be sued for flood damage. I'm surprised we haven't been sued already from these neighbors. While planning level of functions may be immune, operational negligence, and I see a lot of that, like poor maintenance, we just had to outsource a bunch of ditches getting done, can result in liability. The application of reasonable use rule under the surface water disputes further complicates the liability as courts weigh the actions of both upstream and downstream property owners. And we've had a lot of damage downstream. The AmQuest, the court found good faith existed, this is for you guys, because the planning board members who were laymen needed time to develop a policy for the land in question. It's your responsibility. At the time of the ordinance was adopted, 4 developers desired permits for a rapidly developing area of a township. The court found a desire to study the problem to promote overall good of the community was in good faith and not arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable conduct. So I think you're protected there. The courts noted that the municipality must act without discrimination. And there's some case law, Golden versus the Planning Board of Town of Rebonian. Planning Board is a classic example how local government could delay development prior to the first English. The local ordinance prohibited subdivision approval until the developer obtained a special permit confirming that essential services of sewer service, drainage facilities, parks, essential services are very similar to the services of the Florida Local Government Comprehensive Plan. So the point is, none of that is, it's your responsibility to look at these and say, you know what, any one of these would be a bona fide position to deny it, for sure. So I'm going to take this a step further because I do know that we have been threatened in the past with the world famous Bert Harris Act, right? Let's not forget that. Oh, and by the way, we have an appeals coming up on the 19th for SB 180. So hopefully, if we get that done and the injunction is done, we'll get a lot of headaches over it. Huh? Are you recording me, Pat? Okay. So, let's talk about that. No constitutional or Harris Act property right to increase zoning allowances. The local government has the discretion to deny a request to rezone land and allow the maximum uses, densities, or intensities potentially authorized by the comprehensive plan, which establishes a range of allowable uses, densities, and intensities, including a maximum amount of development, not an entitlement. Repeat that. It's not an entitlement. When you're zoned ag, it's ag. You're not entitled to RF3 or whatever they want to do. And that is Section 163, 3177, Florida statute courts have explained that that means the plan set a maximum limit, a ceiling for development, but not an entitlement. Let's sink in. They're not entitled. It's not an entitlement. They bought it as ag. It could stay ag till 2050. In Lee County versus Sunbelt, the court explained that comprehensive plan represents, in effect, future ceiling above which development should not be proceeded. The future. That's why we call it future land use. Not rubber stamp it yesterday or today, future land use. In Brevard County, Florida Supreme Court ruled that the landowner had no property right to be granted a rezoning for the maximum use, density, or intensity potentially allowing by a comprehensive plan. So you can override the comp plan. You don't have to stay in that lane where you can only vote this way. You guys got a lot of power up there. You're just not using it right. And that the property right simply to use some even least intensive, lucrative, allowed by the plan. And here's what the court said. Comprehensive plan only establishes a long-range maximum, again, 2050, limit on the possible intensity of land use. A plan does not simultaneously establish an immediate minimum limit on the possibility of intensity of the land use. The present use of land may, by zoning ordinance, continue to be more limited than the future use contemplated by the comprehensive plan. So just because it's in the comp plan doesn't mean it's a given, and it's not. The Supreme Court ruled that a rezoning request appeals at least in part to official directions to accept or reject an applicant's argument, change is desirable, and the local government, you guys, has the discretion to decide that the maximum development intensity should not be allowed, provided approves some development that is consistent with the plan. The Harris Act did not change this rule. The case of Boone, all right, allowed the use that was potentially authorized by the comprehensive plan as long as the land is zoning category within the range of uses. No constitutional or Harris Act property right to increase planning allowances. So when they come and threaten you, oh, you Bert Harris, you got to give me, no, you don't. No, you don't. You've got Supreme Court case law on your side. So don't listen to bad advice, sometimes from county attorneys. Under Florida law, the purchased land is generally subject to existing zoning or environmental restrictions, and there is no property right to change them. And again, case law. There's no property right to the comprehensive plan amendment. Again, case law. The Harris Act did not create the property right to increase planning or zoning, even when an increase would be allowed to the maximum by local government's plan, unless it would be unreasonable or unfair not to do so. We haven't found anything that's been unfair about this. We know that this overdevelopment is destroying our county, that we got to slow the roll, and these are case laws and tools that allow you to deny anything that comes in front of you without being harassed by Bert Harris or getting sued. I am telling you. Palm Beach, blah, blah, blah. The court ruled that there is no Harris Act protected reasonable investment-backed expectations in developing land that had been designated natural preserve for years prior to the plaintiff's filing suit. Say no to rezoning. You can do it. You've got case law on your side. I do my homework. I try to give you guys all the tools in the toolbox that you get. And I want to bring up added value land use. It's like that plaza, like the hotel, right? When you have a parking lot that's worth $100,000 and they want to put in a hotel, 300 rooms, and now that property's worth $30 million, without your zoning approval, they wouldn't get that added land value. And we're allowed to recoup some of that value through the Florida statutes. And these guys haven't been doing it. They haven't been doing it for decades. So when you approve, like Lennar Homes, 2,200 homes, 600 acres, they got to look. You need a fire department or an EMS station? We're going to set 15 or 20 acres aside for you. That's what they are supposed to do when asked. But guess what? You guys never ask. The commissioners never ask, and we're entitled to it. You have left millions of dollars in those guys' pockets because you didn't do the ask. So anytime this comes in front of you, do the ask. I mean, again, they're not entitled to a rezone, and if they get the rezone, then do the ask, right? Comes around, goes around. It's for the public good. Anyways, I've burnt up enough time. Long day, but you guys are great. Thanks for hanging out here. And I will enter these into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Spicer is up next, and Helena Begley is right after her.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to start out with the map, and Julie Spicer, I've been sworn, thank you, dear, Manatee County. Let me start out with the map, and do want to make one thing apparent to you. The changes that happened on the agenda, there was not an adequate time for us to prepare for this. I have a prepared statement on both of these properties, and with the new, the NOAA 14 Atlas modeling, the new maps that were uploaded into the system, I'd be using them today, so bear with me because I'm going to have to do like I have them separated by property. But let's start out with this. This is my 15-acre property. These are the two proposed developments. This is the bus barn, and this is the Zipper Road one. I want to make you aware, from State Road 64 all the way to the back of my property is a man-made excavated ditch. What has been happening is, as my husband stated earlier, we have been getting bombarded with huge amounts of water that are flowing into not only private property, but a wetland. And one thing I do want to point out too, as I go through my write-up, when these two proposed developments talk about their wetland, they're talking about just their on-site wetland, this one and this one. There is no mention of how using this wetland and their little bitty part over here is going to affect all of this wetland. Now keep in mind, these are all private residents. There's houses in here. People live here, right along the wetland. With that preface, let me get going on here. Check my time. Okay. The BOCC has communicated that they are looking for infill projects that implement smart infill building, wetland protection, and adequate stormwater plans that do not contribute to increased area flooding. Based on this criteria, this project is not ready, and I ask that it be denied for the following reasons. Building in an environmentally sensitive, flood-prone area, how can this even qualify for smart building? With the entire proposed development being environmentally sensitive, flood-prone, the flooding will only be exacerbated with the removal of yet another 20-plus acre wetland, mitigated to 1.2 acres, and the elimination of a 2-plus acre pond. As you read through the environmental narrative regarding wetland descriptions, it references 0.9 acres of streams and waterways as being an excavated agricultural ditch. Bingo, that's the ditch they excavated right into my property. This non-historic south to north agricultural ditch has been previously excavated to channel water directly into the back of our private property. So during pre-construction and up to 5 years, they will be dewatering the 20-plus acres of wetland and the historic 2.29 acre irrigation pond through this man-made ditch into my private property at 16678 Waterline Road. In addition to pre-construction dewatering activities, as previously mentioned, they will also be channeling their stormwater offsite directly into the shared wetland. This water will drain into a stream. So once it hits here and it pops into my property, it's going to go up to about here, and it's going to flow all the way through all these private properties. Please note, when they address wetland impact, like I said earlier, they're only referring to their on-site wetland. There's no mention of the private property wetland. All of this. And one thing I really want, with the channeling of the water into the private property, by doing so, like my husband mentioned, we're responsible for that water that comes through there. We're not getting any help from the county. You know that this ditch flows a lot of water for whoever needs it. And the bad thing is, a lot of times that's stormwater, but it's not a stream. It's not historical. It's not Sand Branch that they're also blowing apart. This was an agricultural swell that is now, some areas of our ditch is 8 to 10 feet deep. And let me tell you this, it's still filled with water. We're in a drought. We've had water in our ditch since June 19th, flowing constantly. It's a river. And it doesn't get maintained until it gets all the way down there and it goes under, till it goes to Waterline Road and it goes under. And then the county will maintain that. But as for all these private property owners, nobody's helping us with that. And it's a lot of work. And the older we get, the harder it is. But I'm looking forward to grandchildren someday. My property was a perfect playground for our son to grow up in. Ideal. All his friends came over. We were the place to be because we had the land. And it's really sad that I'm scared to stay at this property or have any little children over. They can drown in my ditch. And it's all because of erosion. And it's right along the wetland. Okay, sorry, I got off on one. Okay, with all the other housing developments in East County, do we really need any additional housing units that are going to be so severely impacting this area? Once these wetlands and green spaces are permanently removed, they're never coming back. We've mentioned problems with the water, Palm Grove isn't even built out yet. And honestly, I gotta say, you know, they're having a tough time containing their water as they try to mitigate wetlands. You know, backfilling wetlands for development is just not a good precedence, and it goes negative and negatively impacts the watersheds in this area. As good stewards of the land, we are to protect our watersheds and the wetlands as to preserve and control our water resources for future generations. Dare I say, these housing developments are not worth squandering the few natural resources we have left in this area. The final issue I'd like to mention is the current capacity of State Road 64. Utilization of this road is going to continue to increase quickly to the F designation if it's not already there, because a large percentage of the population of East County residents who, I haven't heard this yet, they drop off and pick up their children instead of send them on the bus. That's very common down here. Are these calculated in the flows? You know, one bus, or how many times can you go back and pick up your kid? You're back and forth, and they got this and they got this. These are not one-trip wonders. This is not just jumping in your car, going up to Publix to get, you know, something to eat. This is constant moving. And I think it's going to continue to make State Road 64, you know, more and more dangerous. And another fact, it's naturally going to get more congested because you have to admit, there's very few jobs in the East County. People need to work to afford housing. They have to get on 64 and they have to go to their job. They have to work. If they're not going to the west side of 75 to work, they're getting on the interstate to go one way or the other. Additional considerations regarding traffic include, you know, all the north-south 4-lane connectors that we have going on that are all pouring onto 64. Thank you for your time. I'd really appreciate both of these projects being denied.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good night.
Helena Begley, then Andrea Griffin's up next. Okay. Andrea Griffin? Then after that, that's the last one we have signed up, so you can just start heading up.
Hallelujah. Andrea Griffin, Manatee County activist, advocate. I think you guys know where I'm going to be going with this. But I'm going to reiterate what Glenn Gibolina said. What is the requirements of this county? Are you guys required to approve, just automatically approve rezoning? Of course not. You're not. It's discretionary. And it's discretionary for reasons, okay? Because clearly our planning board doesn't see issues that the rest of the residents are seeing, and thereby, you know, stating that these things are approved or should be approved or whatever the case may be. And it's so far off base, it's not even funny. So according to Florida Statute 163, the comprehensive plan is what controls all land use in this county. And of course, the development orders, including rezoning, must be consistent with that comp plan. Obviously, this being an area where there's agricultural, one house per every 5 acres, putting a total of 289 properties in this area is congested. You're talking about 2 people in every house in a retirement home. That means 2 cars. That's 578 cars. Now you add 1 teenage child that's now on the road. Now you got 3 additional cars on the road. And if normal families, which usually have 2 children, now you got a household with 4 cars in this area. So now you have 1,156 cars on the roadway. So clearly the models, as we know, are hypothetical, right? So I don't really listen to the models. I listen to common sense. And common sense tells me when you have a road so big and there's oaks on both sides of it and huge ditches,
Common sense tells me that that road's not widening anytime soon. That's what common sense tells me. So knowing that that road is not going to be widening, putting an additional potentially 1,156 cars on the road in that area with such a small road, common sense tells me is not proper and should be denied. Now, rezoning is a legislative decision, right? And comes with very broad discretion, but you're never obligated to rezone. I know Mr. Neal was talking about this is affordable housing. I'm sorry, I'm a conservative. I don't think $300,000 home. In today's society, it is affordable, but it's not affordable in reality. At the end of the day, we've got 21 trips on this road that's going to be extended based upon this hypothetical model to 130 trips, which we know are really 260 trips because it's probably based only on 1 or 2 cars when most houses probably have 2.5 cars. So with those things, I'm going to say that this is an inappropriate project. It's not consistent with its environment. Its environment are larger homesteads. These are much smaller homesteads. This is packing a whole lot of people. I don't consider this an infill out east. I consider infill more in town, more without the urban sprawl. But again, I do believe this is an urban area. You know, at the end of the day, we've got horses driving down the road. Are we really going to put 1,100 cars with people on horses riding down the road? Okay, well, I'm going to trust that you guys are making the right decision. I also want to thank you guys because I've come to planning boards over the years, and nobody has quite listened like you guys have. This is probably one of the first board meetings that I just truly appreciated. I think everybody needs to hear that. Thank you.
I'm back, sorry. Cecilia Hopper, Manatee County resident. I was sworn. It's a rural community. And because it is our little road that gets the, with 35 neighbors that go up and down, it's already overused. And I like to take my grandkids down the road because no one picks up trash on the road. So we drag a trash can and they got the picker-uppers and we pick up trash, and it's not going to happen if y'all let this, I can't let my kids out there, and we're old enough to love it. And I like to teach them to give back to the community. And what we're doing now is it's not a community, it's just a raceway. I just wanted to mention that tree-lined road. Rob, thank you for coming down and looking at it. It's beautiful, it really is. We have woodpeckers, we have bluebirds, we have blue jays. We used to have robins, but now because O'Brien's left, they had all those delicious strawberries and blueberries, they don't come anymore. I mean, I used to walk out and hear them chatter. It was wonderful. We had robins, not this year. We have owls in the neighborhood, and a mating pair, and we listen to them with their babies. It's wonderful. We had turtles, but they disappeared. Bayside had that nice little driveway that we walk, and they built the berm with that newest housing division that's on the south side. And the turtles, they used to dig holes and we'd see them and we would get excited seeing them come back out. They can't get through that berm anymore, so now our turtles are gone. We see eagles on the tower that they're talking about, and it used to be that we'd sit with our binoculars on our lanai and we'd look back and we'd see eagles, we'd take pictures, we'd tell the kids about it. We still do see scissor-tailed kites, but not as many as we used to because the canopy's gone. It's behind us. I mean, when I looked at these pictures that you put up here, and it would show all that greenery, that's going to be gone. There's a lot of fields out there, but that's going to be gone. So there's more that's being taken away from us. And you'll notice hawks. We just don't have the hawks like we used to, because they just don't have enough to eat. Just have a heart for the wildlife if you can't. And we don't need any more cars on Zipper or Road. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kent Hatch. I've been sworn in. I live in Zipper Road, and I just want to reiterate what Cecilia said in that this is how the species that are endangered became endangered, and this is how common species become uncommon. It's a development by development. It's death by 1,000 cuts. I'm sure that the developers will say that their project will actually improve the wetland situation in the water flow and the threat from flooding. Just consider the fact that all these other developments probably said and promised previous planning boards the same thing. And now we're hearing that there's actually increased flooding problem. I'm sure they had their plans and their studies and everything, and apparently they didn't work too well. They've said in every presentation I've heard here that no listed species have been found. I'd like to know how they looked, when they looked, how hard they looked, what were they looking for? Are they just looking for bird species? Did they look for endangered reptile species, endangered amphibian species? Those are hard to find. Did they look when you're likely to see the species, where you're likely to see the species? Or did they just go out and look around and say, well, don't see anything? Not all habitat is equal. Residential habitat it's paved. The land that's out there now, water soaks into. Water doesn't soak into concrete or asphalt or rooftops. Residential properties apply about 5 times the fertilizer and pesticides that farmland does. And even fallow land provides birds with insects and seeds so that they can survive. And finally, I do want to thank you. It's long. You've been very patient. I appreciate you listening to some of us little guys. I talked about my 3 kids. I have 1 other kid. I would really like it if they could continue to walk to the bus stop without being in danger of being hit by cars. It's a wonderful place to live. As Mr. Brown said, that canopy should just be preserved. I want to share one interesting experience. I, many years ago, lived in Munich, Germany. And in the middle of Munich, there were streams where you could go trout fishing because they had the foresight to protect lands even in the middle of cities. Land shouldn't always be measured by the dollars and cents, just because it's not worthless because it's not built upon. Beauty and wildlife, all of that has value. Thank you very much. I so appreciate your patience. You've been wonderful. That's mine, is it? Yeah, that's mine.
I'm gonna need 20 minutes.
We got enough people to vote. Take off when you need to.
Okay, can you bring up that, oh, okay. Good evening. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County, have been sworn, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group, and we ask you to please deny these rezone requests on the grounds that they are not compatible with the existing surrounding area. They've mischaracterized the adjacent areas and properties to these sites. Traffic is going to be horrendous. The roads are not adequately sized, and they will not be adequately sized in the foreseeable future in over at least the next 8 to 10 years on State Road 64. Zipper Road is a substandard road, and there's no easy way to bring it up to standards. That's being discussed. What we really have here are two flag lots with only one viable entrance in and out. Joining them together is not the solution, really. The Zipper Road to the northern project there, they had their main entrance on Zipper Road, and then they had emergency access at one time out to Waterline Road. I think they abandoned that because that guy's driveway was not going to make an adequate emergency access. It's a little dirt road driveway, and it just wasn't going to satisfy, I don't think it would have satisfied the requirements for emergency access. Same thing with the bus barn going on to 19th Avenue East. That would not satisfy, I don't think, the requirements for emergency access, even though it would be just occasionally used. They couldn't fix that dirt road of 18th Avenue properly to make it work. Now, earlier I showed this area of Waterline Road and Zipper Road. You know, there's 5 to 35 acre properties out there, over 100 properties. Many of these are along the south side of Waterline Road and butt up against this area where these developments are being proposed. Now, the small scale ag, large lot residential are very good for sustaining wildlife. They provide good habitat, not like these little micro lots that are all paved over. You're not going to sustain any wildlife with that. You're not going to do any good drainage with that as far as natural drainage or sustaining the wetlands. But these larger lots are good for that purpose. And they also serve small scale ag, like family farms and ranches, stables for hire, that sort of thing. Horse breeding, dog breeding, dog training. For example, we've got pasture land. All these pictures are along Waterline Road. Okay, exotic cows. Sand Branch, there's a tree is probably over 100 years old. It's a sweet bay magnolia. That was a walking trail along the creek, nature trail, still out there. These are fairly recent pictures. This is Zipper Road. This is the oak canopy, the hammock on Zipper Road. That's what you're talking about there. The comment was made earlier about an arborist's take on what it would require in order to sustain the life of those century-old oak trees. You go in there, you start disturbing that soil on either side of that road, let alone putting asphalt on that road. Those trees know something's going on. You do something to that road overnight, that quickly, those trees are going to react. They're going to be in shock. They're not going to survive, even if you only put a couple of feet of asphalt on either side of the road. Those trees have been there growing slowly with that dirt road for probably 100 years or more. I think that dirt road's been there a long time. Then they put some millings on top of it and called it paved. It's really a fancy dirt road. It'd be a shame to lose that. That should be a county treasure. That should be a state treasure. Freckle Fanny Farms on the south side of Waterline Road abuts this property. Dog training, Harmony Farms Equestrian Center. We have to put up signs for the tourists and the newcomers. They don't know that this is not a petting zoo. This is agricultural activities. This particular farm butts right up against the back of the Zipper Road proposed community. Wildlife, Florida Wildlife Habitat. We have certified properties out there that are habitats for wildlife, sustaining wildlife, including many threatened and endangered species. Birds of paradise. This ag is to the east of this property, abuts it. In fact, one of the stipulations was that the owners be informed that they have a bird sanctuary right next to their property in the stipulations, right there. That's ag. That's not residential, that's ag to the east. Those properties along Waterline Road, those are all on the north border of this property. The property to the west, that's ag also. Why aren't they getting setbacks? They've got goats, some folks have pigs, I think, I don't know, cows, that's ag. To the south, you got Detweilers, that's ag. So to say this is infill is a gross mischaracterization. They've got a road from these flag lots down to State Road 64, and that road that they've widened, it connects to the community Palm Grove to the east, and that's the only real residential connection. That's where their sewer and their water is going to be coming from, along that little road that now they're saying, oh, they're surrounded, it's infill. It's not. Another farm, horse farm, ranch, wildlife. That's last spring. Owls, baby owls. We've got breeding owls. That's the great horned owl and a longleaf pine. Longleaf pine's also a endangered species. Owl again. Hawks, baby hawks. We've got breeding hawks. Caracara. Everybody's talking about the caracara. This caracara is on a dead tree on Waterline Road, directly across from the Coddington subdivision entrance, which is just a few hundred yards away from these proposed developments. These happen to be a mating pair. How do I know? That's their baby. This was a couple years ago. That's their baby right there, fledging. So it's sustaining wildlife. Rainy day, caracara. Gators, farm pond gators, yeah, we got gators. Road may flood, how about that? It does, every year, consistently. And it's gotten worse, starting with when they built out Mill Creek to the east, it got bad, and it's just getting worse. There's flooding there. That's Coddington subdivision. That's Waterline Road underneath that lake. That's Waterline Road. That water sat there for a day and a half. Closed Waterline Road, flooding. Turkeys, again, we got breeding wildlife. In small scale ag, large lot residential. This is on Waterline Road also, this property. Eagles, mating pair of eagles. That's also on Waterline Road. That tree's on Waterline Road. Not too far from the proposed developments here. Tortoise, gopher tortoises, we got a lot of those. Sand Branch Creek. That's what our skies used to look like. This picture was taken out towards Mayaca City recently, like in the last half a year or so. On Waterline Road, we used to see stars like that. We haven't seen them like that in 8 years. Stars the dark skies were stolen from us by overdevelopment. And we're not real happy about that. And it's a shame because we used to get people from all over the world to look at our dark skies right there on Waterline Road. Not anymore. You're going to miss this? Yeah. It's now that. That right there is what became Palm Grove, which I don't think should ever have been built. And that's the mud hole that became Palm Grove. Still got otters, still got turkeys. Calvin Long, he's actually up from Ocala, but he's there in spirit. So if you go to the overhead for me, so here's the general area, Zipper Road, this is Bus Barn. Again, to me it looks like a flag lot. This is the little road here that connects to Palm Grove, the mud hole. And that's how they're saying, oh, okay, it's got connected to residential. That's what makes it infill. This right here is the bird sanctuary. This is all ag land here. This is all ag up here. This is, the darker colors here are part of the wetlands that are off the site. It's not infill. I don't think any of these specific approvals should be allowed. Okay? The one for the tower, it's a lattice truss tower. I don't know who did the calculations on the fall. The fall down here, it's 250 feet tall. Some engineer came up with the fall being 50 feet. I don't believe that. I think you need to have that calculation verified. To me, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't meet the requirements of the Land Development Code 531.37 D4A. The setback should be much greater than it is. Okay, this is the outline of the property. This hash mark, this bus barn, this is Zipper Road. This right here, that's where the tower is, okay? I believe that tower needs to be further from the lot line than it is. I believe that the LDC requires it to be 500 feet because it's 250 foot tall. It's not 500 feet from that lot line. And in my opinion, I haven't run the calcs, but looking at a lattice truss 200-foot tower, it's not going to ideally fall inside of its footprint. They don't, under ideal conditions, maybe. But when a storm comes through and we have those little mini tornadoes like we did last year with Hurricane Milton, all hell breaks loose and stuff gets thrown all over the place. And that tower is not going to collapse. I don't think it'll collapse in a 50-foot radius. It needs to be looked at. Again, we talk about the flooding. I guess that working with Gorst-Demeter on the Mill Creek Water Management Plan, that's good. In the stipulations for using the NOAA Atlas 14, it should specifically state 12 inches in 24 hours, not just loosely refer to NOAA Atlas 14. And in addition to that, I would suggest that there's a NOAA Atlas 15 coming out. And I think that data is the data that we need to be using for the drainage on these properties out there in the Mill Creek Basin, because we've got a lot of flooding out there and it's not under control. And as good as it may look on calculations for your water management and stormwater retention, I don't think it's going to be adequate, because it's a massive wetlands area out there in that basin. And it's not all on this property. Now, I'll give them credit on the Zipper Road property. They're accounting for 4 acres of wetlands. That's probably close to true, even though they're going to impact some of the wetlands. On the bus barn, I don't think they did their arithmetic right, because they're only accounting for 1.25 acres of wetlands. And I think just looking at it with an untrained eye from a satellite view, I see a whole lot more than 1.25 acres of wetlands there. That needs to be reviewed. I don't know if SwiftMud looked at that or walked it down, but I think that needs to be back checked, because I don't believe it's only 1.25 acres. Now, when you talk about the water and the drainage issues, there's also a problem with during construction. Okay, what does the county do about the dewatering that occurs during construction? The Palm Grove right next to this development, when they were dewatering, they flooded our property out on the east end of Waterline Road. That's never flooded before. They flooded it out because they were pumping water into the swales, into Sand Branch Creek, filling it up. When it did rain, the water had no place to go. It overflowed and came onto everybody's property. Now, I think you've seen the photographs of the flooding on Waterline Road, both the east side and the west side. And it's not good. In addition to that, the dewatering wasn't being policed properly. It never seems to be policed properly in this county. And it was dirty water. It was high opacity water dumped into the creek, into Sand Branch. It killed the creek. It filled it up with 5 inches of silt, killed all the grass. All the animals got run off for a couple of years. That happened for 2 years. That went on for 2 years, that dirty water being dumped in. We'd call up, I'd call Mr. Neal, he'd get it stopped, and then a week later it'd start again. I'd call him back again, he'd get it stopped for a couple of days and start again. Okay, it was like whack-a-mole. It's crazy. So until the county can get a handle on controlling what happens during construction and dewatering and the flooding that causes, on top of the fact that the west end of Waterline Road and this Mill Creek Basin is so sensitive and so prone to flooding, the timing's not right. The timing's just not right. Now, there were stipulations asking for variances on setbacks. I don't think you should approve any special exceptions, special approvals. I don't know why you would. Doesn't make sense to me to do it, especially not on the tower. That one I think is dangerous. I think in the stipulations you should add that the surrounding ag properties, folks shoot their guns a lot. They do hunting. They make a lot of noise. Put that in the stipulations. I know one of the properties here, I forget which one it was. I think it was maybe in Zipper Road property. At least the stipulation there said they have to inform the people that not only they're next to ag land, but they've got a bird sanctuary to their east. That's fair. The other property should say that as well. Bus Barn and Zipper should both have the stipulation that they have to inform people. But in addition, inform people that the people are shooting their guns a lot around the area. And I tell you why, because when we shoot our guns on Waterline Road, the sheriff's starting to come around because all these folks have moved down here saying, well, what's all this gunfire going on? Well, they need to be told to be used to it because it's going to happen. And we're going to be doing hunting. We're going to be doing target practice. And the sheriff hates coming out there, but he has to come out because he got called and make sure that we're shooting safely, and then he goes away. And we continue shooting. And the people, the newcomers in these communities, that they're not told properly, that they're not warned that these are really ag lands and these are hunting grounds and these are people who are going to be shooting their guns off. And they get upset and they call the sheriff, and it just never stops. So put it in the stipulations. People are shooting their guns a lot. People are using explosives a lot. People are having anvil shoots a lot. And there's a racetrack down the road that I'm 2 miles from. It shakes my windows. And to me, it's music to my ears, but to these folks moving in, they may not like it so much. So on State Road 64, it's my understanding they got a Pity&E study, maybe finished by the end of next year. And then they have to go find about, $200 million, $500 million to get it done, just to get 4 lanes from Lorraine out to State Road or County Road 675. They've got to acquire property. That whole process is going to take years. It won't be done by 2030. It won't be done by 2035. Maybe 2035 if they get right on it, but they never get right on it. So please deny this at this time. It's not compatible. You got problems with drainage, stormwater, traffic. Thank you.
Please come forward, state your name. You've been sworn in.
Hey guys, I'm Jonathan Sinkler. I'm the 3rd generation property owner of this place. So go ahead. All right. So this over here is our place. I own this piece. My family owns this piece and this little flag lot here. We've been out there since 1962. We are the legacy family. My grandfather farmed and farmed and farmed, and like all these other properties, they used to be part of much bigger properties that were cut up over time. For many decades, These parcels here was all a tomato farm or strawberry farm. You see how sandy and white and all those roads, you can still kind of see it in the aerials. After years and years of growing vegetables and strawberries, for the last probably 30 years with strawberries, there is no nutrients left in the soil. It is depleted, it is gone. And after sitting here today, I've actually learned a lot. It is actually cheaper for me to buy one of Pat Neal's Simply Dwell homes than it is for me to fertilize the soil to get it back to where we can grow stuff in it again. So, Pat, you're cheaper than fertilizer. So, this isn't something new. We have been trying to sell this place for many years now. My grandfather passed away in 2018. We've pretty much been running a break-even or bust cattle operation out there, but it is so dry and so sandy. It is sugar sand that the kind of herd of cows we have are Brahma cows, which are the gray ones with the hump and the floppy ears, or cracker cows. Neither of them pay much at the auction. Like bottom, think Honda Civic if you're selling cars, okay? They don't bring much money. And I've been hearing a lot about flooding, and I think maybe I'll need it from a farmer's perspective and someone that's lived out there for 3 generations, and I'm sure some of my uncles and my family's gonna talk about it. This was a strawberry farm, like I said, for about 30 years, okay? If you Google the definition of what soil strawberries need, it's dry, sandy, well-drained soil. All this, since 1970-something, has been designed to shed water to the north. That's what all these, you keep hearing about these ditches and the flooding and oh my gosh. That is what all this was designed to do. This neighborhood would stop that. That is what all this retention, that's what all these specialists are talking about. And, we lived there too. We've lived there for generations. We didn't just sell this place to the first, New York investment company that offers a shiny penny. We had certain conditions because we loved this area. We loved this property just as much as it was our family name and legacy was worth more than a couple extra dollars. But realistically, we have to do something. The handwriting's on the wall. You guys keep hearing about that cell phone tower? That was put up around 2000 by Nextel Corporation. Do you guys know anyone with a Nextel? The handwriting's on the wall. We could get a 90-day notice tomorrow that tower's coming down, and then it's over for us. We have nothing coming in off that property. The few cows we got barely keeps the green belt paid. This picture is one of our better fences. Can y'all see that? We've got 2 miles of fence line out there. Oh, the other way.
It's upside down.
Sorry. We've got about 2 miles of fence line out there if you add it all up. In the last 20 years, we rebuilt probably a 1/4 mile of it. A lot of it's overgrown with trees or Brazilian peppers like you keep hearing about all grown through it. Me doing it myself cost about $3 a linear foot. And that's not including the time, the building the fence is the easy part. It's getting out there with the chainsaw, cutting the Brazilian peppers out, rolling up the old fence, getting there and putting posts in. It used to not be an issue in the past. When cows got out, they got to another cow pasture. All these properties that you guys keep seeing and coming up here, as of yesterday, when I was riding around checking our fences and counting our cows to make sure they're all in, on the properties that border us, that physically touch our property, there's only one other person that has livestock. Ironically, they're all single-family homes that like the idea of living in the country, but don't have anything to do with being country, I keep hearing a lot about, 5-acre lots. Did anyone not look at Zipper Road? There is more properties that are under 5 acres than over 5 acres. The smallest property with a house on it is 0.28 acres. There's several 1-acre lots. What happened was, over the generations, if someone needed some money or someone wanted to give a family a place to live, they cut their 5-acre lot into a tract and broke it off, and then broke that off and broke it off again. We're asking to do the same thing. We're the legacy family. We've lived back here for generations. We are the only one actually still actively farming. This property, you keep hearing about the Detweiler's property, they're part of this. They're selling too. I mean, if the Amish can't grow something on a piece of land, what chance do I have? If they recognize it, it's just played out. I mean, Dan, what'd you say it was worthless land trying to make a use out of or something? When you're talking about the bus barn property?
To the school board.
To the school board property. Yeah, it's worthless land. We can't farm it. We have tried to sell it to privately. We talked to the church for a while trying to, get Bayside to buy it. Just like that little 4-acre tract that was up here earlier, we also have easement issues. You know, I mean, you can look, we got this little flag lot here. This property's landlocked. My piece that I own outright, I have to drive through like 5 other people's flag lots, and it's only because, you know, they know me and the family for years. They haven't really caused a big stir out of it, but, you know, what happens if one of them dies or, you know, sells to somebody? Then I'm back to, well, maybe I'll have to put something in to get all the way to here to Zipper Road, you know, and try and get out, you know? And if, you know, the point I'm trying to make up here is this wasn't a decision made lightly. We have tried and tried and tried. You know, a lot of these concerns, like the bird sanctuary, I believe if you all look in your email, you should have got a letter from the owner that she supports this project, and she's also looking to rezone her property next year and sell. Her name's Tara Bloster. She sent it to me last night to proofread it. But, you know, a lot of these issues y'all keep hearing about, I mean, they're kind of over-exaggerated. You know, Mr. Rob, you're talking about how you went out to Zipper Road and spent an hour out there. Well, if you would ride up Waterline Road, you'd see almost every single property's for sale on the other side. You know, some of them say for development use, and I think a few of those people spoke here today, you know? So it's just kind of like rules for me, but not for thee kind of deal, you know? If I'm forced to farm this, I will, but I'm going to lose it eventually. And then it's not going to be a thoughtful, tasteful transition. It's going to be someone that has more money, more time, that's not going to sought after. We didn't take the first developer. I said, we literally, we had certain conditions, you know, that we wanted. We want our family name and legacy remembered. And we're not giving up either. We're basically running a snow cone factory at the North Pole. You know, snow cone stand at the North Pole. We want to move a little farther out east, about 10 minutes out east, get some better land that was meant for cattle, that has good fences, that has good soil, that has some good drainage to, or not drainage, sorry, more moisture to the soil where the grass will grow. You know, this grass you see in this picture here, that's not Bahia, that's not Hermatia, that is nut sedge and broom sedge. Those are those weeds you pull out of your flower beds that keep coming back. It has no nutritious value for a cow. It'd be like if you just ate rice all day. It would probably fill you up, but you ain't getting nothing out of it. That's what we're infested with out there. You know, the reason why we did well many, many years ago is this was a packing house right here. Back before O'Brien sold, and they ran they packaged up all the cucumbers, bell peppers, and tomatoes for all the farms around here. Well, those farms are gone. The packing house isn't open no more. We used to get dump truck loads of feed for free. Not only we get free feed, but we had free land. All these little tracts over here, before people decided to build houses on them, we used to put cows on them for the green belt, keep the taxes low. Well, people had a right to build a house on their own land. We moved the cows off. So we don't have the free feed. We don't have the free land. We've got collapsing fences. We got soil that's so dang poor you can't grow nothing in it. It would literally be cheaper for me to buy one of Pat Neal's houses than to get it fertilized, bring the soil back up to date. You know, I'm asking that you guys approve this project. So I need to set this to record. All right, thank you guys for your time.
Yep, thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public?
Oh, I still think I'm on.
Yeah, you still got time.
I still got time? Oh. One more thing. I'm going to have a talk with my wife when I get home. She will not be riding her mule down Zipper Road anymore.
Thank you.
It's like an old tractor, give her a second.
It's going downhill.
They want me to be old. My name is Maddie Moran Levon, and I have been sworn in, and I'm a Manatee County resident. I was born in Manatee County. About 20-something days, I'll be 85 years old. And I was born here. I love Manatee County. And my 6 children and my grandson are the owners of the Moran family and Sinkler land under consideration on Zipper Road. We are passionate about what this rezoning means for our family and the greater community. We love the Zipper Road, and we love the my baby children, you know, they walked 3/4 of a mile to the bus stop and walked through that canopy all the many years that they were growing up, you know, to ride the bus. And we don't want anything to hurt that. And I was disappointed when we had Thanksgiving pictures made a couple years ago, and the hurricane had just come through, and there was like, it was like, when we were there, and it was a complete canopy. The trees met, and it was solid, and then the hurricanes came and blew a lot of the leaves away. But I and my former husband, Earl Moran, he's been deceased for 7 years, and we were both born in Manatee County. He in 1931 and me in 1941. We worked hard for everything we had, and we tried to use what we had to bless others. My husband, Earl Moran, every time he would have a bunch of tomatoes or something, he'd go say, I want to give this to the neighbor so-and-so and so-and-so, you know. So they knew my husband, Earl Moran, very much. I taught my children to love the Lord our God with all their heart, all their mind, all their soul, and all their strength, and then to love our neighbors as ourselves. We were always trying to be good to our neighbors. I guess some of them may have forgotten that. We bought land on Zipper Road, Earl and I, over 60 years ago, and we raised our family there. When our house burnt down completely in 1971, I barely got my youngest 2 children out. That's my son, Will, and my daughter, Marilyn, who are both attorneys now. But I did manage to go in and get my children out, you know, and before the roof started collapsing. And it took 45 minutes for the fire truck to get there because we live so far out. Now it's just down the road a little bit around the corner. But we bought the land because we wanted to have a place where we could grow our children, you know, grow our cows. You know, we always had cows and all. And even though we lost everything in the fire, I did manage to get the only thing important out. The other stuff was just man-made stuff, could be replenished. But the important things were my children, and I got those out. And it's just like people would say, well, I'm so sorry for all your loss. And I said, I got the only thing that was worth anything in the house. You know, man-made stuff can be rebuilt, can be repaid and rebought and all that, but you can't do anything about having 2 more children, you know, if I hadn't gotten those out also. Mill Creek Baptist Church, which I've been a member of since 1971, they helped us, they came and helped us put the new roof on the new house, and they brought us food and all kind of wonderful stuff. But there is story after story like this in our family, and the history of miraculous survivals, the grace, the protection, and we give all our glory to God Almighty because we are a very God-fearing country and family. And whether it was shown to us by the community or we sacrificed for other people, you know, my husband Earl, he loved going and giving somebody something. He just wanted to give the neighbors something, you know. And these naysayers who darken counsel by words without knowledge, like it says in the book of Job, they spread false information, false gossip about us, and fear like wildfire. They do not care about the danger they are causing and the rights that they are infringing upon. They are not showing love for their neighbors like we've always tried to do. My grandson, Jonathan, he was recently shot at on his own property when he was trying to fix his fence. And it's just the same thing over and over and over, repeating this rhetoric, you know, about this is going to be bad for the community. I don't agree with that. And if this development is approved, a chain reaction and ripple effect of amazing things are going to happen. Number one, the land that my children have been tethered to since their father's death will have thriving families, and including some of my own family members want to live in that new development. The roads will be improved and safer, and the character of Zipper Road will be maintained. And let me tell you, we love that canopy. And we loved it even more so before the hurricanes knocked so many leaves and branches out, because it was a solid canopy when my children walked there to the bus stop all their school years. Another thing is that if we have any income on any of that. The Christian ministries and missions will be supported through not only my children's commitment, but also to mine. We believe in tithing. We believe in blessing, the churches and the other places. There's at least 3 churches here in Manatee County that we all go to, and they will be blessed by this. Please vote in favor of the rezoning of my family's property. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, County Commissioners. My name is Melissa Moran Sinclair. I am a Florida native. I am 56-year resident of Manatee County, and I just want to say this has been the longest day of my life. I have a whole new appreciation for you. I don't know how you do it. Okay. I have been sworn in, by the way. You're welcome. All right. I am number 3 of the Moran family, and this family is the grassroots of Manatee County. When my parents purchased Route 2, Box 218C1, that was our address back in 1962. I learned it in kindergarten. There were 7 families on Zipper Road. When we moved into our home on Zipper Road, there was no DeSoto Square Mall. There was no I-75. State Road 64 was a gravel pothole road, and Lorraine Road was a dirt road. We had to drive to the Quick Check, which is now, it's by the historical village, and we had to fill up across the street. And it was a big deal when we got to go to the Quick Check. We got to leave the country, and we got to go in town. It was a big deal, y'all. My friend's parents didn't want to take me home because I lived in the boondocks. I rode on a K-12 bus. If you know, you know. For those of you who don't know what a K-12 bus is, let me explain it to you. That's when all the kids who lived out east, who lived in the country, kindergarten through 12th grade, rode the same bus home. I was a K-12 bus survivor. However, the wheels of progress have turned. You're no longer in the country, Zipper Road. I no longer even recognize Zipper Road when I go down there. Our family has served Manatee County well, and we have served our country well. We have served in our school system, our judicial system, and several churches in the area, and we would like our voices heard tonight. We love our community in Zipper Road. And like my mom was saying earlier, in November of 1971, our brand new house had been burned to the ground. And had it not been for the community of Zipper Road coming together, our neighbors literally giving us food, clothes, and money, and truly exemplifying what it means to love thy neighbor, we would have been lost. In July of 1975, another example of our little community on Zipper Road, when I was struck by lightning under a tree outside my bedroom window. Neighbors coming to visit me in the hospital, helping my mom with child sitting so they could be up at the hospital with me. Miss Roberts and Dot Glisson, probably they don't even know who they are, but those ladies, they made sure that after the lightning incident, they would pick us up at the bus stop if the sky looked threatening. This was our Zipper Road. That canopy of trees that they love so much, those are our trees. We walked that old dirt road for 13 years. Each of us, 6 kids, each of us 13 years. Cold days, hot days, wet days, dry days. Those trees are our childhood. We have not weighed this decision lightly and took many things into account before going into a contract with MI Homes. Our friends still live on Zipper Road. You have a handful of people here representing Zipper Road, but the rest of them know us, and the rest of them stayed home. We still have very close bonds with them, and we have discussed our plans with them about MI Homes. Our father, Earl Moran, shed his blood, sweat, and tears to acquire and maintain this property to provide for his family's future. This opportunity will be a generational blessing, not only for each of my father's 6 children, but also for our children and our children's children. I couldn't help but notice the sign you have behind you that says, "In God we trust." The Morans and the Sinklers also trust in God, and I believe that God has opened doors that no man can close. There is an old saying that you can never go home again, and this is literally true for us. The road to get to our property is unpassable, and the home we grew up in has not been lived in for more than a decade and has been severely damaged by hurricanes. Our land is landlocked, and due to the lack of knowledge of the community who now surrounds our land, who just do not understand the necessity of maintaining fences and the liability of cattle, to try and farm and ranch now is risky and it's dangerous. Please, I plead with you, please take these things into consideration when making your decision today. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Melinda Moran Lundy, and I have been sworn in. I stand before you not just as a property owner, but as someone whose roots run deep in Manatee County. This is more than a land use decision. It's about honoring a family legacy and creating a future that strengthens our community. I grew up on Zipper Road, where my family taught me the values of hard work, service, and stewardship. For generations, we have cared for this land and served Manatee County through our schools, local organizations, and civic involvement. As an educator, both at the University of South Florida and the School District of Manatee County, I've served the county for over 30 years, and I'm currently serving as a school principal. I know firsthand how much strong neighborhoods matter to thriving schools. When families have access to quality housing, schools benefit from stable enrollment, engaged parents, and stronger community support. That's not just in theory. I've seen it every day in our classrooms. Healthy neighborhoods build healthy schools, and healthy schools build healthy communities. This property has been part of our family's story for decades. We've respected its agricultural roots and cherished the memories it holds, but Manatee County has evolved, and so has its needs. Times have changed. Our land is now landlocked and no longer practical for farming. Keeping it zoned for agriculture means leaving it underutilized at a time when our community urgently needs housing to accommodate growth. I believe it's time for our property to serve a new purpose. Our county's population has grown by 46% since 2010, and projections show we'll reach over 500,000 residents by 2035. Families need homes, and this property offers an ideal location for residential development. It's close to existing neighborhoods and road networks where infrastructure can support growth. Approving this rezoning helps meet the demand while reducing pressure on other sensitive areas. Rezoning this property is not just about development. It's about meeting the needs of families, strengthening our schools, and ensuring Manatee County grows responsibly and sustainably. This proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan and smart growth principles, which encourage transitioning underutilized agricultural land to residential use where infrastructure can support the growth. It's a responsible choice for development. Modern development standards will protect the environment, manage stormwater, and address traffic concerns. This is growth done the right way, sustainable, thoughtful, and community-focused. Beyond the long-term benefits to Manatee County residents, this decision is personal. Approving this rezoning honors the past while building the future, and will ensure that the land my family has cared for continues to serve a purpose for generations to come, not as a forgotten pasture, but as a neighborhood where children can grow, families can thrive, and community can flourish. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Getting close to the end of the Moran kids, I promise.
You sure they're not more outside or somewhere?
We're actually not all here. Two of us couldn't be here. My name is Marilyn G. Moran. I have been sworn. I'm an Orange County resident, and I also own a home here in Manatee County off Buffalo Road. I am the fifth of Earl Moran's 6 children, and, you know, we've talked a lot about him, and I'd like to put him here if I could. Can you show the Elmo? Oh. I don't know if you can see it.
There he is. So this is our daddy, Earl Moran. I grew up on Zipper Road, lived on the property for 25 years. I went to all local schools, Wakeland Elementary, Bradenton Middle, Southeast High, went to Manatee Community College, University of South Florida. Then I had the privilege of attending law school at the University of Florida. I worked in this building for over 10 years at the state attorney's office and was able to serve this county as an assistant state attorney. I now work as a civil litigator at a national law firm. My family is, as you may have already figured out, we are extremely proud of our Cracker Manatee County heritage. We have been here for 6 generations, since right after the Civil War. And we're confident that voting yes to this rezoning is the right decision for Manatee County, and that this really does promise to be a beautiful, modestly sized development. It cannot be emphasized strongly enough that our property sits west of the urban boundary line established nearly 40 years ago in an area that is suitable for future development. It's really easy to have a very myopic view of this property and say that it's not suitable for development. But if you would just zoom out the tiniest bit, you will see that we are completely already surrounded. You will see, wow, there is just this one big plot of land. And what in the world can it do with all of these lines and all of these communities which you have already approved and which are thriving? Significant development has already encircled our property. As children, my mother would drive us 40 minutes to DeSoto Square Mall to go to McDonald's. And it was like the biggest deal in the world when I-75 came in and they actually put a Mickey D's up there. We just thought that was the coolest thing, but it still took a long time to get there. Now there is a college, there are fast food restaurants, there's doctors' offices, grocery stores, a huge storage facility, a really great EMS station nearby. There's even a sushi place a short distance from our land. This is not the boondocks anymore, people. Every week, 5,000 people pour out of Bayside Community Church, right across from Zipper Road. That's all we've heard today is, oh, Zipper Road, it's so country, it's so country. That's not the present reality. Lakewood Ranch is the #1 best-selling community in the United States of America for 7 consecutive years, and they are on our doorstep. Back in the day, if our cows got out and wandered onto somebody else's land, my dad could go retrieve them from the strawberry field or a nearby pasture. Now we have to worry if they're going to be in a nearby subdivision that's already there. My nephew Jonathan can't even maintain the fences on the dwindling small herd we have left without being shot at by some neighbor who thinks they can tell us how to live on our property that we've had for over 60 years. The unmistakable truth is that our property is no longer suitable for agricultural purposes, and the time has come to rezone and allow it to be developed responsibly. As an attorney, I would also be remiss if I didn't say it would be legally unjust to deprive our family of our ability to use our property for its highest and best use. U.S. Supreme Court Justice and former President William Howard Taft once said that next to the right of liberty, the right to private property is the most important individual right guaranteed by the Constitution, and it has contributed more to the growth of civilization than any institution established by the human race. Our father, Earl Moran, passed away over 7 years ago, and each year we have to bear the cost of property taxes and other expenses associated with maintaining unusable land. Denying us the ability to sell the land would not only be a disservice to Manatee County and the citizens who want to live and worship there, but would also deny reality and deprive us of our inheritance. The Moran family has been a constant presence here in eastern Manatee County for many generations, and we are still here and we are contributing at the highest levels in this community. When this neighborhood is built, we are going to see beautiful homes, and I am going to be one of the first people at the sale office because I want to live. It's not like we're not trying to make a buck and say, sorry, we don't care about you. I want to live out my days on the land I grew up on. And my sister Melanie does too, and probably others as well, because we have a huge family extended, as you can imagine. The only way we could ever possibly be able to do that is if you allow our land to be developed. This isn't thousands of homes. It's not even 200 homes. So we respectfully ask you to vote in favor, or excuse me, in favor of rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want my picture? Here you go.
Last but not least, Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name is William Moran Jr. I have been sworn. My dad was born over in Parrish in the house his daddy built in the 30s. And his dad was born about a mile down the road in his dad's house. And his dad, my great-grandfather, was a homesteader. You know, they put the stakes in the ground, they say, we'll pay the taxes on this. And that's how we started here right after the Civil War. My sisters and I were the first ones born in a hospital. My mom was born in a little house across the Green Bridge over there where the local doctor was. We all grew up on that piece of land. We lived so far out of town back then, it was 30 minutes to get to 15th Street East where the Quick Check was. And that's when it was a 2-lane road all the way to get to 15th Street East. And so if you forgot something, it stayed forgotten, you did without it. Now there's a Publix across the street. Right? Back then, power could go out and you'd be out for days. Don't know when the power's gonna come back on. Maybe there was a tree fell on it. Now we live, well, that property is a quarter mile from the trunk line from FPL. The phones were iffy at best. I don't know who has a landline, but if y'all remember how that was and you lived out east, first time it rained, you didn't have any phone. It was usually a party line, and you were lucky to make a phone call. We got a cell phone tower on the place now, and nobody has a landline anymore. Back then, we were surrounded by farms and ranches, and now we are surrounded by single-family homes and subdivisions. Back then, it was an hour bus ride to school, an hour bus ride back. And now there's a new school, K through 12, across the street. We are not outsiders, as you can imagine, but a lot of the people who came up here today, and there was a common theme, and I saw them speak on every project y'all had. And I'm assuming you guys see them a lot, and they always say the same thing. Not now, maybe later. Not us. My dad's legacy was his land, and that's all he could leave his kids. He didn't do stocks. He didn't know a darn thing about stocks. Stock to him was a new bull. But we're surrounded by lots of new people, and some of them aren't good neighbors. They want to own all they can see on their side of the fence and all they can see on your side of the fence. And they believe they can dictate that. These people have shot at us trying to repair the fence. They vandalized my father's home when he went into an assisted living facility after he had a stroke, where he remained for 4 years until his death. They knocked every window out of it. They have zero knowledge of the land or stake in this community. The problems we have are big city problems. This isn't the country anymore. It is if you're from New York or maybe Minnesota, right? Maybe where you're from and there's a fire escape. This is the Wild West. We are inside the urban boundary. Everything around us is urban. We can't farm this piece of ground, and the cattle will not pay the taxes. We are the closest to the county water supply, the trunk line where the electricity comes through, the schools, and the grocery stores of any development that you will consider. The state and not the county is widening 64 as we speak. Somebody sat up here and said there's no turn lanes. Not true. I believe one of the attorneys said something about this is we're going to taste the truth, or the proof is in the pudding. Let's talk about truth. There's a turn lane that goes into Bayside. About a quarter mile more or less. To the west, 64 is 4-lane now. Nobody said anything about it. Zipper Road, Zipper Road. They're building a roundabout. There's a turn lane that goes into Mariposa, which was Eugene Moore's old country store. That's where that was, and butcher shop. There's a turn lane that goes in. There's another turn lane that goes into Yuleen. I told you that it took 30 minutes when I was a kid on that 2-lane road to get to town, to 15th Street East, right? I live on 64 across from Lake Manatee State Park. I lived there. I've lived there for 25 years since I moved off my daddy's place. Took me 28 minutes to get here this morning, driving 64, that terrible road, during rush hour, and you all see me sit right there all day. Yeah, things have changed. 64 is not 2 lanes anymore. And we have 44th Avenue that goes all the way to the beach, and it's all open. The east-west corridor, we got 8 lanes now instead of the 2 we used to have. That's not counting State Road 70. North-south, we got Burnside, we got Yulee, right? You've got the White Eagle goes all the way through. You've seen the maps all day. It's a grid. Traffic is not a problem. I know, I live there. I drive it all the time. And yeah, I spent 7 years working for Manatee County government on the survey crew, working for stormwater and drainage in the transportation department, doing surveys and studies. I know every ditch on a first name basis. The picture she had where she was talking about the ditch, the ditch, one of the people, they ran her finger about the ditch. That ditch has been there, and I believe it was last week, an engineer told the county commission, he said, no, that ditch is here. Here's an aerial photo from 1970. They're saying, this is new ditch, this is a new ditch. Overhead, please. This is the ditch she was talking about, right? And these are the strawberry farms. This is the ditch. That ditch was dug with a drag line in the 1970s. I know because I was there and I saw it. You can still see the claw marks in the old iron ore right here at the corner. They said, oh, it was just big swelling dug ditch. No. And you see all this other part that she was talking about? You know what that is? That's the wetland. It's always been the wetland. That's the way it drains. It's always drained that way. So what happens is the guy who owned that broke it up in 5-acre parcels. Sorry, broke it up in 5-acre parcels. I'm a prosecutor, so I wander. Broke it up in 5-acre parcels and sold these people wetland. And now they don't want it to be wet. But it is the drainage easement. It's always been the drainage easement. When you looked at what they're going to do, remember the plan where it says, where's the water going to go? The water's not even going there anymore. They direct the water, right? The water, that ditch is non-existent. It goes into these mitigation ponds, and then it goes out to where? The name of that is Cowhead Slough. And I know what the name of it is because I know every ditch in Manatee County, right? That's always been, every drop of water goes that way. She mentioned the deputy, she showed the picture of a deputy sheriff's house. That's Deputy Riley, I know. I lived on Zipper Road forever. That property is up here where my finger is. Water doesn't run uphill. I learned that when I was surveying, when I worked for Manatee County Transportation. That was not a drop of water could ever come from this development to go to that picture. That's sheet flow from west of her property. That's the way the water runs. Look at a topo map. You'll see what we're talking about. None of that. These people bought, and I urge you to look at the zoning there because you'll see that there's lots on Zipper that are 1/4 acre, that are 2 acres or less. They've already been cut up. We already abut a subdivision. I urge you to look at that. Our water doesn't affect anybody. This is a mitigating. The reason we do mitigation ponds, sheet flow is the killer. It kills. You don't have uncontrolled water. This is mitigation. It runs into a pond. By the way, that pond will be probably bone dry most of the year because that is sugar sand. It would take 100-year rain for it to get up enough to do what? Sheet go out of the drainage easement in a way that we can meter, that we can control. It's going to make everybody's situation better. Thank God for Pat Neal, because when they had strawberries and there was plastic on 100 acres, we had a problem with water back then. This is going to mitigate everything, right? This is the only thing that's ever going to help the water situation in that place. It's bad now, not because of what development's done, it's because everybody that bought a 5-acre piece, they built their home up on a big hill and they pushed their water off on their neighbor. And that neighbor did the same thing. They'd have no mitigation. They have no drainage. They have nothing. They put their water on their neighbor who passed it on, who passed it on, who passed it on. These developments stop that. They control it. This is the right thing to do in the right place. And it's good for Manatee County. It's good for the citizens. It's good for the government. It's an easy win-win. This is a no-brainer. And this is the way that smart, planned progress looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public? No. At this time, let's close the public comment. Any discussion for the applicant before we do closing comments?
Oh, it was in there.
Any questions for the applicants? All right, let's do staff closing comment, and then we'll do applicant closing comments.
Good afternoon, Laura Gonzalez with Development Services, and I have been sworn. I would like to refer to considerations on compatibility. Well, the proposed use is the same use as the most property that are adjacent to this development, and the proposed density is consistent with the range of density of the UF3 future land use category. And also the project provides buffers and setbacks that are techniques to mitigate potential incompatibilities as outlined in the comprehensive plan. So it complies with that. I want also to refer to the calculation of the net density. According to the definition in the Land Development Code, this is the total number of proposed units divided by the net residential acreage as defined in the Land Development Code. And if we go to this definition, it says that it's the gross residential acreage, deducting the wetland areas, recreational areas, water bodies, natural water bodies, conservation easement dedicated to Manatee County, and utility easement shown in plan as PSP1 future land use category. So we applied this definition to the calculation of the net density. Finally, I would like to mention also that we review the preliminary site plan for compliance with the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code, and the final site plan is a next stage of revision for compliance with the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan at the level of detail of the final site plan. This is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have applicants' closing comments?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ed Vogler, Manatee County. I have been sworn. I represent the Bus Barn application, and I'll make a few comments. It's been a pretty incredible public hearing, a long one. The way it works, we have 30 minutes with some of the finest professionals that you're going to find in this area to come and tell you about the project. And then you have about 3.5 hours of other people expressing their opinions. But at the end of the day, the context is Your decision is guided by codes and ordinances, the Manatee County codes and ordinances. And if you listen to the testimony that I heard, you would believe that neither your staff nor any of these competent professionals with credentials even understand your code. Everything is in violation of the code. The only one who really understands it is Mr. Lobeck, and he told us that we don't comply with the code. But that's not what your staff says or your staff report says. And that's the grounding of your decision-making. And that's the context that you should consider. On the question of compatibility, everybody's telling their personal stories. Well, I'll tell you mine. I came here in 1977. I became a land use lawyer. The furthest development was practically 15th Street East. And I was so enthused to hear you mention that because that's a true story. And the reality of Manatee County, through no one's fault other than God's and the sun and the weather and the beaches, all of those properties, all of those farms have been developed. Is that good? Is that bad? That's in the eye of the beholder. But if you're a landowner and you're a family and you have been here, you're entitled to the generational blessing. In 1989, our community developed a comprehensive plan, and the density identified for this land was 3 dwelling units per acre. And that's what we're asking for today. In terms of the infrastructure, it is in place, and the testimony was skewed, okay? The transportation testimony is, project traffic will not create impairment to the roadways. State Road 64 is operating at level of service B. What's caused it to be congested is background traffic that is reserved but not on the road today. So as our project comes forward, it will not impair the roads. And that's the testimony that you heard today. And finally, the only last point I'd make about the two projects coming together, it made a lot of sense. And we developed a joint planning agreement together with the encouragement of your staff so that we could do this together and have the connectivity. And Commissioner, connectivity is one of the underlying policy goals of neighborhoods in our comprehensive plan and our land development code. And I've yammered on too much, and I need to let you hear from my colleague, Kyle Grimes, because I've taken too much of his time, and I'm sorry.
Kyle Grimes, attorney with law firm of Grimes Galvano. I have been sworn, and he went on a little longer, but he hit most of the things I wanted to touch on anyways. But I'll just close here. It was great to hear from the Moran family and the Sinklers, people that have been in this community for generations, have invested in these properties out here. And what they're asking for you today is to follow what is in your comprehensive plan and your land development code. It is, in these quasi-judicial proceedings, it is the duty of this commission and ultimately the board to review all the evidence presented to you, listen to the expert testimony presented, and make a determination of whether these applications have demonstrated compliance with the comprehensive plan and with the land development code. I know we've heard some statements that they believe it's not, but if you review your staff report, if you review the application materials presented, if you listen to the expert testimony, all of it that has been done today, these projects comply with the Manatee County Land Development Code, and they will continue to comply, or in some cases go above and beyond that through the development process, through final site plans, and going forward beyond that. So in closing, we sincerely hope you find that this is in compliance and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank y'all. At this time, any discussion? May I entertain a motion for item number 4?
just a point of discussion. I live out East County. I commiserate with some of the farmers out there struggling to pass these heritage properties on to their children that may or may not want it. But I also understand the communities that have established themselves adjacent to this area. The county, I mean, you're still zoned ag. There's still development rights on that property. Just maybe not this intense. You can still develop the property as rural agriculture. So no one's taking away your development rights. No one's telling you have to farm this forever. You can still develop it. So again, I understand both sides of the coin here, but it's just, it is intense compared to the neighbors that are out there right now. Whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent, they bought them 5 acres, 10 acres, 15 acres, they still have a right as well. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Esslinger. Yeah. It's been a long day. So we have a motion to approve. Is there a second? I cannot second it, right? Right. I will second.
Pass the gavel to the vice chair, whoever. And you can second it and have them decide the vote.
Yep, who would be the second? Would be Ms. Prosser? She would be the,
Probably meant.
It would be Member Prosser is the second vice chair.
my thought is, in reference to this property, is that it's, timing-wise, it might not be perfect right now. Definitely Zipper Road probably isn't the best road to go down. I could see the property to the south selling and opening up. Those 3 properties are 2 properties for development. Or they wouldn't use Zipper Road anymore, as my thought is. So that is why I'm seconding.
So you're talking about Zipper, or are you talking about Bus Barn?
I'm talking about Zipper right now, but eventually I could see everything else. It's going to be developed regardless, and not too many people want a 1 acre, 5 acre lot out there anymore, especially if they can't grow anything.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve and we seconded. So may we have a vote, please?
Let's go back. So it passes 3-2, myself, Ms. Prosser, and Mr. Ziegler voting for, Mr. Brown and Mr. Strahm voting against. Can we go ahead and get a motion for item number 5, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion for approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Prosser, second. Any discussion or deliberation before we cast our votes? Let's go ahead and cast our votes. Motion passes 3-2. Still myself, Ms. Prosser, and Mr. Ziegler voting for. And thank you. Right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Could you read item number 6 in the
Yes.
record?
Item number 6 is LDCT 25-06, ordinance 25-36, county-initiated land development code text amendment for recreational vehicles in mobile home parks. This is a legislative item. Elizabeth Schulman is your case manager today. This is amending Land Development Code Chapter 2 definitions, modifying the definition for dwelling, and adding a definition for the term park trailer, amending Chapter 4 zoning, Section 402.5, schedule of uses for PD districts, correcting Scrivener's errors, Section 402.9, PDRV, plan development of recreational vehicles, clarifying the use of park trailers, Chapter 5, standards for accessory and specific uses and structures, Section 521.7, temporary dwellings, deleting this section in its entirety to avoid redundancy, Section 521.11, post-disaster temporary dwellings, specifying fire as its own catastrophe eligible for a temporary use permit, Section 531.32, mobile home subdivisions and mobile home parks, amending to allow the use of recreational vehicles in mobile home parks. Section 531.42, recreational vehicle parks and subdivisions, setting specific criteria for length of stay of recreational vehicles and other applicable standards. And this is a legislative item.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Elizabeth Schulman with staff, and I'm here to talk about RVs and mobile home parks. And this is a county-initiated land development code text amendment. So for background, many mobile home communities were damaged in the 2024 hurricane season, and there is a lot of mobile homes in Manatee County, over 30,000. And you can see a few pictures from the Manatee County 2024 damage assessment. So we had major damage associated with 3 storms, Debbie, Helene, and Milton. And you can see those numbers increasing with each storm, with Milton being pretty bad. And then some were just completely destroyed, which is a very, it's a very high bar to be considered destroyed. So we've over 7,000 mobile homes were really hurt in the 2024 season. FEMA has a 50% rule that prohibits repair if the cost to repair the structure exceeds 50% of the pre-damage market value unless the structure is elevated to the required base flood elevation and meets other FEMA and Florida Building Code standards. This is a very tough rule. This means that you have to gonna have to completely elevate your structure, and a lot of these structures were in flood-prone areas. Obviously, that's why they got damaged. To do this, to repair your mobile home or to raise your mobile home is very expensive. It can easily be more than the cost of the home. I have a few figures here for reference. And obviously, raising the home, depending on what type of foundation it is incredibly cost prohibitive. So there was outreach after the storms. Workshops were held, community outreach to the mobile home communities. This included staff from other counties. And there was a common request as a part of this outreach, and that was to be able to live in RVs. So the proposal is coming from the community, and not only in these workshops, but this is something we hear a lot from the community, that they want this in various methods. They have made this perfectly clear. The proposal is to allow recreational vehicles to be legal permanent residents in mobile home parks and RV parks, and change the code to have RVs be a permanent dwelling option. And this allows residents to remain in their communities and prevents homelessness. So I'm going to go over the proposed changes. There's going to be 2 parts. I'm just going to quickly go through the housekeeping part of everything that sort of is going to support this ordinance, and then I'm going to get into the requirements, the actual criteria that we want you to meet to be able to consider your recreational vehicle a dwelling. So first, I'm just changing the definitions. Our current definition of dwelling excludes RVs. Obviously, we have to change that. We're adding a definition for park trailer based on state statute, just to have it. And And then we're changing the definition of RVs to specify that RVs can only be considered dwellings when they're in RV parks or mobile home parks. It's beyond the scope of this proposal to live in your RV in your private home. More housekeeping, changing the schedule of uses for PD districts to add park trailers, to have mobile homes be a permitted use in planned development recreational vehicle. More housekeeping, removing a section on temporary dwellings that just contains a bunch of inaccurate language and is redundant to 521.11. The only thing we just don't want to lose from 521.7 is to include by fire as an option for getting a post-disaster temporary dwelling permit. Okay, so I'm going to go over these requirements in more depth. I just wanted to summarize them here, just so you have an idea of everything I'm going to talk about. But it's basically going to come down to 6 requirements: an approved evacuation plan, 51% of the units remain mobile homes in the park, in a mobile home park. These RVs are going to have to be fully licensed and ready for highway use, be attached by only quick disconnect type utilities, no permanent attachments, and evacuate the RV from the park if Manatee County Emergency Management calls for an evacuation due to a tropical cyclone. So requirement number 1 is to have an approved evacuation plan, like the one pictured here. Pretty self-explanatory. And then we still want the mobile home park to be a mobile home park, not change into an RV park. So 51% of the units are going to have to remain designated for mobile homes. This is different than already you can live in your mobile home if it meets the standards of a manufactured home in these parks and it's tied down and all that stuff. That's different than what we're talking about here, just living in a fully functional RV. So be fully licensed and ready for highway use means it's on wheels or a jacking system. It's not tied down, the opposite of that. And then it's got to be either self-propelled or have a towing capable vehicle kept on site. We want these things to be able to move. And then requirements 4 and 5 is that it is not going to be permanently attached. Again, we want evacuation ready, and no permanent attachments. Again, evacuation ready. And then this is the final requirement is that they must leave the park when emergency management calls for an evacuation due to a tropical cyclone. Summary of what I talked about. Considerations. A concern is that it would cause a character change in mobile home parks, but the mitigating factor is that we're just allowing this to happen. Each mobile home park will decide if they want to allow RVs and if they want to meet all the criteria to allow RVs. The positives are that it allows residents of these mobile home communities to stay in the existing neighborhoods. They don't have to meet base flood elevation and reconstruct mobile homes, which may be very cost prohibitive to them to do so. It's an alternative housing type. And they're evacuation-ready vehicles with a required evacuation plan. And this was initiated by the community. This is what they said that they wanted. So in conclusion, the request is consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and in accordance with the Land Development Code.
Now, this doesn't change RV resorts where they can only stay so long?
No, this is just, if you're going to meet all these criteria and your RV park is going to meet all these criteria, you can do this as an option. You can live in your RV as a permanent dwelling.
But not at a RV resort, though?
Correct.
No.
Not in the RV park
No.
is what he's trying to get at.
Right.
No.
Okay. Any additional questions? Yes.
You said the RV parks have option of making them permanent, but no more than 49%? Because you're saying 51% of them have to remain mobile homes, right?
Yeah, 51% of the units 51% of the designated units in the park have to be for mobile homes.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would be a recreational vehicle park.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And so they have the option of choosing it themselves. Again, most of was most of the damage to the mobile homes wind-driven or floods? Because I'm looking at, you know, how does FEMA look at these, you know, like repetitive loss? If you put in, you're hoping that, I mean, I don't know where these are going to be, but you're hoping that you're going to pack up a bunch of trailers and trucks and move them out when the evacuation's called, correct? When it's called. They can't stay there.
Right.
When emergency is declared.
Correct.
Okay, so evacuation is going to be an issue in traffic with everything else that's going on. But my question is, are we causing more of a problem by bringing them back into an area that could be exposed, you said they're not tied down? How are you going to make them move, is my question. How are you going to make them move? They say, I'm not evacuating. And you've got a trailer that's not tied down, that's in the park, that's going to cause damage to other structures nearby.
I think currently park trailers still have to move out when a hurricane comes out. That's why they only allow those.
The mobile home park, they're not required, I mean.
I think park trailers you're supposed to still.
Supposed to, but
Yeah.
how?
In manufactured houses, you don't.
Yeah, how are, you know, we're going to convey to them that they have to go? Are they penalized whatsoever?
They're penalized, yeah, if they don't leave during a hurricane, and let's say, especially if the mobile home park, you know, would want them to be penalized. Code enforcement could go, and these are licensed vehicles. They can be fined. You could lose your license. It's, you know, so same as anything else that we're putting this into the code.
But my other one with FEMA, you know, is repetitive loss. If a mobile home park's getting flooded all the time, isn't there a certain time we just say?
Well, this is the alternative to that. These are evacuation-ready vehicles. That's the whole point. They evacuate.
But I'm talking about the whole mobile home park itself. So, you know, yeah, you got 49% trailers that can move out. You've got, so now basically the mobile home park is only half of what it used to be. Correct?
I mean, that is the requirement. It would be up to, you know, each
Yeah.
mobile home park to decide, you know, how, and be up to the people of the mobile home park. You know what I mean? We're not requiring that you be 49%.
No. I'm
Okay.
saying- But my question is, if we've got repetitive floods in a mobile home park now, do we want to encourage them to
Continue to be
utilize that?
continue to be an RV park or
Yeah.
home park. Yeah.
Wait, what's the question?
But what he's saying is if every summer the RV park floods, should it still be an RV park? Is basically what he's saying.
I feel like
And
it's outside of the scope of this proposal.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Well, I'm just asking, you know, if our floodplain people, I don't know how many were destroyed by wind versus how many are being impacted by floods. And if it's really a park that's, you know, impacted by flooding, do we really want to continue utilizing that park?
Sure.
Okay, I'm just curious. I
Ms.
mean,
Prosser, did you have something?
I'm just curious, since we're allowing them to use it as permanent housing, and the mobile home is also permanent housing, you're not required to move the mobile home, but you're requiring them to remove the RV. Why that designation? Like, what if they've moved into this place and there's something wrong with the engine and they can't move it? Then what? I'm just curious why we've decided that you have to move the RV.
I think because the manufactured house doesn't have the wheels on it, the park trailer still has the wheels on it.
But they're
Is it
both gonna
different?
blow away.
I'm not arguing with you there, but that's why this is being considered like the park trailer, the RV.
Okay.
Because they already have the wheels on it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
the park trailer is going to blow down. It's not tied down with hurricane. It has to evacuate.
Yeah.
That's why it has, and the other ones might have tie downs. The state statutes require the mobile homes to have foundations and tie downs and stuff to survive a hurricane.
but they still didn't survive.
Well, some, the old ones don't. The old ones don't.
Well, that's my point is, do we want to keep repeating this over and over? When you got a mobile home park that's heavily impacted,
Well,
why do we want
it's
to bring?
private property. We can't
Understand.
affect the existing ones. It's governed by state statute, owned by the whole park owner.
But you can't you put additional stipulations as far as, like I said, elevations and so forth and so on? I
Well,
understand.
new
what-
ones, new parks, that's different.
For new, okay, if they're bringing, in these parks, instead of bringing an RV in, they're bringing a new manufactured home in, they would have to meet those standards, those criteria, correct?
There are 4 statutes that they apply, like a medallion thing on there and a
Yeah, well,
medallion thing.
no, if
It's
they
all
were in a
sorts of stuff.
floodplain, they'd have to be elevated.
Yes, they would
Okay.
be. Yes, sir.
I'm going to look at it from a little different angle here, aside from the hurricane scenario. Wouldn't, and bear with me on this hypothetical, but so someone has a RV of some type. There's several different types. Doesn't matter for this example. And so they also live in a mobile home park. And a person in a mobile home park, would it be fair to say that someone living in a mobile home park could also own an RV? The answer would be yes.
I guess, yeah, sure.
Okay. And so if the person that lives in a mobile home park and and has an RV, and the mobile home is not damaged, and they decide to bring the RV, and the RV is parked on their property there, parked next to them, and they're just using it as a storage unit, wouldn't that, and that they could decide that as opposed to renting a storage unit because they need places to store things, they use the RV in that capacity, and basically you're giving that individual a storage unit that perhaps it doesn't meet code.
That wouldn't meet code.
Right, it wouldn't meet code, but that's a real life scenario that someone could do to avoid additional costs by renting a storage unit. In other words, turning the RV into a storage unit.
I would think that would be a private matter between
It would be,
park and-
it would be, the mobile home park would have their pre-existing rules, and the mobile home owner would be replacing their mobile home with our recreational vehicle. It wouldn't be that both vehicles or a mobile home and an RV can't be on the lot
Who would enforce
at the
that?
same time.
If you
Code
have,
enforcement would enforce that,
that would rely on someone calling code enforcement, would it not?
correct.
Okay, but so my scenario would still hold that absent someone calling code enforcement or absent someone complaining, that could still be a real life scenario, right?
In this circumstance, they have to come in for a pedestal permit to
No.
be able to hook up the water to the RV. So they have to get a permit just for that RV to replace the mobile home. So
That's
they
not what
wouldn't be able to have the
That's
two
not what I'm saying.
structures.
He's saying that you would have a park trailer and an RV right next to each other on the same lot, is what he's
can't.
asking.
Yeah, but
can only have one.
you can only have one, but essentially, how would you know that?
It would be illegally permitted. It would have had to have been illegally permitted.
If you
And
have an
unfortunately,
RV that's fully, a RV that is next to the mobile home, no one would know whether or not the person is storing it and not using it for its intended purpose. The intended purpose in this case would be a storage unit, right? Not the intended purpose, so the owner would not be using it for the intended purpose. The owner would be using it as an additional storage unit by parking the RV in a mobile home park. So essentially, you're getting around, that person's getting an additional storage unit for whatever their own purposes are. And to me, this is impacting the continuity of the neighborhood, and It's a disservice, in my opinion, to the.
Okay, there wouldn't, you wouldn't have both an RV and a mobile home. You can't do that. Not for the purposes of this proposal. The RV replaces the mobile home. That's the,
But you couldn't have an owner that lives in a mobile home park that owns an RV?
if you can, this proposal wouldn't have any effect on that. If a mobile home park allows RVs on their properties right now, this proposal is saying mobile home parks can choose to allow, if a mobile home park wants, and the mobile home park has to meet certain criteria in order to do this, right? They can allow people, instead of rebuilding their mobile homes, to put an RV in the place of the mobile home. We're not saying you can have a mobile home and an RV on a lot. That's not what this proposal is.
But I understand it's not the proposal,
Yeah.
but in a real-life scenario, isn't it plausible that someone would try to circumvent the
Well,
rule?
but this proposal wouldn't change someone trying to circumvent bringing an RV into a mobile home park. This proposal is saying that that mobile home parks can, in lieu of someone rebuilding their mobile home, put an RV on the site. They can't both rebuild this proposal is not saying you can rebuild your mobile home and then put an RV on the site. That's not, do you know what I mean? If someone's circumventing the rules, they do it with or without this.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the current code states that they allow recreational vehicles may not remain in new or expanded parks or subdivisions for more than 180 days within a 365-day period. So RV is allowed there for 6 months now.
Yeah, RVs are currently allowed, it's just.
Not permanent, though.
They're not considered permanent dwellings.
So now they can use them for storage too. I mean,
Yes,
we're
you
not
could
making
use them
the
for
problem
storage now
worse,
too.
right?
This proposal doesn't have anything to do with.
And well, home parks have to police themselves, don't they? Don't have
Exactly.
directors who
Yes.
enforce this?
Mhm.
They're
Yeah.
not vacant. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Well, I just want one more thing. So what I understand is, it's that we are going to be allowed, under your proposal, an RV is not designed for permanent living, is that correct?
In my proposal, we are saying that you can
Make it permanent?
make it permanent. If you want, if that is what
If
the mobile home park wants.
They want it, okay.
Any more questions? Okay. Open it up to public and video too? Nothing?
Zoom?
Zoom? Nothing? I close public comment. Can I entertain a motion?
I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Ms. Prosser. Please cast your votes. Motion passes 5-0, or 4-1 with Mr. Stam.
Bauer.
Commissioner Bauer left.
Yeah.
Oh, 4-1, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I apologize.
4-1,
Okay, so sorry.
with Mr. Stam voting negative. Read the last item in, please.
Yes, sir. LDCT-25-09, ordinance number 26-02, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Chapter 2 Definitions, Chapter 3 Review Authority and Procedures for Reasonable Accommodation, and Chapter 5 Specific Use Standards. This is a legislative item. Your case planner today is Alicia Henry. This is a Land Development Code Text Amendment, amending Chapter 2, Section 200 to amend small recovery homes and residential treatment facility definitions. 2, Chapter 3, amending Section 312, Table 31, and creating new Section 356, establishing new process for requesting reasonable accommodations from any local land use regulations. And 3, Chapter 5, Section 531.45, add and amend standards for residential care facility only recovery homes.
Thank you, Rachel. That was a mouthful.
All right, so for the record, I do have to mention that there will be something stricken from the ordinance where it's is titled uncertified or unlicensed recovery homes. Will have provisions in regards to that for what will be introduced to the Land Development Code in accordance with the direction from the County Attorney's Office. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start with my presentation. Unfortunately, I don't have any images associated with my presentation to keep you guys more awake. All right, so the presentation is for LDCT amendment for recovery homes, residential treatment facilities, and rehabilitation center. So the county has initiated a Land Development Code text amendment to amend definitions of recovery homes and residential treatment facilities that are no longer in alignment with the Florida statutes to provide a clear distinction between these two uses. This is to also add language to rehabilitation centers to promote the welfare of the community. This is also to add a process for reasonable accommodation requests per recent changes to Florida Statute 397.487, which states, the governing body of each county or municipality shall adopt an ordinance establishing procedures for the review and approval of certified recovery residences within its jurisdiction. The ordinance must include a process for requesting reasonable accommodation. And this is to allow for resident recovery homes within areas where they're not allowed by right. So we can't prevent them to be in certain zoning districts where it's today where they're not allowed by right. Okay, so within the LDC Section 200, the definitions of recovery home and residential treatment facilities are no longer in alignment with the Florida statutes. The changes to these definitions are to mirror the Florida Statute 397. Currently, both definitions are very similar in nature, which speaks to providing treatment to individuals with issues of substance abuse. So as you can see here, is the first definition that I'm going to read is recovery home, which states treatment and counseling for persons progressing from relatively intensive treatment for crime, delinquency, mental or emotional illness, alcoholism, drug addiction, or similar conditions. Residential treatment facility is kind of along the lines of the same thing when it comes to the definition. Where it states services for its residents for alcoholism, drug abuse, mental illness, development disabilities, emotional or social problems, or similar conditions. Okay, so here we have the Florida statutes, which basically reflects what we already have within the Land Development Code, which states within 397.311, 38, recovery means a process of personal change through which individuals achieve abstinence from alcohol or drug use and improve health, wellness, and quality of life. And for 39, it's recovery residence means a community housing component of a licensed day or night treatment facility with community housing or the form of group housing which provides a peer-supported, alcohol-free, and drug-free living environment. And here is the definition for residential treatment facility, which is in contrast with what we have right now, which speaks to assisting individual with substance abuse. So residential treatment facility means a facility providing residential care and treatment to individuals exhibiting symptoms of mental illness who are in need of a 24-hour per day, 7 days a week, structured living environment, respite care, or long-term community placement. So as you can see, the Florida statutes for residential treatment facility speaks to mental illness, and our definition for residential treatment facility currently talks about helping individuals that are struggling with substance abuse. The lack of distinction between the two definitions, recovery home and residential treatment facility, increases the chance of improper use designation. This may result in potential adverse impacts to surrounding communities. With the proposed change to residential treatment facility and recovery home large and small, these updates will provide more clarity and ensure a more appropriate use designation associated with the respective definitions. Okay, so for this slide is regarding rehabilitation centers and residential treatment facilities. Language is being added to rehabilitation centers and residential treatment facilities to reduce potential off-site adverse impacts to surrounding communities by retaining the nature and character of an area that promotes the interests of health, safety, and welfare of the community. And the language that will be inserted for these two will help promote what has been mentioned at the end of the paragraph. Okay, this slide will speak to reasonable accommodation determination and residential care facilities. Procedures and requirements are being added due to Florida Statute 397.487, where the intent is to have local jurisdictions produce an ordinance to review a reasonable accommodation determination for approval with conditions, or denial of a certified recovery residence request. The ordinance must include a process for requesting reasonable accommodation from any local land use regulation that serves to prohibit the establishment of a certified recovery residence. The county is to also comply with the Associated American with Disabilities Act and the Fair Housing Act of 1988. And here, this will also be altered within the Land Development Code. It's just showing that we have to insert a row here for reasonable accommodation. The table is to propose, it's just going to show the level of review for a reasonable accommodation. Okay? So in conclusion, the proposed Land Development Code text amendment will continue the effort to modify regulatory requirements to ensure the language is reflective of the county's goal, objectives, and policies, and consistent with the Florida statutes. Any questions?
Any questions at this time?
No.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if
ma'am.
I could just piggyback on that.
Okay.
So the Florida statute requires us to adopt these regulations by January 2026. And they apply only to certified recovery residences, which the board directed they wanted to encourage. They have more regulations on who can operate them and so forth. And allow the process timelines for decision and everything. It's all set forth in the statute, so we had to just cut and paste into here.
Okay. Need to open it up for the public. Not seeing anybody. Yes, ma'am. Closing for the public, can I entertain a motion?
I'll move to approve.
We have a first by Mr. Ziegler, a second by Mr. Brown. Please cast the votes.
I don't have it up either.
Okay.
There we go.
Mr. Chair, we did have one hand raised on Zoom.
I'm sorry. Can you go ahead and connect him, please? Caller, please unmute yourself.
Maybe.
Three times and you're out.
Close public comment.
Okay, let's close public comment. Mrs. Ziegler, you still had the
Motion, yes.
motion? Mr. Brown, you're still fine with your second? Please cast the votes. Motion passes 5-0. And now we have election of officers before we adjourn. So I think,
You want one of us to do it, or?
I think for chair-wise, and the chair can take over.
Vicki Tesmer, with the clerk's office. I now open the floor for nominations. The process we will use is we'll open the floor for nominations. Nominations will be made. We will then call for the nominations to be closed and then vote on the member.
Okay.
So I open the floor.
I make a motion to Mr. DeLazline as chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah. What else do you need?
So at this point, you can make another nomination, or you could call to close
I'm going to
nominations.
call to close the nomination.
Thank you.
And since there was only one nomination, congratulations, Mr. DeLessline, and I will turn the meeting back over to you.
So now we're looking for first chair, I believe. We do first chair all the way down to
First,
third.
second, and third.
So looking for a first chair,
Nominate Matt?
Mr. Bauer.
Yeah, he's not here.
That's what he gets for leaving early.
Yep.
Any additional?
I'll close the nomination.
So now we're looking for number 2.
I'll nominate Ms. Prosser.
So we just have to say that member Bauer was
Member Bauer is
elected,
first,
but, yeah, thank you.
first chair. And Ms. Prosser has been nominated for second chair.
Close nominations.
Well played, Mr. Brown. Hey, now we're looking for third chair.
I nominate Mr. Brown.
Now we're going to close it.
Yep. Easy as that.
All right, clean.
Yep, well played, y'all. I want to wish everybody a very happy holidays and be careful, and see y'all back in January.
Thank you.
Adjourned.